Gather round, freaks. We're about to do the Kessel Run in 12 parsecs. Or is it 13? We want to know how the cool guy became friends with the Sasquatch. So let's find out when we go to the Darth Maul. Whether we gather around the Sebek table and whether we gather around the transponder, we're going to do it all once again here on Hey, Did You See This One?
Let's explore the depths of it in the video.
Hello there.
Us, Iceland Spaceport.
We are still flying half a ship. Your move.
Hello there.
Hello there. Hello there. I sense a trap.
Next move?
Spring the trap. Your move. Spring the trap. Your move.
I will deal with this Jedi slime myself.
Your move.
Kenobi.
Your move. I have a bad feeling about this. Spring the trap. Your move.
I have a job to do, Anakin. Try not to upset him.
Kenobi. Try not to upset him. Your move.
Go about your business.
Move along.
Go on.
Spring the trap.
What about Padme? She seems to be on top of things.
Your move.
Do you have a plan B?
Kenobi. Plan B. Kenobi. Plan B. Plan B.
Another happy landing.
Whoa!
Wait, somebody's immediately at the door?
Immediately, wow.
What the?
Hey, Jason. Hey, Steve. Wow, you guys are coming up on episode 220 of the podcast. That's insane. I hear you're having Joel on. That's exciting. I'm just not so sure about the other guy, you know? I feel like every week that guy's on there. Like, I don't know. I don't know. You know what? I'm sure it's going to be fine. It's something to think about, you know? Like, have a little variety. Anyway, I love you guys. I'll see you soon, I'm sure.
Wait a second.
Amazing.
Wait a second. Hello
Thank
and welcome
you, Alex. We love you too.
Yeah. Thank
Uh,
you, Steve, for giving me the coolest frame in your music video.
Oh, you're welcome.
Oh,
Yeah.
my
I mean,
kid's
you were.
blocking it, but I
Yeah,
have a
you were.
lightsaber.
You were a bit of a late addition, and I was like, well, this is a very cool frame, so I'll save it for one of our bestest friends of the show,
Oh,
Obi-Wan Kenobi himself.
Yeah.
But he couldn't be here, so we can put Alex there instead.
Your move.
Your move.
Well, spring the trap. Welcome to Hey, Did You See This One? It's episode 220, as Alex just told us. 220 episodes of this nonsense has been going on and on and on, and we're happy to bring it to you each and every week right here. This is Hey, Did You See This One? The weekly review, reaction, roundtable discussion where we just have to ask the question, hey, did you see this one? On this show, we take a movie and we talk about every single beat of the movie until we've left no stone unturned, and we never have
just
to
like
go
true
back.
Star Wars fans, we go through every single frame to see
the
when and
fine-tooth
when people's feet don't connect to faces, and when lightsabers don't hit in time, and when people are waiting their turn in a lightsaber duel. We do that for every movie we watch.
It's true. We are wrapping up Star Wars month. The saga begins. We covered the prequel trilogy, and now we're doing a new origin story, Solo, a Star Wars story. This takes place at around the same time as the prequels, but the movie was made much later. Am I hurting you with that claim?
It doesn't take time. No. Did you see how old Darth Maul is in this movie? It takes place well after the prequels.
Okay.
Anyway.
Well, It's the next thing. It's the next thing in the series chronologically in the series of movies. I think.
Listen, I'm gonna wag.
I think
It's 10 years before the Battle of Yavin.
There we go.
yeah, Obi-Wan Kenobi is like around the same time, I think, if I'm not
That's a TV
mistaken.
show though.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like smack in the middle of between episode 3 and episode 4. It's
Yeah.
like right there in the center. Yeah.
It's decidedly after the prequels.
Yeah. It's sort of like he's the same age as Luke would have been in in A New Hope, I guess. Right? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
'Cause
that sounds right.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to get into all of that and more.
Yeah.
First, we have to talk about our guests this week. First and foremost, your co-hosts, Jason R. Phillips, A Solo Story. That's me. Joined as always by Stephen Bubba Blackfly Waters. We are your esteemed
The only
hosts.
time where my handle actually makes sense.
Yeah, it's Star Wars month.
Yeah.
And returning to the show for the second time, please put your hands together with a clapping sound for Squid Pod, aka Joel Jackson. Welcome back.
Well-
Thank
Welcome,
you, thank you.
It's one of the quickest turnarounds, I think, for a brand new guest to come
Well, it's
back.
because last month we had you on and we mentioned we were doing Star Wars, and you're like, "Wait, what?"
Yeah,
That
I
would be-
freaked out. I'm like, please.
And also returning to the show for the 800th time at this point. You're getting up there.
I
Uh,
genuinely have no idea.
You have enough videos now that you can make your own channel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alex Gao, aka Alex Gaubaka. Welcome back.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Thank you to be here. Happy to be here on a scheduled episode.
Yes.
Not a by accident
rare.
or
Yeah. The
an emergency
parachute
situation.
episodes.
Yeah, the escape.
We have a
pod.
couple unofficial third members of this show, and Alex is definitely one of them, and I think Noel is the other. So you're an elite. You're one of our elite employees.
You just know I got nothing going on. All right. Let's be honest.
What does that say about us, the hosts?
Listen, I don't think anybody in any podcasting situation has ever been more impressed with the fact that Alex Gao was somehow able to pull out the Mothman prophecies out of his ass, having not watched the movie in like 20 years, but also watched it so much as a kid that he knew every frame of the movie.
Yes.
Such an obscure thing that I will never not be impressed by.
Yeah, it was a weird day.
Mhm.
Well, with that, we can probably go to our first segment of the show, which is, of course, the quick synopsis.
Is it going to be quick this time? You tell me.
Zardoz speaks to you. He demands you synopsize this film. Tell him how, why, who, what occurs in this film.
That's right. So, Stephen, if you will, let us know what happens in this movie.
Sure. So this movie is about famous smuggler Han Solo before he became the famous smuggler Han Solo. He was only known as Han, I guess, before that because he didn't have a last name. He didn't have any people, according to the Imperial recruiter. But he grows up on a planet called Corellia, which, if you're familiar with Star Wars, you're aware of Corellia's existence and how many cool things come out of it. Which is it's like a shipbuilding planet where they basically milk labor there and create a lot of the battleships that the Empire uses. But all sorts of other cool ships come from that planet as well. But it also has a lot of street rats, people who have to grow up stealing, thieving, and murdering each other in order to just eat and survive. And Han is no exception to this. But he and his girlfriend, Kira, have a way out. They need to steal coaxium, which is a hyper fuel, which is just as valuable as Kyber, I guess. I don't know. It's pretty valuable, apparently. But they steal just enough of it to bribe their way up through an Imperial blockade to escape the planet. But they're chased by a gangster named, what was her name? Lady Proxima?
Yeah, Lady Proxima?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and she's sort of like a Jabba the Hutt style character. Like she's a big worm puppet that lives in
Yeah.
water. It's really fucking cool. But yeah, she's it's almost like an Oliver Twist style situation where all these orphan children bring her riches, and I guess she feeds them or whatever. But they decide that they are going to steal the hyperfuel they were going to give to her and use it to bribe their way through. And there's a pretty interesting action sequence. They get separated, and we flash forward to a point where Han has now joined the Empire in order to find his way back there to save his girlfriend. But in order to do that, he realizes he can't be a part of the Empire, and he decides to make his way into another group of outlaws, I guess you can call them, or just, bad people, criminals. And he joins this team, this ragtag team of cool cowboys, in order to steal even more hyperfuel, a train load of hyperfuel, actually. But that job goes bad, and they end up being entangled in a deeper plot with even more powerful criminal, like a criminal hierarchy, but they're not the tip top. There's a dangerous criminal named Dryden Voss who is basically going to kill them for failing. But they decide to sweeten the deal by being like, we can get you just as much as we're going to get you, but and more if you give us a chance. And they have to go to Kessel, which, if you're familiar with Star Wars, the Kessel Run is one of Star Wars's most hottest contested topics and debates that has been going on since its inception of the first movie. And this movie finally can put that to rest.
Thank goodness.
People stealing from the Galactic Empire are bad. Yeah, I mean, I meant more like horrible criminals who are.
I didn't want to interrupt you while you were talking, but I did want to say that you implied that they were bad for that.
I meant more they're bad for exploiting orphans. But yeah, they are bad. The Empire rules. We all know that, right? We all read Star Wars the same way, which is the Empire good.
Yep, sure did.
So they agree to this deal. They go to Kessel to get raw coaxium, which they're going to steal, and they end up having to go through a crazy maelstrom nebula cloud style thing, which is interesting, awesome, cool. And they succeed in their task, but they have to. They basically have a turn of heart, which is because they realize that the coaxium could pay for anything and everything for these underprivileged individuals. So they go against Dryden, and the movie wraps up in a cool sort of westerny standoff type deal. It's cool. It's a cool movie, but that's sort of the breakdown.
That's accurate. Thank you for telling us what happens in the Star Wars story.
Let's explore the depths of it in the video.
It was weird. I remember after this movie came out, Steve kept texting me, there's good people on both sides, like over and over and over.
There's heroes on both sides, I think is what I said.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Well, thank you for that. I guess with that, we can all crack our drinks, crack our beers, open our wines, and talk about our...
I'm definitely going to whine about something.
Yeah.
our brief
Blue
history.
Monster. I'm going Blue Monster and Indian whiskey.
Oh, shit.
We call that the Blue Indian Monster.
That's blue milk.
Yeah.
From Star Wars.
That's what you want to drink if you want to fight about Star Wars.
All right, I guess we should go into our brief histories, yeah?
Yes.
A brief history.
That's right. If you're playing at home, it's time to open your drinks. This is something I've been trying to start, but always forget to say it. So cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Squid Pod, since you haven't been on Star Wars Month yet,
Yeah.
we've been having our guests who aren't on twice, like Alex or our.
Also, Squid Pod, I apologize for not adding you to the intro. It slipped my mind to do it, and I didn't.
It's all
realize.
good. It's all good.
Yeah.
Well, you're here now.
That's all
give
that
us your give us your brief history with Star Wars as a whole, and then with this film.
I was like most Gen X children raised in amongst Star Wars, so yeah. But this whole Disney era happened kind of when I had like really small kids. So I watched every Star Wars everything.
Right.
And this one in particular, I gotta say, I don't understand why people hated it so much. I loved it.
I agree. Absolutely agree. And yeah, I mean, so your history with Star Wars is basically like similar to ours, steeped in it as a child, and you just always have loved it, kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and Solo specifically, I was like, I honestly didn't think I was gonna like it as much as I do.
Did you take your kids to see it, or were they too young?
Yes. No,
Yeah.
I took them to see it. Yeah, I think we saw almost every theatrical release altogether.
How did they enjoy it?
They loved it at the time. In fact, they kind of have a fonder memory of Solo. They think it's like one of the best Star Wars movies ever.
I can see that.
That's awesome.
Which is kind
Yeah,
of
if they take it all at the same time, right? It's not
Right.
They don't have that separation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're not like currently they're like in their early teens right now, and they basically all hate the sequel trilogy.
Right, which is that's popular right now.
That's pretty
Yeah.
universal.
That's a thing people like to do. But
So you're a good parent, yeah.
cool.
We-
Go ahead.
Oh no, that's the end of my my history with this particular film.
All right, Alex, I know you already gave your Star Wars history when you were here for Attack of the Clones, but what
Yeah,
about
and I
Solo?
didn't keep that brief then.
No.
But yeah, I mean, I love Star Wars. There was a time that is not this time anymore, but there was a time where I knew there wasn't anything about Star Wars that I didn't know. Like
Yeah.
I was like, like could have been a Wikipedia editor level.
Yeah.
But not as much anymore. Like there's stuff I haven't seen and I don't know like every tiny mini detail, but that's my Star Wars. Like I literally have like a Rebel Alliance tattoo. Like I fucking love Star Wars, dude.
Mhm.
I've got the Imperial tattoo.
Yeah.
Actually, when I got this, another friend of mine got the
So do
Imperial
I.
tattoo as well.
No, no.
So that's stolen valor. Solo, to be honest, Solo came out kind of after I don't have like, it's not like a policy, but it's like I don't rewatch stuff a lot. I with whatever time I have to enjoy media, I like to experience new things. So it's like I don't rewatch especially shows. I don't really rewatch shows because I'd rather sink that time into just learning a new story, even if it's not going to be as good as what I could watch again. So Solo, I saw in theaters, loved it. I probably, if I watched it again, I only watched it again one time, I think. But yeah, I mean, same thing. I was like, okay, it's like, I don't know this guy, but it's like big shoes to fill, man, to be Han Solo. Han Solo, like one of the better fictional characters.
And he
like,
fucking
at
kills
all,
it,
like
though, too.
period.
He's so good. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And Harrison Ford is obviously so commanding that it's like I'm sure he was scared shitless. And then people would probably just shit on him anyway. But
I mean, that's anything new in Star Wars. Gets
yeah,
shit on,
for sure.
Basically.
But I mean, yeah, I think that, you know what I mean? It was when I saw it, I liked it. I really liked it.
Me too. I remember when I first saw the trailer for this movie. It was actually Alex, you and I and a bunch of friends of ours used to go to a cottage every year in the depths of February when it was just like a frigid hellscape. We would go to this cottage, and the trailer for Solo released while we were at that cottage, and we all put it on the, not like a massive TV, but like there was a TV, and we, everybody shut up for a second, and we blasted the volume and watched it. And I remember being excited because there was so much sort of speculative bullshit beforehand based entirely around the rumors of what was happening in the filming of this movie. Mm-hmm. And so I was expecting this trailer to be trash. I mean, I wasn't like fully expecting it, but there was a fear in the back of my head that I was going to look at it and be like, oh, that looks like shit. And then I saw it and was like, oh, I'm excited. Seeing Donald Glover as Lando. Lando's one of my favorite Star Wars characters, and it's mostly because of the expanded universe stuff, because he's not really in the movies all that much. He's in Empire Strikes Back quite a bit. Return of the Jedi, he does some cool stuff at the end and kind of the beginning, but not really. And then in the sequels, he's completely forgotten about until the last second, which is really unfortunate. but he's a massive part of this movie. He has a really excellent comic book series. If you guys are interested in comics, the Lando series is so good.
I read that. It is good. It's really good.
So good. The early part of it where like he basically steals the Empire's pleasure yacht and doesn't realize it. Like it's an accidental, like, oh my god, we stole the Emperor's fucking pleasure yacht. Whoopsies. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was super excited. And but I felt like I had to hide it almost from like other Star Wars fans because of the amount of like pre-hatred that the movie was getting. I couldn't like fully put my chest into how excited I was because it would just be a battle, and you'd have to like end up having a debate with somebody about something that neither of us was
pre-stigmatized.
Yeah, and it was difficult because you just want to grab the person and be like, you haven't seen the movie. Like you can't say it's shit without having seen it. I'm sorry, that's not something you're allowed to do. And then the movie came out and all of those people kind of shut up. Like everybody who was talking about how bad the movie was going to be, shut up. They didn't say it was good, but they didn't say it was bad either, which is not something that happens with Star Wars very often. Usually when a Star Wars movie comes out, it is so on blast for how bad it is or praised for how good it is. And this one just kind of drifted into the background. And I think it's because all these people were worried about having to double back on what they had said about the movie being bad and couldn't admit that it was good.
I'm just going to say this live on the internet, but I fucking hate Star Wars fans. Star Wars fans are the worst.
Yeah, they
the
are.
worst. The fucking worst.
Yeah, I mean, I do a Star Wars YouTube channel, and like there's some really great Star Wars fans that are a part of our community, but there's also like the ones that just pop in there just to be mean and annoying. You know, we did like one episode on the Acolyte, and like our comments section like flooded with maniacs just being like, no, your fucking audience, but they clearly they're like, I haven't watched this video and I never will, and they're just shitting on the video having not seen it, and you're like, okay.
Which is crazy because the Acolyte is like one of my favorite Star Wars things.
It's interesting. It's definitely like I have issues, like specific issues with like sort of the flow of the story or whatever, but like the concept, everything in it is like really neat, and it was almost like gonna breathe new life into like what a Star Wars series could be.
It's wild though, because you know, like a bunch of our videos have like, you know, 200,000, 100,000 views, and like they're you know doing well, but that video is still at like 1,000 views out of like all of our hundreds of videos. Like people just refuse to watch it, and it got buried. And like the whole concept of that video was like, let's try and retell the Acolyte in the way that we would do it to see if it changes people's perspective on the Acolyte. But they wouldn't even give it the chance that was, you know, like us going in and tweaking things and changing it. They're like, no, we just don't like it at all. And you're like, okay, whatever, guys. But I mean, that's kind of what Star Wars fandom has always been as well, right? Like all the way back
at least
to
since the
Return of the
prequels.
Jedi. But even the Return of the Jedi, there was a giant wave of people who loved A New Hope and Empire, and then
My dad didn't like Jedi. My
Yeah,
dad
'cause
didn't like
Ewoks showed
Jedi
up.
because of
Yeah.
Ewoks. Yeah,
exactly.
and it's funny to think. It's funny to think because, like, I like the original trilogy was just absorbed to me all at once as a child. Like I just watched them.
Yeah.
And so there was no separation for me, but it was like, yeah, but to hear it was so funny to the parallel, like hearing my dad talk about how he's like, oh yeah, he's like, I saw Star Wars, the whatever, the classic story, the Star Wars at the drive-in, and the Star Destroyer goes over, you know, and then everyone saw Empire, and Empire was great. He's like, and then he's like, then there's the one, he's like, then I saw the last one, and it was all these stupid fucking like teddy bears. It was like the fucking Care Bears in Star Wars. He's like, it was all shit. And I was like, whoa. And it was funny that what
Your dad's like, Ewoks, more like Ewokes.
Yeah,
right?
It sounded so much like people who hate on the prequels.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, whoa. I was like, I didn't realize that this subset of people
It
existed
exists,
because
yeah.
to me, I'm like your kids, Joel. It was like, it's like they don't see Solo as separate from the other stuff. It's just like all one. It's homogenized, right?
Yeah. It is, but at the same point, like this one is the one they like. And
Yeah,
then,
yeah.
And then the other stuff is like,
Yeah.
they ruined Star Wars.
For
you
sure.
know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Which is the
there
exact
before.
They made
attitude
Han. They made Han old.
Yes.
Yeah,
Why did they make him
exactly.
so old? Why they
How
get
dare they?
yeah? Why they get the guy from the Dial of Destiny to play Han Solo?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild to think about. And I don't want to like, keep treading on this because we've talked about it almost every episode so far, but it's like to us, our generation, the people like, we're all varying ages here, but within sort of like a 5-10 year age gap. But it's like we had the mysticism of Star Wars. It was a thing that existed before we were, either intelligent enough to think about what we're watching, or we weren't even born when it was made. So the prequels were this very special thing for us because we didn't know that they were going to make more Star Wars, even though it's like George Lucas's plan all along was to do it. And now it's like that mysticism of experience the prequels, loving them, and then the new ones coming out. It does kind of it erodes down, where it's like your excitement doesn't get as peaked as it once did.
For sure.
But like I remember watching the trailer for The Rise of Skywalker and like getting a lump in my throat, being like, Lando's coming back. Sick, I'm so happy. And
What's really interesting though, with the prequels, there is a generational divide where did the Clone Wars animated series exist? Like if you grew up watching the prequels and that existed, you have a totally different opinion of that, of the prequel trilogy.
But that also came out after those movies.
No, but
Right.
that's what he's saying. He's saying
Yeah,
if
that's
you
what
were
I'm
born
saying.
now, and
Right.
it already exists. Yeah, no, I never thought about that perspective. That's definitely interesting.
Yeah, like what if an Empire Strikes Back series came out now or when we were kids?
I mean,
That would be sick, but
it'd be interesting. Maybe they should do a Disney. What are you doing?
Yeah,
I know you love Mandalorian, and we all do too. But let's try something else.
yeah.
Let's get what is it? Shadows of the Empire. Remember that video game?
Yeah,
comic book
but-
series.
Oh, yeah.
they were teasing that for years. I feel like the internet was like, it's coming. Obviously,
Well,
it
I
never
mean,
got made.
dildos on the internet were saying that because they
If
were
you
just
don't give
trying
me
to-
Kyle Katarn in a movie or a show, I will cancel my Disney Plus subscription.
I want
But that
Kyle
video-
Katarn.
That video game is the reason I love IG-88 so much, because there's this crazy battle with him in like
You- He's in like the second level, and you kill him.
yeah, but it's like a crazy battle in a junkyard. I just remember I loved it when I was
It's cool.
12. It
IG88.
was super hard.
Yeah, I remember I got a Boba Fett IG88 double action figure with a comic book in it, and it was one of the things that spurred me into loving comics. And I was an illustrator for a long time. This comic was one of the reasons that I started to understand the intricacies of drawing robots and stuff. I'm like, oh, look at all the little things, because I would sit there and just try and draw IG88. Yeah, Star Wars. Anyway, Star Wars is special to me.
Yeah.
The first time I watched this movie, I thought it fucking ruled, and I walked out being like, is this the best Star Wars that I've seen since
No, honestly, to be honest, whenever Star Wars is even 6 out of 10, every single time I watch something, I'm like, I don't know, is this better
Is this
than
the best one?
Is
Yeah.
this the best Star Wars has
Yeah.
ever been? Is this
Yeah.
better than the original? When I watched the first season of Mandalorian, I'm like, is this better than the original trilogy?
Yeah.
I'm like, it's like.
It really
I'm like,
helps if you-
am I giving too much nostalgic credit to the original
Yeah.
trilogy?
One of our
but then I
friends-
realized I felt like that every time.
Yeah, every single time. One of our friends, Cam, he's been on the show a few times. He's a perfect person to go see a Star Wars movie with, because he's so cynical in a very funny
extremely
way.
grounded.
Yeah, that he'll be like, it was fine, but then he'll be like, I don't know, why do they always have to have people, talking about he doesn't like you, bullshit like that. I saw this movie with him, and he's like, what, they can't think of a new Star Wars theme? Why does it always have to be the Force theme? Han Solo's theme is different. Why don't they use Han Solo's theme? I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, Cam, man,
Yeah.
you're hitting the buttons, because I'm like,
wasn't
wasn't it cool when the train exploded?
The problem is you can't be mad at anything Cam says because he's always smiling when he talks.
It's true.
He also has a very funny way of speaking.
And he's very smart and knowledgeable about film. So you're like,
And he's infallibly lovable.
yeah.
Fuck you, Cam.
But yeah, I've seen, I think, most of this new Star Wars movies in theater. I think I've seen almost every single one of them with Cam, except for I think The Force Awakens. But I think
We'll
seen all
probably
the other
see
ones with him.
Mandalorian and Grogu with Cam in May. So
Yeah, that was one of the reasons that I started to have great affection for him. Was I'm like, oh, he's a movie person, so am I. But then I realized oh, his movie dumb is it's much higher of a mountain than what I'm on.
Yeah.
I'm like
He
I'm on
watches
like
like
a little. I'm on the Snow Bunny Hill.
I am in a
He watches,
valley.
like-
yeah.
he watches like 400 movies a year for his literal.
Well,
like,
I mean, yeah, he's a
producer
movie
job.
reviewer. It's like his whole
Yeah.
thing. Anyway, so yeah, I saw it with him the first time. Loved it, but on the way out, obviously, like Cam was doing his cynical thing, and I'm like, yeah, I guess, and it makes you think a little bit more critically. But then you're still like, but also it's good. And he's like, no, yeah, it is. I'm like, okay, because when we saw Rogue One together, he was like, I don't know. Tarkin looked like a fucking ghoul. Like, that's true. He did look like a ghoul. You're right.
He did look like a ghoul because he was CGI.
Anyway, Jason, you
yeah.
go now.
Mine's quick, honestly. Literally, I wanted to hate this movie, and I think I just got poisoned. This is like it's 2018, so it's pre my movie renaissance, like going into movies and watching as many as I can. And I sat down with it with a friend, and I think he brought it over on DVD and we put it in, and I think we both wanted to dislike it because we were just like riff tracksing it the whole time, which is like not fair because now
Yeah, it's not like you're
It
watching
was
a
a different
B.
time.
You're not watching a horror B movie
Exactly.
from the 1980s.
Yeah.
You're
watching this week. I watched it twice because I did that with all the Star Wars movies this month, because I don't have to be. Normally, when I watch a movie for the show, I write down all the beats of the movie so I can sort of like tell the story of the movie.
remember it.
But yeah, and also remember it. But for Star Wars month, I was like, it's different. I can watch it twice and take way less notes and make little jokes or whatever. And both times I was stoked the whole time. It has about 5 very distinct sections, and each section has like 3 little acts to it, and it's like 5 cool Han Solo stories that are all one big overarching sort of
sure.
story.
Sure, yeah.
And
This
I
is one of those
really-
movies where it's like you can't break this down into a 3-act structure because it's not really a 3-act structure.
No,
It's
it
kinda
really
just like a
isn't.
bunch of little vignettes.
Yeah, which is really, that's how you have to do a Han Solo story, I think, to really cover everything about him, his come up. And also, like, this movie almost kind of ends in a bit, not quite a cliffhanger, but leaves room in case they ever wanted to make a sequel to this. And I'm like, weren't they going to make like a Lando movie at one point? Wasn't that discussed?
It's apparently still in development.
Yeah,
Like,
and Donald Glover is still interested in doing it. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like I don't know why they haven't, and I think it 100%. You know what? I do know why they're not doing it. This movie didn't make as much money as they wanted, so that's
Yeah.
why they haven't done it yet.
yeah,
but,
that's
which sucks because it was
Yeah.
like the setup
Yeah.
for like
I-
this would have spawned a completely different trajectory in Star
Yeah.
Wars, I think.
And like Star Wars has always had comedic beats and funny moments and stuff that is charming. I think charming is more accurate than funny. Star Wars has never been like
charming, yeah.
it's never been like table pounding, gut pain,
Remember when
laughter
Darth
kind of
Maul
stuff.
stepped on a rake?
Yeah, and he went, yeah, he's like, we will have our revenge.
If the rake was correct, I will find them quickly, Master.
yeah,
Classic Darth Maul.
yeah. He gets visions. from
Double-sided
stepping in a
rake.
He's raking. Yeah.
He steps on it, and it's also the claw end hits him in the head.
Oh God. Oh fuck! I forgot what I was gonna say now. That's funny. Anyway, yeah, we can move on.
The Empire did nothing wrong.
The Empire did nothing
Yeah.
wrong. Yeah, let's go into production talk.
All right. Quiet on set. Are we rolling? Okay, let's shoot this piece of Sound. Speed. Action!
My
Yeah,
goodness, those
so-
interstitials.
Wow, you made them. Also, shout out to Alex Gao for making our new season
Yeah.
4
I'm gonna take
interstitials.
credit every
Those
time.
are good.
Yeah, they're great. Steven made the music and voiceover, and I slapped them on each other. So there's
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
some work
Yeah,
that went
there
into
you
it
go.
from all of us, but some of us did more work than others. Let's just say
It's you. Obviously.
right
I mean,
up to-
Jason
yeah.
received my video.
I
that made.
received the videos.
He uploaded them to this. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
right
you
at-
did the graphics.
No.
Or, I mean, you did some of the graphics.
You're great, Jason.
Oh, I did that last graphic. I did a
You
couple.
said you
of them,
helped. You helped.
You helped.
Yeah.
I'm helping.
Yeah.
Look what I made.
Jason, you can be goalie.
Okay. My dad was a goalie, so that tracks.
Yeah.
The goalie is a very
I'm
important
podcast-
position.
Yeah, you're really important.
I can't wait to try to explain this to my dad later. He'll be like, "Yeah, that makes perfect sense." So this movie, no sequel because this movie cost about $300 million to make, and worldwide gross approximately, from my notes, $393 million. So like no sequel. We'll see because it's Star Wars and people.
Well,
just wanna
there's the
continue
I
Darth
feel
Maul
like
show.
they could capitalize on Donald Glover more than they could on Solo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's also the Darth Maul show that's coming out. It is animated, but I think it's going to play into some of the events, or at least lead up to some of the events of this movie. Like I assume Dryden Voss is probably going to be a character in that show in some capacity.
I should hope so.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be like his rise to what we see at the end of this, which is like the person who's in charge of the Crimson Dawn. It's like, have you ever seen Rebels? Anybody watched Rebels?
Yeah. I've watched all the Star Wars, so
Okay. I'm just going to assume you've seen everything. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen everything.
And like where we see him there, it's like his downfall comes pretty hard and heavy. And it is one of the most interesting endings to a thing, because I did not expect that at all. To see Darth Maul show up in this movie was kind of mind blowing. But anyway, we should be talking about the production.
Right. So originally, this movie was supposed to be directed by Phil Lord and Chris Miller.
Yeah.
It
was directed by them. A great percentage of it, in fact, was directed by them. 80% of the movie was completed before it was taken away from them. But they weren't listening to the studio notes, they weren't listening to the producer notes, and they weren't listening to Lawrence Kasdan. who was
More
getting really pissed
importantly,
off.
Lawrence Kasdan was mad.
And for those of you who don't know who Lawrence Kasdan is, he is the writer of Empire Strikes Back and The Force Awakens and Return of the Jedi, and like he's one of the foremost writers of Star Wars in the Star Wars cinematic universe.
And Raiders of the Lost Ark. So like
Yes.
he's Lucasfilm.
He's a
But
big
the-
Star Wars guy, and
The pedigree for these two guys is pretty nuts. I feel like making all the Lego movies and the 21 Jump Streets, which are all great films, and the Across the Spider-Verse movies, like they probably thought that they had carte blanche to do whatever they wanted. So I kind of see it from their point of view, but also
they're also like they're comedic writers, first and showrunners first and foremost, which is strange because the reason that this movie was taken away from them is because it is said or rumored to have been that they were making it too comedic. And this movie does have a lot of goofy, funny like one of the funniest things I've ever seen is Donald Glover being like the Calrissian Chronicles. He's got like a little floating hologram of his head. Like it's very funny. But that kind of stuff is happening throughout, and you can sort of see the echoes of Lord and Miller throughout, where it's like that feels like a holdover, that feels like a holdover. There's even an entire sequence where I'm like, did they have Donald Glover doing like a crazy Billy D. Williams impression, and then Ron Howard came in and was like, we need to pull this back.
The beginning was crazy.
Yeah,
when he's in that junkyard, or not junkyard.
Yeah, the first introduction of him is insane. I was like, whoa. I'm like, I don't remember him.
I think that what makes it even more jarring
like
is, I think the way it makes it even
face.
It's even more jarring is because the card game that they have when he's first introduced, it's not that intense, but then there's a sequence where they're in like an impound lot, and he is going heavy into the like, I don't like it, I don't agree with it.
When they get to the planet with the slaves that they free, I swear the whole sequence of that he's doing a Billy D. Williams impression, and the rest of the movie I'm like, that's just Donald Glover talking. So I can see what you're saying with that. That's interesting.
I think that's absolutely what happened, is that they're like, we cannot have it be this much, but we spent so much on this set that we've already torn down, so this part of the movie has to stay in. But I kind of like it though. I like when he's doing the Billy D voice, because it makes you realize like how crazy Billy D. Williams talks. Like he is such a character, right? Whereas Donald Glover is also a character, but like, he's doing an impersonation.
But I feel like if there was a Lando series, he'd probably like kind of bring it right in the middle somewhere.
Or just, it's almost like a caricature that he puts on, like when he's around people, where it's be impressive here. So I'm going to talk like this all of a sudden.
Well,
you truly belong here with us amongst the clouds.
It's like Han's his sort of outlaw his outlaw persona in the original trilogy versus just him talking. You put on an affect when you're in, hero mode.
One
So
thing that I
it
do
makes
find
sense.
a little bit disappointing about this is that Lord and Miller did direct so much of this movie that is probably still in this movie, and they're not credited in the credits at the end. I don't know if there
Right.
is at some point in there, like
they
if they
got
did
an
get any credit.
executive producer credit,
Okay.
and it's like right after Ron Howard. Then it's executive producers.
Okay.
Lord Miller. So yeah. But one thing about the production that I'm on the fence whether I love it or I hate it, and it's the cinematography.
Yeah.
Especially when I
Bradford
first
Young.
saw it, yeah.
Bradford doesn't seem to believe in lighting.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say too. Yeah.
Yeah, and so it's like unless the characters are in the ambient light of the room, you can't see them, and it's kind of awesome at certain points. Like there's like sequences in Dryden's office where he's almost like all the dialogue, they're almost in silhouette, which looks really, really great.
Right.
But then also part of me is like, I kind of wish I could see them.
I think on Disney Plus, I really do think that they jacked up the lighting stuff, because like I remember in theater being like, what the fuck? Like I can barely see what's happening in this scene. What's happening here? Why are there no like pop lights, or like, there's nothing like, to cut the jawline or something? It's just it's almost like a Christopher Nolan movie. And even like the color grading and stuff is really muted, and it has that sort of like Marvel thing going on where everything is like
the Mud
muddy
Planet has a lot of that.
But I mean, every planet in this movie has like even when they go to like Lando's cape room, those capes should be popping. They should be like vibrant as hell. Everything that Lando's wearing should be like extremely vibrant, and they should light it that way. But
I was gonna say it because it's like modern Disney Star Wars. It kind of a lot of times remind me of the TV shows, and it kind of has that almost.
I
TV
disagree
show
there
quality
because
to
it doesn't. I disagree there. This one feels like a movie to me. I haven't. We haven't seen Mando yet, but like that's one of the main complaints is like, it looks like a TV show, and it's like, well, that's because you've only seen Mando in a TV show. Wait until you watch the movie. I'm sure they're not blowing their load in the trailer for every single thing you're going to see.
I'm watching Andor now, Andor season 2 finally, and it looks great. It looks like a movie, but it still has that quality, that like streaming service quality that a lot of even like really big budget movie styled television shows have. I just thought that this one had a bit of that quality to it, and maybe that is because of what you're positing, that on Disney Plus where I watched it, obviously they jacked up the artificial light to sort of make.
I don't know if I say I think they did that. I don't know if they did, but I do remember the first time seeing this in theaters versus watching it the other day and not having that issue that I had when I first saw it.
I'm sort of like I've got it on my other screen just on mute, and it's still dark.
Is it? Okay.
So it's still like it's
maybe I just jacked up the gamma on my TV.
Yeah, maybe.
I need to see Han Solo's jawbones. So
it's chiseled.
Yeah. I don't have like, I mean, obviously Ron Howard directed this movie. Ron Howard is an extremely accomplished director, but when it comes to Ron Howard, for me at least, I always think of him as like the most journeyman director that has ever been a journeyman director.
Very much so.
I can think of movies that he's directed that I like, but he's directed so many that I don't even realize he's directed unless I go look up his filmography. And I may have known at one point that it was him and then just forgotten, because he has such a sort of an agreeable style where like none of his movies have a sort of an auteuristic visual
defining
identity.
characteristic of them.
Exactly. There's no fingerprint that he places on stuff to be like, oh no, that's a Ron Howard movie. Whereas like Spielberg has it, Lucas has it, but then like tons of other directors that we've done on the show have it. Whereas Ron Howard's movies are just like, it's almost like
Ron Howard's just holding the check and going, oh, that's a Ron Howard movie.
Well, this is what you need. All right, I can do that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. Anything you say. He's like, I'm not saying he's a yes.
And I love Ron Howard.
So do I. And I'm not saying that he's a bad director. I'm just saying that he directs things and he directs them well. But you sometimes you could watch it.
Probably
Ron
a
Howard
producer's wet dream.
Yeah, you would never know that he directed a movie unless someone told you this is a Ron Howard movie. Then you would know.
He's like the very definition of competent. Like
Yeah.
He'll make a good
He's
movie.
by the book.
Yep.
Mhm.
But it's not going to stand out in any particular
Yeah.
way.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
forgot that he directed this until I saw it in the credits.
Yeah.
But
the
it's-
only other thing I'll
oh.
mention is sorry, go ahead. Sorry,
Oh,
go
I
ahead.
was just going to say there's a couple of things that I did notice where I can tell where there's Lord Miller stuff and there's Ron Howard stuff. It's some of Proxima's henchmen
Yeah.
must have had a bigger sort of feature in the Lord Miller cut, because that moment where Kira gets grabbed, I'm like, who the fuck are those guys? They look like ravers, and that's clearly like henchmen from the Lord Miller cut that we didn't really get the focus on them.
Right.
So yeah. Anyway,
There's lots of stuff like that in this movie. Even Dryden Voss was meant to be, what the fuck is that actor's name? You know, like the actor from The Wire who has like the scar that goes down his face. He's in Community and stuff.
yeah,
because of
yeah,
that.
yeah.
He died recently.
He did die recently, but he was meant to be the villain, and he was supposed to be in like full Catman attire. You know, like the Catman hench guys. Like he was gonna be like that, but you would still kind of be able to tell that it was him.
Michael Kenneth Williams. That's his
Yeah, and
Thank you.
he had to be. I think that he filmed a bunch of stuff in it too, and they didn't film enough of it when they started doing the reshoots, and he wasn't available to do the reshoots, so they had to just completely recast him.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, would have been
Well,
cool.
he
Would have been
was a good
completely
villain.
different energy,
Yeah,
right?
true.
Like,
He fucking rips. That guy, he was a wicked actor, man.
yeah,
He was
and
in
like,
so much good stuff.
and he has like a very menacing presence and voice, and like
Yeah.
to have that in Star Wars.
Yeah,
would be
because
so good.
half of his face is a fucking scar, dude.
He's got a giant scar
So
'cause he was a
intense.
legitimate gangster in his life.
Yeah,
It would have been a
Omar,
really,
dude, coming.
Omar is so good.
it would have been a really cool addition to Star Wars because we haven't seen a criminal like that in Star Wars before. And the unfortunate thing is, like, Paul Bettany, also really, really good actor and does a really good job in this movie, but he is just playing angry British man, which is like, we've seen
True.
so many
James
angry
Bond
British men
villain.
in Star Wars so many times. Like almost every villain in Star Wars is an angry British white guy. So it would have been cool, but you know, RIP what could have been, I guess.
Yeah, and
Um,
R.I.P. Michael Kenneth Williams.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Before we move on, though, I just wanted to shout out John Powell, who did a great job with the score. But there is a lot of John Williams stuff sprinkled through. You hear a lot of the motifs
yeah.
from the
There's
original Star
a
Wars.
few where like
trilogy.
the original score stuff in this movie was good. It's not as memorable as something that comes out of John Williams conducting wand, but like, you know, I didn't mind a lot of it.
That-
And like, it was
That
nice.
Duel of Fates sting for the Darth Maul part gave me chills both times. I thought that was pretty excellent.
Well, there's like the do. It's like this. It's like a Star
Yeah,
Wars,
they
but like
do it-
it's like a
yeah,
middle ground thing where they take the Star Wars music, but it's like the solo theme sort of mid.
They take as much as you would have in like a trailer almost.
It's almost like I want to go back in time and have an argument with Cam coming out of the theater to be like, there was a theme, you just didn't notice it because you haven't watched
Yeah.
it 10 times yet.
Yeah. There's also that sort of choral sequence whenever Enfys Nest come on.
Yeah.
I-
Oh yeah. The like,
yeah, that
sort of
was
like,
kind of cool too. Yeah.
That's good. Yeah, it's intense. I can't wait to talk about Enfys Nest because they're pretty dope. Like, I assume that's that one person, or is that just the whole thing?
I thought it was so. At one point, I thought it was the group, but
That's what I
then-
still.
Yeah, I thought it was like that was like their name. That was the.
I thought so. What I
Yeah.
thought was like the main one is Enfys, and then Enfys Nest is like all of them together is like Enfys Nest is the whole group, and then the one person is Enfys.
But
but
then
I-
later on, they refer to her specifically as Enfys Nest, and I'm like, I don't know. At
Maybe
that
they
point-
didn't. Like, is your last name Nest? And she's like, how
Yeah,
dare
right?
you ask that question? And she goes and gets hammered at the bar. You never know, even in the movie. Yeah.
her people were Nest.
I
But-
don't. Sorry,
But
go ahead.
I think her. Sorry, this is not in production, so I'll save it for later. I'll save it for later.
Okay, I don't really have any more production notes. Other
Oh.
than like I wanted to bring up. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. The one of the cool things about this movie, I would say, is the mix of practical and digital effects.
This
Yeah.
is what I was going to say too. I was like, should we talk about this now or later? But yeah, we can talk about it now.
Yeah, so
Um,
so like all that whole speeder chase sequence is like cars. They're like little dune buggies where and then they'll seamlessly like blend them with CGI in between. But
It's like the perfect way to do a chase like that because you are aware that there are CG elements, but the tactility and like the versatility of the vehicles they're in feel real enough that your brain is tricked into like being like, I know that that giant ocean planet that they're on and they're on these weird docks are not real, but the real cars and like the real sort of like fake road beneath them it's enough to make you
because it has the same movement. It has a natural movement,
and you can see
And-
them jerking
yeah,
around
yeah,
because
in a
it feels
real way.
floaty. It's not like when you're watching Clone Wars and they're in the speeder and they're like doing like the Captain Kirk stuff from like like the 60s. Like it feels more real because they're being jerked around by this thing that's actually being whipped around on set. And also just like the style of all that stuff is really cool. It looks straight out of like a Ralph McQuarrie painting where it's like they're taking that
Totally.
sort of like soft edged boxy look of everything and just injecting it into it. And it also like it reminds me of when you're driving around downtown, like where I live right now. Sometimes like the industrial areas, like or when you're driving in between like St. Catharines and like the GTA, where there's like that weird sort of like burning industrial town. It feels like that. Where you're like, oh, what?
it's that, but a planet.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's like that one trip over the bridge. You know that there's a Lady Proxima swimming under that bridge, being like, "Bring me go."
Imagine Hamilton was an entire planet.
Oh my god, that's right. That's accurate.
Yeah. I'd rather live on Corellia.
Yeah. Planet Hamilton. Oh my god.
Oh man.
Okay, that
So
was
much-
that was all I had for the
So much
last production
fentanyl.
bit.
Yeah, I was trying to remember the guys,
Give me the
Lin
fentanyl run in less than 12
Lin Manuel
parsecs.
Miranda or whatever. He's the king of Planet Hamilton. Okay, let's go into the body of the episode.
The body of the episode.
Everybody back up, because here comes the body of the episode.
So typically, this is where I start to talk, but since it's Star Wars month, Steven's going to take the reins and Sherpa us through all of the steps it takes to build a successful Han Solo story.
A successful Han Solo tale. So I'm gonna read the opening. It's not a crawl in this one, but I do like that they still use the blue text. It felt kind of like
Yeah,
Blade Runner-y.
I wrote
almost.
crawl fake out.
Yeah, crawl like that is good. Yeah.
A long time ago in a galaxy far away, and then it doesn't go
I
bang.
was watching it with Danny, and Danny went bang, and then like it just nothing, and then I was like, "Are you embarrassed?" And Danny went, "Yes." So in this one, it says, "It is a lawless time. Crime syndicates compete for resources, food, medicine, and hyperfuel."
I wrote
On
Wait
the
for the next
on the shipbuilding planet of Corellia, the foul lady, Lady Proxima, forces runaways into a life of crime in exchange for shelter and protection. Still going. On these mean streets, a young man fights for survival, but yearns to fly among the stars. And then we get him like hot wiring a
Yeah.
car. It's cool. It's a good opening, man. It's so good.
And
then
that
it's like
shot on his
not-
face when the car turns around is like so.
But it's
cool.
also like you see the sparks and you can see that he's all beat up and stuff, and you're like, well, right away, you're there to see a Han Solo movie, and you're like, this is exactly what Han Solo would be like as a young boy.
mhm. I
Hot-
wrote I wrote while that whole thing was happening. I said right away I like that this movie implies a sense of scarcity, which is not always a big thing in Star Wars. It's like, people just hop in their spaceship and fuck off like you would get
Yeah.
in your car. You know what I mean? But it's like right away I'm like, oh, okay. It's like there are things that are not readily available. It just everything feels available in Star Wars
Mhm.
in a
There's
sense.
there's sort of like an interesting theme throughout this movie is the idea of like servitude and indentured servitude.
Yeah.
And like just right off the bat, you're like, okay, Han Solo is just working the streets. Like he's hustling.
Yeah.
And he's doing it just to have a place to sleep and eat. It's not even
Exactly.
like
Yeah. He's not
living. He's surviving.
criminal aspirations. He's just literally not trying not to literally starve and die.
Because
Yeah.
and you can kind of see when he like finds Kieran, pulls her aside to be like, "Hey, I stole this hyperfuel." You can kind of tell that that's like maybe their room, and it's like it's not great.
Yeah, it's kind of an alcove in a
Yeah.
sewer.
You live
Yeah,
in like it's like a hovel, and it's got like a hole in the wall where it's like you kind of shunk, and it's like this one doesn't have any liquid coming out of it. Let's sleep in here tonight.
Yeah,
You're
but
like,
I love when Star Wars has something where it's something precious, like
Yeah.
fuel or like kind of like Beskar. Like
Mhm.
every time in Mandalorian, every time he gets another little bit of Beskar, you're like,
yes,
you
yeah.
turn into like a Luke Goblin for him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, and the lower you are on the totem, because like Mando is like an accomplished bounty hunter, but you can tell that like he's doing it for specific purposes. This is
Oh yeah, for
this
sure.
is their
Absolutely.
lifeline
Yeah.
to a new life, right? They feel trapped here. But we know as Star Wars viewers, like, oh yeah, you're gonna leave this planet and you're gonna land somewhere else that is equally as bad or
Yeah.
worse.
You don't know how good you have it. A nice warm sewer.
Yeah. Lady Proxima is not that bad compared to
Yeah.
Dryden Voss being like,
Yeah.
oh yes, I found her on Corellia. The smell, am I right? Ooh.
Ooh.
Are there other
Anybody-
aliens?
Anybody want an
in-
egg yolk?
Are there other aliens in the Star Wars universe that are like Lady Proxima? Like, what is?
I mean, Jabba's kind of like it. It reminds me of Jabba a lot because
Yeah,
it's like
I've never seen
The thing is like
vampire
vampire, very much a vampire. But every Star Wars movie, they introduce a new like species of alien. So like Star Trek keeps it all sort of contained, so there's only so many, and you know who they are. Star Wars isn't that. It's just like that
we can
they'll
just
just
add whatever
invent
we
a new
want.
one.
But
Yeah.
they don't miss, man. When they add new ones, they're always awesome. Like
There's
Proxima was
so-
awesome.
True.
The
There's so
small
many good
dudes. What are those small ones from
The little, like,
Mandalorian?
Oh,
Or no,
the
from the
Babu-
sequel trilogy.
like the
Oh,
Babu,
Babu Frick. Yeah, what was Babu Frick? Like Babu Frick was wicked, dude.
We're getting more Babu in the Grogu movie, so I'm
If-
excited.
It's gonna be a whole
Babu's-
Babu.
But there's like
Yeah,
a
I
little,
know.
there's like a weird
Plot.
little bat creature in this one too. Remember, he's got like a little suit on. And he's like,
It just
Yeah,
comes
yeah,
over to
yeah,
that little
like the
bat
roulette
creature.
table
I
or
made a
whatever.
note. I made a note about it. I was like, because this movie, I noticed there's a lot more aliens in general, especially this opening sequence when they go into Proxima's lair. The wide shots of like that cantina where the head in a jar alien, which is my new favorite alien.
But my favorite shot is when they first go in and Lando's at the sabacc table and he's like, "Is this seat taken?" And like Lando's like, "Doesn't seem taken to me." And then it like does this wide shot and there's like a million aliens crowded around and they all look fucking wild. There's one that's like the size of like a 2-story house with one giant eye, and I'm like, this looks like they just drew a bunch of bullshit aliens and then they just made them into
And
like they
all of
weren't go-
those, they're all practical. All of them.
yeah, and
which
it's
is
so
crazy.
the guy with like the flower eyeballs and he's like looking around and he's looking at his cards and he's like, eyes on your own cards, all of them, asshole. Good.
So it seems like with keeping it back to Lady Proxima, it seems like the bipedal guys with the weird shield.
There's some
masks.
sort of like they're like her sons or something.
Yeah, I feel like it's like an ant colony.
That's
Like,
what I
that
was
was the
thinking, yeah.
implication.
That's
I got.
interesting. Yeah.
The one thing
I
that
can see
reminded me of, I know that you've probably seen it, Squid Pod, is the Geonosian queens, how
Oh,
they
yes.
like exist underneath the surface of Geonosia, and like I don't know what light would do to her, but she seems kind of like she's menacing and huge and just gives birth to all the other
Oh,
ones.
and they're so freaky.
Yeah,
And
and
put that
I feel like
together on the third viewing that her whole thing is darkness. I didn't notice.
not on the first one when she gets burned by sunlight.
Burned by the
No,
sun,
I didn't-
Like
didn't-
the fat vampire in Blade.
Yeah, the first time I watched it on this of the two, I kind of had it just on. I just was like, I'm gonna do a pass. Then I watched it, and you catch so much more when you're looking at it. But
Yeah.
No, when you're not looking across the
When you're
room,
not
or when
looking at
you're
your phone.
you and your friends are bullshitting about it or whatever, being like,
no, there really is no excuse for that. Like, I really feel bad that I wanted to dislike this movie the first time, because then it just had this stigma in my head for years. And then when we were gonna do it, I almost felt like, oh, is it gonna be a slog? But I'm immediate. Like, I now have it on my screen over here. I put it on 0.5 just because we're going to talk about this for a long time. I don't want it to like move forward ahead too far. But just it is dark. But this version of it, when they're in Proximus little layer, you can see everything that's going on, and that blue lighting that's happening really adds to the direness of this planet. Corellia is a very interesting crime planet to me, and it's even more menacing than.
Well, I think the thing that I like about it though is
Precisely.
it's not a crime planet, right? Like, it's not like Tatooine or a planet that's run by the Pikes, like Kessel and stuff. It's a planet that's run by the Empire primarily, and had a government that was taken over by the Empire, and this is their criminal syndicate, which is a bunch of people living in the sewers stealing necklaces and shit, and like,
Lady Proxima's gonna have your hide if you don't bring her some shiny bits.
and
It's
she's
like
just got
Oliver
like,
and Company.
but when she comes out of the water and she's got like a million like jingling, jangling bits of glowing
When
metal
she
on her.
came out, when she started coming out of the water, I wrote Baron Harkonnen is hanging out here in Blue Town.
I get it.
No, it's Space Liverpool is what it is.
Yeah.
It's just,
Yeah. It's all over Twitter. Like, please, but even the kids are being like, Lady Proxima's gonna give me one more portion tonight for this for sure. She's like, correction, you're gonna give me a portion. Like, come back here. It's like Oliver, yeah. And
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, please, sir, may I have some more? And I guess Han is, he's the one that breaks out. And I mean, this feels like a holdover, right, from the Lord and Miller stuff, where he like fakes out a thermal detonator, and she's like,
You don't have a thermal detonator. That's a rock, and you just made a clicking noise with your mouth.
like, it's all so goofy.
that's so Loaded Miller. Like
Yeah.
like that whole sequence, yeah. There is one part that now I'm like starting to wonder whether it was in the movie or whether it was a deleted scene. But at some point Han mentions that his father used to work
Yeah.
Yeah, he
ships
built,
or
he
something,
built
right?
ships.
Yeah.
the Millennium Falcon. He's talking to Lando. a little
Right,
bit.
right. That's what it was.
Yeah.
was. So like this whole town, like,
Because the Millennium
That's
Falcon
function,
is like
right?
it's a Corellian freighter or something, right?
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Right.
Like, yeah.
yeah, it's basically like it's like if no, it's Space Flint, Michigan is what it is.
Yeah, space
Sure,
place.
yeah.
Yeah,
Michigan.
you're right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
When the Empire falls, Corellia is like, the 4 plants shut down. What are we gonna do?
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
That's when
We're not going to
Lady
fix the
Proxima,
water
Right.
plant.
Yeah.
that's when
We're
Lady
gonna-
Proxima really takes over. People are drinking the Lady Proxima water, and they're
All
like,
the people
it's
in
fucking
all the
dirty.
people in Corellia are talking shit about the Geonosians.
Right, like taking our
Living-
jobs.
Yeah,
Yeah, the Geonosians came in here, living there in their
they
shit.
should have built the Death Star on Corellia.
Wait,
Those Geonosians living in their barf towers. Those tower spires look like barf to me.
Bunch of bugs.
Fucking bugs.
I really
Fucking
think-
bugs.
I really like Kira's characterization in this movie. It's a rare thing when you have a woman character not just be like damsel. And in this, it from the very beginning, she's like stoked about Han. She's stoked about everything he's doing. She's not like, you got to chill out. She's like, I want to go on this crazy adventure. And I really enjoy her characterization in this movie.
I
think
forgot
Emilia
she was
Clarke is
in it.
Me
great.
too, especially because there's like a clear, like the first act with her is she's so like, let's go Han. And the second act is like, I've grown up and
Yeah.
shit is real out here, right? Like,
Yeah, and but she's also haunted as fuck. Like everything that she says is like dripping with somebody that's gone through something that you're scared to ask, and clearly she doesn't want to tell you. And it's like, well, I'm not going to ask if you're not going to tell.
And they never really like explain it either.
I think the
You just-
implication is like that she just had to do a lot of violent shit, and like I mean, you can also it's also coded to be like she also had to do stuff that but Star Wars doesn't really want to touch on that, so it's like no, we'll just make her haunted, which is smart because it's a kids movie, right? And like the way they address that is like when she has the sword to Solo's throat at the end. Dryden is like, she's done things that you can't even imagine, Han. Things that'll make your skin crawl. Things that'll make your scars on your face turn red when you're mad. That's another thing I want to talk about is Dryden's face, because I swear there's something going on there when he gets mad. The stripes turn a different color and his eyes get all bloodshot. It's crazy.
That's true, and this is where the cinematography betrays that whole.
Because you feel like you're crazy. You're like, am I
Right.
is this happening, or is the lighting weird here? Is it
My
always been
understanding is like he's kind of like a chameleon, like
That's what I was thinking
those
too,
things. But then with the cinematography, it just looks like he has scars on his face.
Yeah, it looks like you got clawed on the face. That's what I
Exactly.
just assumed.
Yeah.
It would like, I mean, that's where I'm like, lean in, like if that's the case, then make them mood stripes. When he's mad, they go like, they start like flickering or something.
Yeah, I thought it was scars, and then later I was like looking at him, and I'm like, is he like half human, half Maul or something?
I
Well,
looked it up, and he's an alien, like he's a humanoid alien. So like
Okay.
he is a type of alien, but like this is another thing that Star Wars usually benefits itself from is like when you have an alien like that, you put a couple throughout other movies so that we can explore it and understand it a little bit better. But they as far as I know, they haven't added
was
his
like half
race.
Maul.
Yeah,
I kind
half
of wish
mold.
they were just scars like that. Like that's such. That like tells more of a story without telling a story. It's like this guy survived some sort of like
Yeah,
Wampa attack or whatever,
Yeah.
right.
to get where he is now. He had to like fight in various.
Yeah, he
kilowatts.
fist fought a Wampa and
Yeah.
got a claw to the face.
Yeah. The other lieutenant of the Crimson Dawn was a Wampa. Just like,
Put a little hat on him.
So yeah, we get our Oliver Twist stuff at the beginning, which I'm already like so after the opening, I'm like, oh man, this is exciting. And then having people be like, Lady Proxima's gonna fucking bash your brains in. I'm like, this is also really cool. And then Lady Proxima shows up. I'm like, Lady Proxima's cool. And then all of those fears that I had of this movie kind of like, oh, this is going to be a bad movie because of all of the turmoil that it's apparently gone through in terms of filming melted away, and I was just like fully invested and I didn't care anymore. And then the thing that really broke that even further is this amazing chase sequence where it's like it's doing everything that you like about Star Wars and is maybe one of the best chase sequences in Star Wars that we've ever had. Like there aren't too many throughout the movies. There's the one in Clone Wars, there's the one the speeder chase at the beginning in Clone Wars where they're chasing the changeling, and then there's the speeder bike chase in Return of the Jedi where the forest troopers are on their speeder bikes chasing them through Endor, and then there's this, and like obviously I guess you could consider the pod race a chase sequence. They're chasing the glory. They want that Gatorade title. But yeah,
Anakin was chasing a path away from slavery.
That's true. Yeah.
Okay, so here's another, like looking at Proxima's lair, you can see the people who nab Kira later at the at the airport or whatever.
Space airport, yeah.
Space airport.
I think it's called a spaceport.
Sure. You can see them.
What is space, but not the extreme of air?
It's the thinnest version of air that
lack
you have.
thereof.
But because it's the blue lighting is so intense, you don't really like register them as clearly. These are
I
the
think
non.
But my only argument to this would be that like even if it was well lit, your attention is so well drawn by that one guy who has like the crazy Total Recall helmet that you're like,
It should have been all those guys. Like
Also, like the noise his gun is making, everything about that guy is cool. This is like an example of like one character showing up for just a little bit and doing so little, but also being so menacing. And then when he shows up in the space airport and like the stormtroopers come up to him being like, what are you doing in here? We need your identification. And he just like puts the cane on the guy's chest and moves him out of the way. And it's like, They do have more sway than you think. Like they're able to walk into this place and be like, "Fuck you, Lady
Yeah,
Proxima, paid your
Yeah.
boss."
Yeah, the cops have been paid off. Like they run it.
It's cool, man. It's doing a lot of world building without necessarily any legwork. Just show a couple of cool guys chasing them and then having power over the Empire, which is supposedly the most imposing thing on Corellia. Not necessarily. Not when Lady Proxima has her sons coming for you. Like I'm gonna go with the Squid Pod theory, which is those are her sons. She just pops them out.
I like that they're like seemingly smaller. You know what I mean? It's like.
Mm-hmm. And then they have those dogs that also look like I mean, I guess they can go out in the daylight, but like they look like wormy dogs too, which are pretty cool.
Well, I like the dogs. That's a really intense scene in that chase where they line up the two cars but the dogs are there barking.
Yeah, the dogs barking through the side.
Oh, it just gives it like that extra sense of tension to it. It's great.
There's also they blast through like a C-3PO style unit too when they go through the checkpoint.
Excuse me, you need to. Oh, God.
Then they get the state trooper.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the state trooper. Actually, yeah, I've got a little Lego set of the state trooper. Right
there you go.
But,
yeah.
I
have a note here that says
right now. That's crazy.
ACAB includes Imperial traffic troopers.
It does.
Yeah,
it for sure does. I'd put them at the top of the list. In fact.
And I also I love that bike. I don't know, everything about this. It feels very, I think maybe it's the pairing of the music and the practicality of all the effects. And I don't know, maybe the hairstyles and stuff as well. Like he does have a very 1970s style haircut throughout this movie, but it makes you feel like you're watching an old Star Wars. Like you feel like you're in an old Star Wars movie. You don't feel like you're in a Disney era Star Wars. It feels like it's right there where it should be.
But it's also got that like the little detailing, like the car they stole. You can tell it's like a muscle car, but like it's missing a piece. Like
it literally has. It has a version of Fuzzy Dice. His dice on the chain, the little like metal dice.
Space
I was like, it's space dice,
which is also a thing that like he does have in the old movies. It's not nearly as big as for some reason Disney really latched onto that because like the old movies did not really give a shit about the dice.
Yeah, it was just something that was on it.
Yeah. Which is fine, I guess, but like they attached a lot of sentimentality to these dice that like not even like hardcore Star Wars fans would be like, "Oh my god, the dice!" Like we didn't give a fuck about the dice. But in this movie, it's important. It's a symbol of where he comes from and what he plans to be or whatever. But then it's given back to him, and he's like, "I guess I am the dice. The dice are me." And then they don't they bring them back in the sequels?
They do,
like
do,
Luke gives them to Leia at the end or some shit. I can't remember.
Yeah, and I guess like okay, I mean I think it because of Solo, it's given like gravitas, but like I think if the sequel trilogy had done,
but if you skip Solo, like you'd be like, "What the fuck is this?"
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah.
I also like that there's racing stripes on their speeder too.
I do also like that. We didn't really talk about it in our episode 3 episode, but General Grievous's ship looks like a hot rod as well, right? Like, and George Lucas loves old classic cars and shit. So I do like that they kind of put that into this moment where it seems like he's doing a drag
and graffiti, dude.
Yeah, exactly.
Do we know how George Lucas feels about this movie?
I think he liked it.
I think he did like it too. Yeah. I think that once they got rid of Lord and Miller, Lawrence Kasdan was happy and George Lucas was probably happy by extension. But I also think that George Lucas, like when he watches them, he's like, it's fine.
Yeah. But I captured what I wanted to do with this character. And
I would have done it differently, but
I want to see the George Lucas Solo movie where he's just doing one-liners the whole time.
Oh, man.
I don't think that he would have done a Solo movie though. Like he would have just like kept the Skywalker saga going forever. He'd be like, well, then I've got another 4, 5, 6 after 12, 8, 9, 10, 18, 19. It would just kept going.
Yeah, it'd be Shmi. Skywalker story.
He does episode 18, 19, and 20.
But Shmi is like the granddaughter, like
Luke
and Leia's grandchildren. So chase scene, very well done.
That tilted setup that we're gonna come back to. So like a little bit.
And this is like a classic thing in a movie where it's like okay, but then it's the Lord Miller setup where like you think it's going to succeed and then it just barely doesn't, which is it is funny, like visually where they're about, if it just went like maybe 6 more feet, they would have got
Yeah.
out, you know?
It's also a massive foreshadow for the climax.
Which is a classic Falcon. Like even when you see the speeder do it, you're like, oh, that's the Falcon move. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is
But it's
then
also it's also like classic George Lucas too, or Spielberg even, like Indiana Jones. This happens like where it's like almost there, but then it's like the failure at the last second, and he's just got
And then you just
Yeah.
look at each other. Oh,
like "Ooh."
and I've even like at this point up like that, like watch this, and he does it. And this is where I'm like, oh, this guy is like, he is Han Solo before he has the confidence, but like he
Not the
thinks everything's gonna work,
competency.
but he doesn't deserve it yet. You know,
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
he
yeah.
will deserve the confidence eventually, but right now he's cocky. Like he even tells
Right now
Luke-
he's just Han.
yeah. And even like Han later, when Luke gets a little bit too cocky, he says like, "Don't get cocky. Like, you know, you don't know yet." But
right.
but because he knows from experience. And then we finally get into the spaceport,
Space
and-
airport.
space airport, and this is another one that's like, it's really sort of, it's like a stew of like interesting monsters, but also at the same time the true monsters, which are the Empire. But then you can also see that these people are like easily corruptible. They go up with a plan to bribe a gate person. I think it's interesting that they cast sort of like a rigid woman in this role, because it's like, I don't know, there's something about it, like a rigid British woman that like is so proper
Serving
in
the
your-
Empire.
in- yeah, it's so proper in your mind that you think that they would be in
Kool-Aid. Yeah.
yeah, like they would be incorruptible, but like she 100% is on board to like, she's like,
She's
yeah,
looking straight forward like the whole time, and when they pull out the coaxium, she like looks down at it like, okay, well, you got me.
Yeah.
I don't know who
There
this
was-
actor is, but she does she pulls it off well, being like,
Yeah.
holy fuck, I could buy so many portions with that.
Credits.
Yeah.
What I
Lady
thought was-
Proxima will reward me handsomely.
Because
What I
she's
thought
like a toll booth operator essentially, like
Yeah, I know,
way
yeah.
above her pay grade.
She's
right?
a TSA agent.
Yeah, she's
Exactly.
space TSA. Yeah.
She's like,
She's like,
And
"Are you
what I thought
bringing
was
any-
really interesting
Are you
about
bringing
this
any
sequence-
Corellian fruits or vegetables, which are just like gross
2
slugs with like
weeks.
a bunch of bolts stuck to them? Yeah.
What I thought
2
was really
weeks.
interesting about this sequence too is when they get to the other side, when they go through, Han
Well, you
sees
mean when
a-
one of them goes through?
Yeah, when-
Whoa.
he sees a video for like the recruitment, and it's the most US propaganda playing the imperial, like a nice sort of almost Fallout version.
Yeah, they
of
played
the
it in
Imperial-
like they played it in like a reverse major key. So like
Yeah.
all the parts that are supposed to be sort of like heavy and weighty and scary are like now triumphant sounding. It's like, it's a really interesting way
dun,
to like
dun, dun,
bum,
dun,
ba-bum,
dun,
bum,
dun,
ba-bum.
dun.
You're like, oh
come see the galaxy,
yeah, you'll
Also-
love.
Ivanat Niash.
learn a skill.
When he goes
Learn a
and tells,
skill, yeah.
when he goes and
Look
signs up
familiar? Super
for
Earth.
the Imperial army.
That's when they said the name of the movie in the movie.
Now
Oh,
he says his name Solo, and I know that's said a bunch of times in this, but I think it's really interesting that we get an origin story for his last name, which
I don't think
Steven,
it's
you
interesting. I think this is one of the parts that
Unnecessary.
I think this is
I-
one of the parts in the movie that everybody's like, okay.
yeah,
We
I
didn't need this.
hate that.
I liked
This,
it. I
think this was my
ham-fisted,
only
but-
big eye roll in this movie.
yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I think for me, if he just said like, oh, Solo, eh? Like instead of saying like Han Solo, he should have just been like, oh, Solo, eh? Okay. I'll put you down as whatever. Like it doesn't
Yeah.
need to be like so grandiose.
I
But
wish
it doesn't
had been
bother
Han,
me.
like had Han said it, like just kind of like Han
Solo.
last name Solo.
looks down at a glass and says,
Yeah.
"Glass."
Yeah, it would have been like I feel like it would have been better. It's the fact that it's the Imperial officer does it and looks so delighted.
So like does it like so flippantly?
You know what
Yeah,
would be
like-
so funny though, but would also be a huge middle finger to Star Wars in general, would be like, I'll put you down as Solo then, like I have for the last 5 fuckers. And like there's a
Yeah,
bunch of
yeah,
solos. Like there's so many solos
John
out there.
Solo.
They're
Yeah.
all technically related.
Jimmy
Hank
Solo.
Solo.
Yeah, Brandon Solo. Yeah.
Solo.
My name's John Solo.
How's it going? It's me, Craig Solo.
Hi, I'm Tiati Solo.
It's me, Kiefer Solo.
Because they wouldn't necessarily all be
Yeah.
normal. A lot of them would have Star Wars names.
And then it would
Babu
cut,
Solo.
yeah.
Boba Solo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Boba Solo. Yeah.
And then it would cut to like the planet after where there's like the battle happening. It's like Solo Squad, and they're like, yeah. There's like a bunch of them, which is like even more content.
Yeah, it almost turns into like a Game of Thrones naming convention.
Yeah, where it's like your bastards are named like rivers,
Snow?
waters. Yeah. Anyway, that would be funny, and I almost feel like that probably would have been a Lord and Miller joke. would be like,
That's
there's
his
so
bread
many-
and butter. He pretends like he's coming up with it for the first time every time.
right?
Yeah,
Being like a cool. Oh, look how clever I am! Just like, but
Or yeah, I also
it's
just
all Christians with no last names, so it's like he literally does it every day at
Yeah.
work.
but also the idea that there would be like a bunch of people paired together and they're all called Solo is like the
Yeah.
irony is just like it's funny.
Yeah.
Like light up alphabetically.
yeah. Or they like Solo, like when someone Imperial officers, Solo. Everyone's like, sir.
But it does. It's sort of like, I don't know whether it's just me, but it feels like the actor who's playing the Imperial officer is like smug, like
Yeah.
he just named the iconic character himself.
Like he's never met somebody who didn't have a last name before on a planet with orphans and shit. Like, what the fuck are
Yeah.
you talking about?
But it's like he almost very nearly like turns, winks at the camera, goes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Solo.
It is the way
Solo.
he's doing it. Yeah. Also, I'm like, this is one of those actors where you're like, is this a guy? Like, is this like a predominant stage actor in London,
Yeah, am I
England, or
supposed to know who
something?
this
Like,
is?
yeah.
Yeah.
maybe.
There's a few moments in this movie where I'm like, I think I'm supposed to know who, or like, there's probably somebody somewhere who's like, oh my god, that's Brendan Fleshlight, and he's one of the best stage performers in all of
Brandon
Grindleton.
Freshlight.
Like,
No, it's
Whoa.
Freshlight.
oh, sorry.
Oh, what do you think I said?
No,
So-
I know that you said Fleshlight, but
I didn't say that. I said Freshlight. Jason.
you
I
said
would
Freshlight.
I would never say Fleshlight as a last name. Han Fleshlight.
He looks down.
I
at
saw
his,
you in the
like,
bathroom
tack.
earlier, so I'm gonna put you down as
Yeah, it's Han Fleshlight.
Hard glory hole.
Yeah, he had already given out all his funny names for that day, and he's like, "Fuck, I can't think of any other good ones." So you're gonna be Han Solo. I guess.
On
Oh,
job.
you're lucky. The guy before you was Han Handjob.
Yeah, the thing that I said basically.
Han job. So, so yeah, he gets broken up with Kira. It's quite emotional and pretty effective for me, at least. Like, I think that this guy, what's his name? Aaron Arkin?
Han Solo.
Han,
Aaron- Aaron-
Alden
I would-
and
Aaron-
Rich.
Yes.
I was wondering about this because as he
What a
goes
brutal
through,
name.
Kira's grabbed by just two. Are
By
they-
the butt
Yeah.
baby of Lady Proxima or whatever.
right. Okay.
Yeah. These are the,
The
ravers I was
butt baby
complaining
of-
about
The
earlier.
Ravers. Yeah.
Yeah, the
Because,
Ravers get her.
like you see them, but because of the shield face guy, like you don't see them at all.
He's so cool. He
He's
draws
so-
the
he's
eye,
way
dude.
too cool. Yeah. But they are there. They are there throughout.
I mean, I gotta say, when I was a kid, like, watching the bridge scene of The Empire Strikes Back, where all the bounty hunters are showed, they're all cool, but like the two that stick in your head are Bosk,
Yeah, Boskin.
and then Boba shows up for the rest of the movie, so you're like Boba. But then the more you watch it, the more you start
You're like, oh, IG-8 and stuff. You know what I mean? It's like,
happening to you, Squid Pod, where you're watching it for like maybe the third or fourth time, and you're like, wow, look at how cool these background guys are.
Right.
Notice
yeah.
how cool they were before. Which is like Dengar, like we all remember Dengar, but do we?
No.
I remember when I was a kid, I was like the guy with the toilet paper wrapped around his head.
But I think we used to call him Diaper Man or something like that. Like, no.
oh, one,
I don't want to be Diaper Man.
Yeah, fuck.
one thing I want to talk.
Can't I be Zuckus instead? The Bug Man or whatever?
One thing I want to say I guess maybe I haven't seen it since it was in theaters, because once I saw Amelia Clark for the first time, I was like, uh-oh, I don't remember that she was in this. I'm like, I don't think I remember what happens in this movie. And then I'm like, I think I only remember.
That's kind of
Han and
nice
Lando.
though, because at
Yeah,
least
for
you're
sure.
almost like watching it again for the first time.
And when I was correct to think that, because there are several other actors in this movie that I forgot were in it.
Like Woody Harrelson, you're like,
Like
wait,
Woody
what?
Harrelson and Paul Bettany and
I completely forgot that
and Thandi Newton. Even.
30 Newton was in it.
Thundi?
Thandi
Thundi Newton sounds like a Star Wars name.
Thandway.
You are going to go to Thundi Newton.
Well, we did Mission Impossible 2 recently, and I'm watching Westworld like actively.
Yeah.
And she's become a part of my life. And when she popped up again for this movie, I was like, oh shit, she's in this.
She was, but I think when I saw this, I didn't know who she was.
Yeah,
It
and
was-
she's also
I
in it
call
for
that
such
the
a
Vince
short.
Vaughn
wouldn't
effect.
either.
She's in it for such a short moment
Yeah.
in the movie too. But this is what one of the great parts or great things about this movie is they introduce all these characters that, I mean, maybe not for you guys, but they were quite memorable for me at the time. Where I was like, man, I like that ragtag group right out the gate.
Rio, dude.
Rio is cool,
My boy,
voiced by
dude.
Jon Favreau, one of the, I guess people would consider saviors of Star Wars, but like I don't know, I think that he's just like he's a big Star Wars fan, and he loves being in Star Wars because he keeps getting to be characters all the time. He's in Clone Wars, he's in Mandalorian, he plays that
Well,
big
you
ass
know, I
Mandalorian.
think he made a little bit of money for Disney, so I think he can probably
Just a
cash
tiny
in
scrap.
a little.
He
What
can
we learned through
cameo
this
if
whole
he
movie,
feels-
though,
Yeah.
is Han Solo kind of takes little bits and pieces from everybody. Like he's got like he ends up with the personality of Beckett, but like the dress style of Dryden a little bit. Like he takes little bits and pieces from everybody he meets along this journey,
He's a
which I thought was
trawler.
interesting. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's a human being. We understand how he ends up where he ends up in Star Wars because of this movie a little bit better, and I think it does a good job of that.
so
There are some heavy-handed moments like Han Solo and like Chewbacca. I'm not gonna
I'm
say
gonna
that.
have to
though.
come up
with
with
a
a
nickname
Yeah, like
for
that.
you.
Those kind of things are like they're not great, but they don't really bug me as much as they bug a lot of people. But like
I've
they
chosen
are.
to just like them personally.
It's well, I mean, and that's fine, and that's that's what I guess you're the audience then, because like to me, I do go like ugh, but at the same time, I'm not like the movie is ruined for me now
Yeah.
because of this. Like I don't care.
But in
Like, it doesn't
2018, when
bother
I
me that
watched
much.
this, what I was telling you guys in my brief history, I let it ruin it for me for some reason. Like, you know
It's
what I
'cause
mean?
you-
Like, and I
you
think
said you wanted
it-
it to.
You want,
wanted
yeah,
it to.
yeah.
but it poisons the minds of the fans. And earlier, this person
Yeah.
came through and said,
That's like pouring a poison into a vat of poison, though. For Star Wars
yeah, the assholes always come out is so apt when it
Yeah.
comes to Star Wars specifically. and
Hey,
what's
I'm
good
only
blood
in
to say.
40% of the episodes.
so the point, like after they get through, and then it has that we'll get you flying in no time, and then you see him flying through the air.
Yeah.
It's
So
it
good.
Smash cuts to all along the watchtower, basically,
yeah.
like war scene.
Well, I think that what Squid is
The
saying.
Battle
Squid
of
is,
Okinawa.
yeah, but the thing, I think what you're right to say is that like we'll get you flying in no time, and then he's literally flying through the air from an explosion. Is like that's not what I meant. Like you'd expect him to get up and be like, "That's not what I meant."
So here's another difference with one of the cutscenes is that was supposed to be cut to him in a TIE fighter
Mm.
crashing. Then he
Oh.
gets
That'd be pretty cool.
like court-martialed by like whatever the Air Force, and then they demote him to be in the army. And he's
grub.
like, well, and then I'm going to be like back flying a TIE fighter again. And they're like, yeah, we'll have you flying in no time. And then it cuts to the planet Mobimbam or whatever it's called.
Yeah, Mud World. Yeah.
So that joke is supposed to play twice, but they cut one of them out, which
Mm.
I think it's fine because it's sort of
Yeah, I didn't feel like it was missing anything.
no, not at all.
And I kind of like that it goes right into because it also seems like he never quite got to do
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Even though we do find out later that he did, but he flunked out because I asked too many questions or I spoke my mind or whatever. He says
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
basically like, because I'm too
I
much
did
of a
my own
hothead.
research.
Yeah, I did my own research.
I love this planet sequence, like where they're like it's like World War I trenches, and
Yeah.
like I
Yeah.
could watch a whole Star Wars based in this kind of shit.
That's what I was thinking about too. The idea that this mud planet that they're fighting on is just one giant trench, and the mud is so tactile. Is so
They get to
good.
the end and it's a huge
So
wall. And they're
good.
like, holy fuck, we're in
Yeah.
one giant
Yeah.
trench. It's like a huge wall of mud.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a world war. Yeah, that's the note I wrote. It's the Battle of Okinawa.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, and it's the chaos of it, and I think that this is where like the darkness does work for me, like that sort of like under
Yeah,
the
here
lit
it's
feeling is
fantastic.
really good.
Anonymity, you're just like another blob in the mud blob.
You're another blob in the mud blob.
You're just
yeah.
another blob in the mud blob.
Oh,
Down here, kid, you're just
uh,
another blob
I
in the
did the
mud
mud
blob.
blob in less than
Yeah.
12 parsecs.
And I love it how it's like they're dropping these walkers, and it just feels like
Oh, that-
really,
So good.
Yeah.
yeah, with
I
the
love
the
that.
shaky camera and everything. Like you're just like, holy crap! Like this felt so intense. This little sequence, I loved every.
I love it,
minute
and
of
I love how like how fucking false bravado it makes the Empire look. You know what I mean? They're literally just killing civilians on a mud planet, and the leader, the lieutenant dude, is just like he's fucking.
And then we'll destroy the hostiles. And it's
Yeah,
like,
you know, it's
their
weird.
planet.
awful.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
we're
invaders, man.
invading their planet, man. Like they live here. What do you?
We're the hostiles.
It's like,
yeah.
shut up, or I'll put you in the brig.
Yeah.
And then they put him in the brig.
I do really also love like Beckett's introduction is so fucking cool. It's like one of those things where you're like, oh, this guy is a badass, and
When
you
he's
know,
like up on top
Yeah,
of
he's
the
just
ridge,
like,
but he's like
shooting
spinning his
guns.
guns around like shooting with two
so
blasters.
unnecessarily.
Yeah. He's
Yeah.
flourishing. He's doing like a
Yeah.
Fortnite emote.
Yeah,
while
but he's just
taking
shooting
people
mud
down.
people. That
Yeah.
so he's like, oh, I can do as much cool shit as
This
I
is
want
fucking
because
easy,
I'm fighting
yeah.
these farmers.
But he's wearing stolen armor that he clearly like killed a guy
Yeah.
and took it.
But I love that line. You want to live, Sparky? Very much so.
Yeah.
Why does he?
And then
kill
we go
the
this
fucking
way.
farmers
Say,
then?
yeah.
What's the point?
I do like that he stole the armor of a high-ranking
Yeah.
officer so that everybody listens to him. It's very funny that when he's trying to be like, we should go that way, and he's like, the up for victory is this way, and then the guy runs and just immediately gets blown up, and he's like, oh fuck. Yeah. Again, feels very cartoony, very very like Lord and Millery. Like I'm like,
Yeah,
that seems
almost
like a whole
Tropic
bugger,
Thunder.
Yeah, exactly. And then we like hard cut instead of seeing anything else, which I really enjoy this as well. It's like they could milk this action sequence if they wanted to, but it just hard cuts to them in like a misty, gross World War I style trench, and he's just lost puppy following Beckett, being like, Commander Beckett or Admiral or what's your rank? I don't know. He's like, listen, kid, get the fuck out of here as quick as you can because this shit sucks and everyone's just gonna kill you.
And then he sees Rio.
Sees his arms come out his ass
yeah.
or whatever. Yeah.
And then he's like, then he puts it all together, and I love that. It's like that instant, like he's just like, oh, this is why these guys don't add up.
Yeah, and it's not too heavy-handed as well, where it's like they show that we see him see it, and like we see the connection that he makes, and so we don't really need much beyond that. And then he immediately kind of approaches them to join with them or whatever. I mean, we get that one other sequence where he's in like the big circle or whatever, being like, where are the hostiles? But I feel like we didn't need so much of him being like, the Andorian, I saw your arms come out your ass. But it is funny. Like it is there to be funny, but it also like it shows that Han is like super observant and smart.
Yeah.
Like as much as he's like sure-headed and cocky and dumb in a lot of situations throughout Star Wars, he is also not a dummy.
He's got that sewer eye.
I think like it's the nice thing where
sewer eye.
we call it stink eye.
Stink eye, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's like he sees the pair of arms come down, and it's like that. It's a split second where you go like, okay, this whole time nothing was adding up, and like I love that it's like no longer than that. It's just the right amount of time to show that he's a smart dude. He's
Yeah.
on it.
And it's a cool when he first says like "you are, sir," and then like he looks down at his armor and you can see the medals on the guy's armor or the ranking code or whatever. How I don't know really know how it works in
Yeah,
Star Wars,
yeah.
but it's full of holes. And then later he says, you know, like, well, I see that you're wearing like a bunch of blaster ridden armor, so either you know you healed real quick or you pick some
Yeah.
armor off a dead guy. And then immediately, like they all laugh, like, "Oh, you're pretty fucking smart." But at the same time,
fucking
us as
wise
the
guy,
audience are
eh?
like, "Oh yeah, he is pretty smart." Because I don't think I even kind of like noticed.
No,
the
I wouldn't
holes
think that
right,
either.
as
You
well,
just
right?
think it's a war movie.
Yeah,
The interesting thing I thought about the helmets for the regular infantry is they kind of reminded me of Kylo Ren's helmet a little bit.
Yeah,
I don't know if you
or
picked up on that.
the commanders in the AT-AT and Empire
yeah,
Strikes
that's
Back,
what it
Yeah.
looked like.
where
to me,
that's
sort
yeah,
of
the
like-
elements, yeah.
or Darth Vader even has that same style helmet as
Yeah.
his
Yeah,
boot.
the
It's meant to
the
like give you
mushroom
like
cut.
yeah, it's like meant to give you protection on your neck, I guess.
It's the
from blaster
Farquaad
bullets.
almost.
The Farquaad, yeah,
But
think
it also looks.
but it's a samurai. It's like a
vintage.
samurai helmet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also like modeled after the Third Reich helmets, I think.
Yeah.
World War
They're-
II,
I
very
mean, yeah,
similar.
it's definitely. Yeah.
Are you
Definitely
telling me
Darth
the
Vader's
Empire is
helmet.
modeled after the Third
No,
Reich?
yeah, you know
Guys.
what? I'm just figuring out that. now.
But what about
Wait a
all the
minute.
hospitals
Wait
the
a minute.
Emperor built?
Are you telling me I shouldn't buy a Volkswagen?
By Corellian.
Yeah, Bob Corellian, we've already talked about this.
yeah.
That alien to Mandarin. What's his name? Anyway, it's John Favreau. It took me too long to
Rio?
realize.
Rio, yeah, we talked about him already.
Yeah.
Rio. His name's Rio.
Rio.
Yeah, his name's not like Graham Fandango or whatever you said.
No, the I was talking about the alien
race,
type
yeah.
that he was. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but
Rescinded.
I had said
Guys,
I said Andorian, which is not right because that's a Star Trek species.
I wrote it down somewhere.
He was
but
a
I don't
Spock.
think it matters.
Yeah, he's a Spock species. Yeah,
Oh, I wrote down Monkey Man. So I'm
Monkey Man. That's
Yeah.
not. I don't think that's right either.
Whoa, is that pejorative? What is
No,
Rio
no.
from?
I feel like if
Star
you
Wars?
called Rio a monkey man, he would snap your neck with one of his
Oh,
several
I
arms.
like
mean,
a monkey
He's
would.
an
Or his
Ardenian.
feet, yeah, he's-
Ardenian.
Ardenian. Okay.
Ardenian.
Or
yes.
maybe Ardenian. Oh no, it's two N's. Ardenian.
Also, seeing him in action at the pilot's controls though is like it's so cool because it's like
He's like-
because he's got multiple
Yeah,
arms
yeah.
and his feet can also do stuff. It's
He's
like,
like
oh,
the mailman in Men in Black.
yeah, he can do the job of like 3 people by himself because he's
Yeah.
got so many digits.
And that's another one where it was a blend of CGI and practical. And that like there was
Oh,
an
I didn't know that.
actual-
That one felt very CGI to me entirely, so I didn't.
Yeah,
I'm
the
surprised to hear that.
whole acrobatic part where he kind of like flips up on the bars and then like flicks some things with his feet. That's an actor doing that. And
That's
then
all
it-
Favreau.
That's
Yeah, that's all John Favreau.
John Favreau came. He's like, "Let me try this."
Yeah,
Yeah,
swinging on the bars.
I think I can. Do
And they're
it.
like, okay, John, maybe let's go in another direction.
Like,
He's
no, no,
I
have
made
you
Iron
seen-
Man?
yeah, have you
You're
seen
here
Chef?
because of me?
"Have you seen
Yeah.
Chef?"
It's so funny you mentioned Chef because it's immediately where my head went. Where he's just a guy.
I've had to do because he's in so many things. I've had to do impressions of him before, and it's kind of hard, but I think I almost have it, which I was just doing, so I'm not gonna repeat.
I
it.
heard it. Yeah. And I was gonna ask, is that your John Favreau? But
It is, yeah. This is kind of how he talks like this, yeah. So we have them. He meets up. He reveals that he knows. They think it's entertaining, but they also are kind of like, "Fuck this guy." But the what's it called? The Andorian? Did I say it right that time? No,
Nope.
Ardenian.
Ardenian. He's kind of like this kid. Maybe we should bring him with us. And even Harrelson is kind of like, maybe later. But then he's like, or I could go over here to they'll be really interested to know what you're up to here, and they immediately get him arrested, which is also funny. But
Yeah.
also leads to one of the best meet cutes I've ever seen in my life. I never wanted to see this ever in my I never wanted to see Han meet Chewie, but I fucking love this scene.
I
a good
I
sequence.
agree. It's like of all the ways it could happen, this is the best one.
Maybe
how does
the best.
how
yeah.
does Chewbacca go from that ending sequence in Revenge of the Sith to in a cell underneath.
I can explain it. Oh,
Yeah,
you can
go ahead.
explain
Go
it.
ahead. No.
Kashyyyk, after was enslaved by the Empire. The Empire came in, and they're big, strong, but they're also to a certain degree primitive, right? Like their technology is advanced enough that they can fight back, but not advanced enough that they can fight back against the Empire. And they lose. And there's also a bunch of extended lore stuff that I'm not sure if it still takes place inside of the world, but the Trandoshans, which is like Bossk, like the lizard people, they have sort of like this big beef where they hire a bunch of Trandoshans to go in and like basically enslave them.
I think that's canon. That's canon.
Is it canon? Okay.
Yeah. The Book of Boba Fett dealt with that a little bit.
Okay. And I think that in Clone Wars or one of the shows had a little bit of it as well.
Clone Wars too.
But it was like pre the enslavement part. But yeah, the Wookiees, because they're so physically strong and live for so long, they're like, this is the most valuable slave we could ever have. We get them as children, we raise them, make them strong. They can work for us for like 500 years.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck? This is a really good investment.
90 years old. Wow.
Yeah. And that's not, he's young still, like
Yeah.
he's not even an old Wookiee. So yeah, it's
How
one of
long
those
do they
things.
live?
I think they live to be like 500, but I don't know, maybe 300.
I mean, I think that's
exceeding
up for grabs.
400.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Chewbacca's in like his early 30s in this movie.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah, he's like
It says
not even
in
middle-aged
the
yet.
wild they can live. They usually typically live 250 to 300 years, but in captivity
They can live up to 400. No.
Oh God! So maybe they're
In
better
excess of
off
400
enslaved in
Remember,
captivity. Yeah.
I think
neuter your Wookiees, people.
Oh God.
But yeah, they.
You're indoors. You just feed them the right kibble. Give them.
I don't.
Yeah.
Chewbacca.
A lot of
Wookiee
red meat,
kibble.
a lot of dead bats or whatever.
Yeah.
Or just people who break the law, just throw them in there. Don't feed them for a couple days. But yeah, I
The
don't really.
implication is that Chewie's been eating dudes. So
There
Yeah.
is an implication that they have been feeding Chewbacca other prisoners, and they're like, we're
Yeah.
keeping him alive by throwing other deserters into this hole. And
The
then what?
beast.
Yeah. What these two stormtroopers are sort of like betting on it, which is fun. Also, one of those stormtroopers is played by Steve Bloom, who does tons and tons of voices for all of the Star Wars shows, and so he plays Zeb in Rebels and stuff. Yeah, so I think he'll probably be in the Mando movie because I think Zeb's in that movie.
Yeah, he is.
Great voice actor, love him, and it was nice to see that he got to be in an actual movie. Even if it's just a stormtrooper being like, "Come on, kill him slower," or whatever, But yeah, I like you said, Squid Pod. I cannot think of a better way that they could have done this because there's so many cool ways you could do it, but this is sort of like a way to bring it down to this weird level where they're both at this like rock bottom point where it's like, how can a friendship start? They're both dripping in mud. They're both captured. They should be wanting to kill each other, but then they don't, and they get out.
I think
together.
Chewie looks so awesome, all mudded out. And
Yeah, I wrote
stressed.
wet
Agreed.
Wookiee must smell terrible.
Oh, it definitely smells terrible in that hole.
When he fell in the hole, the first thing you see is a droid with its arms ripped out. And I loved that.
yeah.
I was like, that's like the perfect little hint. If you're because if you're a little kid and you're seeing Solo, you're like, oh, what's the beast going to be? And then if you're an adult, you probably can surmise that it's going to be.
Well, you hear the
Chewie.
Wookiee noise, and you're like, okay.
Well, and it's like, but they show the droid with the arms ripped out as like hey, it's going to be Chewie, and you're like, yeah.
And it's so good because it's the way it's filmed is like very threatening. Like
Yes,
a bit of a horror movie
he's like,
for a
and
minute.
he's all matted, so he makes him seem more like swamp
Yeah.
creature-y than.
But their fight gets like Han's like biting chunks out of him and
And the way that Chewie
must have
throws him
tasted
at
horrible.
one point is so gnarly. Like how did Han Solo just survive the first part of their fight?
He's a young man.
yeah. He's still got a
Couple of
spine.
broken ribs. He's good.
He probably did have some broken ribs, but he's also still wearing all that like weird sort of armor, right? Like
Oh yeah,
he's
that's
got
true.
it all on there.
That's true.
They didn't strip him of his armor. but yeah, him being dragged through the mud. I love a good mud fight. It's very interesting and cool and like gross, but also like fun. You feel like you can viscerally smell it and feel it like through your fingernails and shit. Like it's just like this weird, gross thing.
It is not a sanitary environment down there.
No.
Don't have
and
enough
like
to wound
I don't know how you guys felt about it, but as soon as he starts being like I'm like, okay, this is so goofy, but I also like that this
I
is how
sort
he
of
does
loved
it.
it. I sort of loved it.
For sure.
And I like that, like, because he could have just kept being like, hey man, calm down. But then as soon as he went like the Wookiee's like, what? You know how to
And he's like, I
speak
speak
Wookiee.
a little.
Yeah, I speak a little Wookiee.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then it's like the implication is that like every time he's ever interacted with the Wookiee has understood common. And it's like the Wookiee, like, yeah, I understand you, but I did not think that you could speak to me in my life. I'll listen to you for a second. What do you have to say?
But then I guess like I always liked that Han always understood Chewbacca, like in the original series. So
For
it's like this is nice. It's got a
there was some a Wookiee on,
like, and it's a good indication that Han is friendly to his people.
Yeah,
right. To his to Wookiee, like enough. It's one thing to understand them, but to be able to speak it a little bit is like.
But for the
like,
people at
I've
home,
taken an interest in Wookiees.
I like that it's not always like he does the Wookiee call and then he repeats back. Sometimes we're meant to just kind of understand what Chewbacca is saying based on facial expressions.
This is the only sequence we get like a couple of lines of Chewbacca being translated, and then that's it. The rest of the movie, it's just Han, but that's how it's always been in Star Wars, right? Like it is required it's required for this moment, but after it treats it just like all other Star Wars, which is we never get any more translation, and we don't need it because Chewbacca is like weirdly bilingual to the point that everybody can understand what's going on just by him
contextually,
or like you know when he puts his head against the other Wookiee at the end, you're like, oh my god, my heart is breaking. I know exactly what they're saying, and I don't need to know what they're saying. But it reminds me, their relationship in this movie reminds me of like it's sort of a unique situation, or I guess like it can be universal to a degree, but like when you move as a kid and like you find yourself in a classroom full of people who all know each other and you don't, and then you find the one other kid who also moved there that year, and you just sort of like you have an alliance and understanding that exists beyond that, which is like we're the outsiders here, and that carries through this, and their bond grows stronger and stronger throughout the movie because they're the outsiders in every situation, so they have only each other to really confide in. And then even when he meets Kira, it's like he's meeting this person who's changed so much, and like he can discover much more about Chewie for sure, but like he still has that connection with him that's even stronger than it is with Kira, I think, or even if he doesn't understand it yet, because they trust each other because they have no other reason to distrust each other yet.
It's like I know it's like basic, but it's a little bit like a boy and his dog, right? Like it's very much like it's that
like
kind
a
of
boy
bond.
and his blob.
A boy and his blob. Yeah, that's better.
His mud blob, So like I think this movie like made me think of it differently than that, which I've always kind of felt that way, right? About Han and Chewie, but this one made it feel more like, oh no, they're outsiders who found each other at a time when they both needed each other and they just stuck together. And
I agree with that. I think it's that thing when you meet somebody and you just hit it off.
And then there's also the irony of like, if you were to compare it
with all three of you, if you
were to compare it to the you know, a boy and his dog, Han is actually the dog.
Actually, that's kind of true. Yeah,
because he will die within 7 years or 7 to 15 years.
And Chewbacca is always kind of dogging him in that, like he like Han Solo will say some shit, and Chewbacca is the one almost looking at the camera like, what the fuck is up with this man?
What's up with this guy? Yeah.
Anyway, they escape together by formulating a plan to punch a pole, and it's great. And then for some, I assume they kill those two stormtroopers.
I would assume so.
Yeah,
but they're not. I think they fall in.
They fall down.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't hear any blaster fire or anything, so we can just assume maybe they just got knocked out. But
Chewie ate them.
Chewie was like, "I'm hungry. I haven't eaten.
Yeah, I haven't eaten 3 days. I couldn't eat you.
We've been starving."
I have a taste for it now. Imperial Imperial
Yeah.
flesh, dude.
Fascism blood. It's
Yeah.
delicious.
It's the tastiest.
ACAB includes dinner.
Let's hope so.
So yeah. Once they fall in, let's just assume that Chewie breaks their necks because that
Yeah,
Sure, they're dead. Yeah.
A couple arm sockets.
I think this whole sequence, to me, it feels like the majority of the army has gone on to because they were planning out a battle or whatever, right? And then they throw them in, and I'm like, oh, I guess the rest of the army has moved on to infiltrate whatever they're trying to do, because Beckett and the team easily steal that fighter with no explanation, and then these guys are screaming on a landing platform, being like,
Yeah.
and no one's there.
Literally chained together and making a commotion.
Which I do also love the fact that, like, he's like, follow me, and then they both run in different directions, and Han has no hope in hell to like
no
stop
control over
Chewie.
which way
Chewie's
to
just
go.
like yanking him with his ankle.
and it does seem really empty. So yeah, I assume like they're on the next push.
Which this just supports my theory that Han is the dog. You know, like if you're a human, you can easily yank a person. Like you can yank a dog in a chain.
Han Solo is a dog.
Maybe there was a part in the writers' room when they were talking about this relationship. It's like everybody always talks about, a boy and his dog, but what if it's actually Han is the dog? Like he is the dog in this situation entirely.
I mean, you're not wrong about this because, like, Chewie's still alive in the sequel trilogies. So
Chewie is always basically like reasonable. Like he has his temper, like he lashes out, but he's never like he's not like he's very competent. He's always extremely competent.
And I bet you that Chewie, in the same way that we do make the joke of like, is that in human years or dog years? He probably does that with humans. He's like, is that in Wookiee years or human years? Like,
I guess we're all. I guess it's kind of just if you think about exactly.
He could have 4 humans over the course of his life. In the same
just
way
like we would have dogs. Yeah. Whoa.
No,
well,
however, on the other hand, that implies a dog empire.
A dog empire. Yeah.
So all the dogs banded together and enslaved the humans.
Yeah.
It's bound to happen sooner or
I
later.
mean, we're not in space yet. It could happen.
That's true.
It's good to have races with long longevity so you can bridge stuff. Like that's why Grogu exists, right? Like they're gonna do something set 500 years from now.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be 80 years old.
Yeah,
we're
like,
I remember.
No, but that's why that's the reason to have that, right?
I
It's
think
like,
that Grogu and Mandalorian movie, it's gonna be like it's the post-credit scene is he's gonna say his first word.
Well, I don't think
like everybody's gonna be like,
I think that what Alex is saying is that they could easily make a time jump to like a whole new Star Wars
and have something
universe.
to bridge it. Like
And then
we'll have
Grogu could be the age of
like,
Yoda.
not at
being
Yoda's age or whatever, but it's like
yes, episode 18, 19, and 20.
Exactly.
Exactly. But you could have something set without any of the baggage of the current continuity.
Yeah.
Right. And you can
And
have
then
something
Grogu
set
could be
so
a thing,
abstractly in the future that it's like you don't even have to have the politics of anything.
Grogu just talks normally. He's like, hey,
Yeah,
what's up,
or
guys? How's it
whatever.
going?
But it's like, but you still have something that people are like, okay, it's not totally disconnected.
I mean, they could, yeah. I mean, to me, I think it's also
Grogu will
familiarity
return.
in terms. Anyway,
Grogu's day.
let's
Grogu's
move.
payout.
Let's move to this
The
part.
shower scene, the sexy.
Yeah, I was
shower
gonna like.
scene.
I was just gonna say, like, how about Chewie and Solo just having a shower?
Yeah,
together?
this one's for the
And then-
furries.
And then 2 seconds later, they're out on like the bridge outside.
So,
That
this
is
is
not too.
Chewie's fucking
Listen,
fur
my
is
hair
just
down to here.
Yeah,
perfectly
like
blown out.
just
Chewie
blow
was not dry
dried.
in 2 seconds. Okay.
I'll tell you that much.
Well, that's why Han was already out there. Chewie had to spend like 20 minutes in the air. There's the water shower and then there's the air shower, which is
for sure
like
our full body.
the air thing like a car wash.
Or like those old those giant helmets they'd put on people in like saloons in the 1950s or whatever. It's just like a whole one that goes over his whole body, like
it's like drawing cousin It, dude.
Yeah. And when you were saying earlier, like wet mud Wookiee must smell like shit. When I saw this dry, fluffy Wookiee, I was like, incredible. It smells so nice. Yeah.
You know how much they would have had to comb him? You would have been so mad.
He's got a special Wookiee comb that's like giant. And he just, combs this whole
it's the fluffiest you've ever seen Wookiee.
Yeah.
And it's so fucking good.
It's almost like feathery.
There's like a team of like 6 people who work on the Wookiee costume.
And
so,
you like in this movie, you can understand why. You can understand
yeah.
because they're probably all like having to do equations and shit, being like, how the fuck do we if we put this much mud on it, how much is it gonna weigh? Is it gonna break this man's spine inside the costume if we put this
Chewie's hair on that on the balcony or whatever it was? It was like it looked like Zac Efron with like full body.
That's what he almost nicknamed him. He's gonna call him Efron.
Yeah, Efron. Chewbacca is also not difficult to say.
Not at all.
No, okay, so what I understand is that Lawrence Kasdan, when he wrote the script, he wrote out exactly what Chewie is saying. And so that line, when he growls it, he says, "My name is Chewbacca of Elderwood," or something.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that's why he's like, well, I'm not going to say that every time. But it doesn't. That's the crummy thing.
To us, the people who are watching
like you
it,
only
we think
know
that he
that
just
if-
said Chewbacca because Han says Chewbacca.
Yeah.
He doesn't say Chewbacca of the Elderwood of
I'm not
Kashyyyk,
saying all
the
that.
destroyer of the dark side.
Like I wish he had said the whole thing, because then we'd go
First of
okay,
my
that's-
name.
That's more.
Yeah, for sure.
That would have been funnier and less cringy, I think, if it was just like this whole title. You know, like when
Felt
Game of
dis- felt
Thrones, when they're
dismissive.
like, "This is Daenerys
Yeah,
Targaryen, first of her name, the Stormbringer, mother of dragons, breaker of
I think-
chains, breaker of
I
the
think the
wheel."
one time
The
you
blight of
need
Kashyyyk.
subtitles is for him to be like, I'm not saying all of that. It's just I'll just call you
Yeah.
Chewie.
Or he just should have said it. Like this is another one of this is like one of those nitpicks that it doesn't work, but it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, for me, it's like it is eye rolly, but at the same time, I don't think about it 2 seconds later when they're doing cool shit. Where I'm like, oh, you know what? I like the fireplace sequence when they're all around the fire talking, and they're sort of all talking individually about who they are and what they want, and this is another one where they do like the origin stuff where he breaks down this big cool looking sniper rifle and it turns out that that's Han's gun.
Yeah.
And you're like, I'm like, is that like, but also I'm like, but it's kind of cool. Like I kind of like that. And it kind of makes sense why Han's blaster is so fucking powerful because it's actually a rifle that he uses as a handgun.
And so like in between that, I think we skipped over that they're just staking out the train to be like, okay,
That's where we're at. Yeah.
we're gonna do a train heist now.
This is the most
The
excited
best
I've ever
kind of
been
heist.
in
to be honest.
any Star Wars movie when it comes to an action sequence, like a preamble to an action sequence. This is the most excited I've ever been. I love train shit. I've talked about it before. The only reason I gave From Russia with Love such a high regard in the James Bond universe is because of how much of it takes place on a train.
Interesting fact about that movie. It's our highest viewed movie episode.
Well, it's also one of the most popular James Bond movies, so I assume the comments are probably out of control, being like, "What the fuck? You don't like this one?" I'm like, "Listen, it's boring as hell. I like that
And
it
a
takes
lot of
place on a
people
train."
YouTube like trains.
Yeah,
yeah.
But interestingly enough, we don't really see a lot of inside the train. It's a train. It's a very like.
Well, also B was on
Western
that
style
episode too, which is also like
Right. Well, B does numbers. Let's just be real about that for 1 second. But there's no real inside the train moment in this heist. It's a very like Red Dead Redemption, like taking heisting a train from the outside in, like let's take down the train.
It
And
feels
it's
like
awesome.
tankers less than like cabins. Or
And it
whatever.
also feels it's tankers because they're all filled with coaxium.
I don't think that they're all.
Argo or whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's like
I think only
cable.
I think only one is filled with coaxium because the rest of the train blows up and it doesn't have that crazy explosion. So I think it's just the one that they're trying to get has the coaxium, and the rest is probably full of like weapons or whatever.
Wheat.
Wheat.
Yeah, wheat.
Some sort of space rice. Yeah.
A bunch
Sprite.
of Timu orders.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
Man.
that's funny. It's good.
But yeah, they show the tracks, they show the train, and they're casing it, and we get all the fun back and forth between Beckett and his crew. Love the crew. Everybody is interesting. Everybody's cool.
I made a note at this stage. It's not related specifically to this part, but it was a thought I had while watching this part, which was, do you think Woody Harrelson remembers he was in a Star Wars movie?
He probably goes like, "Oh yeah, I was in one of those."
Do you think he
Every once
remembers
in a
he was in like 4
Hunger Games?
Hunger Games movies?
Sometimes I like to think
You
that
didn't
he-
even remember, and you were asking the question.
Yeah.
Never
I
mind.
can
Sometimes
remember
I like
the words
to-
Hunger Games.
I like to
so-
imagine that Woody Harrelson gets so high and he's like, maybe I'll watch a Star Wars tonight. And he's like, so there's a solo.
Oh my god, I'm in
movie?"
this.
And then he puts it on and he sees himself. He's like, oh shit, that's me. I forgot. I'm in this."
Or he sees actors in movies, and he's like, I think I met that guy, or whatever. And then he shows up in the movie.
I feel like his name's Alden Third Reich or something.
Yeah.
So
Fleshlight?
Fleshlight.
Isn't that Fleshlight?
Isn't his name the Flashlight? They all have their. Oh, I also wanted to say there's the moment where Solo is like, the reason you're here is that I'm here, and this is also like plays so hard into like he has this ego, but like I don't know if he believes it or not, or if he's just putting it on. I think it's mostly a put on, but like he's convincing Chewie that like the only reason you're here is because I'm here, pal. But Chewie's like, okay, whatever you say. But we literally get we literally get a scene where Jon Favreau's character is like, Wookiee, pretty good. We should use some muscle on this job. It'd be pretty great to have a Wookiee.
A lot of humans on this ship.
Yeah, he just wants another alien. I like the fireplace scene. I do think it's kind of weird that they shove it down our throats of like a male and a female kissing each other. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
just like, guys, what the fuck? Shove it down our throats. Why don't you?
Yeah, it was a pretty egregious makeout.
Yeah,
here's how we know that they're
especially by
together.
Star Wars standards, to be honest.
Yeah. Also, they're brother and sister, so that's fucking weird.
It's fine. It's fine. That's
like
normal.
one of the.
Oh, I didn't know they were brother and
Star Wars
sister. That makes it
things.
okay then.
That's fine.
Star Wars, baby.
They're so like intimacy averse that it's like,
yeah,
Darth Vader's mom never even had sex with anybody.
No, and she didn't even think about it. She was like, I would never.
Yeah,
it's too dusty around here.
Sand.
Of course, and it
Yeah.
gets everywhere.
I hate it.
But Star
Move
Wars
along.
has always been a pretty like Star Wars has always been this sort of like asexual entity, right? Like any kind of intimacy is either fairy tale kisses, like just smooches. I think the
incest.
and or incest kisses.
Literally, I love you. I know.
But I will say like the
Very-
two hottest kisses I think in all of Star Wars are like Han Solo kissing Princess Leia in Empire Strikes Back and this
In the
kiss.
carbonite
And even
scene,
that,
yeah.
even that is like a long smooch.
Yeah,
And
and it's
Chewbacca
interrupted
and
by
Han Solo
a
in the
prissy
Star
gay
Wars
man who's like,
together.
"Hello, I've figured out what's going on with the Falcon. It's
Yeah.
in love with another Falcon."
But you don't see this part of their mouth moving to indicate a tongue getting jammed down the
in
throat
there,
like this
no, but
campfire.
like Anakin and Padme always very safe, closed mouth kisses.
Yeah, they
nothing
handshake and
passionate.
then
Movie
Luke and Leia
kiss.
are born.
They're like, "Shall we have children?" Yes.
Yeah, I
we
feel
will
like
do it
the
in the traditional
prequels-
Skywalker fashion.
Cut
without
away.
sex.
We've done intercourse in that previous scene.
With a
Yeah,
hole
I've
in
got
the
some
sheet
context on
made by a
Camino.
lightsaber.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Welcome back, Master Skywalker, to Camino. We have your utero children tubes ready when you are.
The
That's
prequels
actually-
really sterilized everything. Even I mean, that's why his turn made no sense, because there was no relationship unless you watched the
Yeah.
Clone Wars.
But I also think that like George Lucas in general is like you just, sex happens and we don't talk about it.
Yeah.
It's fine, which I also think there's nothing wrong with. But I think
it's fine. It's totally fine.
But I also think in the prequels he toned it down even more because he was like, I'm making these for my children. I don't want anything too horny in here.
Yeah, except for Natalie Portman.
Yeah. I could show some tits, but I don't want any hard kissing.
Not too many.
No hard kissing. KISSING.
Anyway, it's very clear that these two are in love, Beckett and Val, and they trust each other, and they have been together for a long time, and they tease about like learning
very Bonnie and Clyde.
They talk about and they talk about him learning like a instrument, something like the Valacord or something. Yeah, I assume it's some sort of like keytar, like
yeah.
Some jizz wailing piece of shit.
Yeah. I need a jizz wailer on Tatooine.
I love jizz wailer.
You know that was in the original Lord Miller. Like, I'm gonna learn jizz when I get home, man.
Yeah.
I got a collection.
That's why they got rid of him. He's like, listen, you get rid of jizz, you get rid of me.
Yeah.
Lawrence Kasdan kept being like, you can't put jizz in every scene. All right. I know you want to. And they're like, fuck you, Lawrence. We're doing what we want.
Forget your Favreau impression. Your Lawrence Kasdan impression is
perfect.
Okay, thank you. Kathleen Kennedy comes in. He's like, Lord Miller, we have to get rid of the jizz sequences. You keep trying to add more, and they're like, we're putting all the jizz in this movie that we want. You told us we could.
Like goo in the background for all these jizz scenes. It's music, not actual jizz.
They made up several new jizz instruments, and I'm not okay with it.
One is a giant flute with
they're
balls.
incredibly wet.
Like one of them's called a jizz organ, and I don't like that one.
Jizz flute.
I don't think we can get any more out of this.
Shirt.
We can't milk any more out of this one. I don't think.
Oh yeah.
Can't milk any more of the jizz flute. I think you can always milk more.
There's always a little left.
There's always a bit more in the jizz drum.
Yeah.
Speaking of Ron Howard, there's always jizz in the banana stand.
Yeah,
so.
It's true.
Yeah.
So they have to go attack a train in the morning, and Han Solo gets his gun. We learn a little bit about everybody. We learn that Rio is a little bit of a pervert, which is fun. He's like, I also like that Rio has almost like one of those classic sort of like, I'm so alien that I don't understand the situation, or he's either just fucking with him, but I can't really tell which one is which. Because he's like, I've seen that look before, kid, and I think that you're looking for, what is it, revenge? And he's like, no, it's not. The other woman's like, no, I've seen that look. It's probably a girl. And he's like, ooh, a girl. Tell us about the girl.
Does she have sharp
Does she have sharp teeth? Yeah, like teeth sharp?
Yeah.
I like that his horniness comes from how sharp a woman's teeth
exactly.
are.
Yeah.
It's like a Klingon thing almost. And then Han reveals the truth to them. It's sweet and nice, and we do. I don't think there's ever been a moment where we didn't understand that what Han's motives were, but we do get a little bit more insight.
He never shuts the fuck up about them, to be honest.
Yeah, but then we do get a little bit more about Chewie, which is it opens my heart up even more to Chewie, which is like, oh my god, Chewie is such a tragic man.
One thing that I do like about Han, like kind of restating the like how I'm trying to get back home to get Kira, is later we just realize how naive he is.
Yes,
like when he sees her again. But
which is kind of like one of the best parts of this movie to me because of how close-minded he becomes later in the Star Wars that we know and love, and but why he still is always going to do the right thing. Like he does always do the right thing in the Star Wars that we know and love, and there's never any reason why other than like Han's a good guy. But in this movie we understand why he's a good guy. We see why he's a good guy, and that's one of the reasons why I think this movie works so much for me, is like he is still Han Solo, and we are learning why he's Han Solo.
Yeah, he has the values of Han Solo if without the experience of Han Solo.
But he gets betrayed so many times by so many people that he actually trusted, and the one person that he does trust, Chewbacca, is the only thing that carries throughout his entirety of his career until he dies in The Force Awakens, which is like they were literally friends forever.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Chewbacca lost his dog that day.
Yeah.
Han got hit by a car. Right?
Chewbacca's
Isn't that
dog
how he
died
died?
when he
Yeah.
was 14 instead of 15.
Yeah.
No. Han went to live at a moose milker farm.
Yeah. He's hurting
Oh,
nerves
man.
right
He's
now
hurting
in a
nerves as we
farm up
speak.
north.
That's one of the best things about this movie as well, is that they add so many weird little disses and shit that that sound very Star Warsy, that I'm like,
Yeah.
what? Remember when he calls him a scooch? He's like, you take this scooch, and I'm like, what is a scooch? Like, it sounds weirdly
Am I allowed
racist,
to
kind
say
of.
that?
I love it.
Like, it sounds problematic.
Yeah.
When he calls him a moof milker, I'm like, what's a moof milker?
Moof milker.
That's my favorite.
Yeah.
There's the Family Guy when they do the Star Wars, where Han gets called a moose milker. He's like, no, you can't say that. That's
Yeah,
our
That's
word.
our word.
I love that.
Moof milker. Dude.
So can we just talk about the train and how like friggin' wicked it is? Like,
Oh, it's so good.
It feels so tactile. You can I feel like I'm almost there while I'm watching it. I love the fact that the score here is like full Western, like I was saying before with the Red Dead equivalency. And it feels a lot like they wanted to just make what equates to a Western style train takedown. But then when the Marauders show up and start attacking them, you have this like other whole element happening. And you're like, who the fuck are these guys now?
it feels very Mad
PV,
Max when
PVE,
that
dude.
happens.
Yeah.
PvPv, it's Arc Raiders.
Yeah.
It's Rust.
I've
Yeah.
said this. I think I said this to you, Jason, which is like, I think that this is maybe one of the best sequences in all of Star
in
Wars.
all Star Wars.
Like in all the shows, all the movies from
It's so
1977 to now, it's one of the best things that exists in Star Wars. It's so fucking cool. It's very simple. There's nothing overly complicated about it. There's a lot of complicated things that are happening within the sequence, but like the idea of it is like so pure and clean, and you know what their goal is, you know what they have to do, and everything is like executed so perfectly film wise. And then it also makes you think about like, okay, Beckett is cool, right? Like he's a cool character,
Yeah.
but look how fucking cool he is. Like what he's doing.
But
Like,
also the stakes. It's like it's so early in the movie, and they
Yeah.
kill all the cool people that they just
Yeah.
need
This
to
is
fall in
the-
love
this
with
is
in
the
10
end.
seconds.
yeah.
This is the end of many other movies, and
Yeah.
we're at the end of like I guess kind of the first act.
It's
Yeah.
an excellent it's an
Second.
excellent bait and switch, because you think that Rio and you think that Val, they're going to be there the whole movie with you. You think
Yeah.
they're going to be there to the end, and they die like within this sequence. And it's
And I would say even Rio is almost more surprising.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
Val, you're kind of like, okay, she's off on her own,
And you can kill her to change Beckett's trajectory in the
Yeah.
movie. But Rio is kind of just like, okay, Rio's the fun, cool guy who's going to be like, he's going to be cracking wise this whole time.
The whole
Get
time,
ready
yeah.
for Rio's antics. You know, he's going to start grabbing stuff. It's going to be like funny.
there is like a part of me that kind of wishes that they didn't die, because I think
Oh, I
movie
would've
would be
loved more.
the
Yeah,
movie would be
both
more
of them.
interesting with them.
But you
But
kind of have to do that with this and Rogue One, where you got to kill off all these characters.
I don't think I don't know if you have
I
to,
mean,
but
yeah, Rio can just go be a Goro.
Somewhere-
monkey
I guess
somewhere
Kieran
else.
never
Yeah,
comes
Goro
back,
monkey.
right? Yeah.
or if he's severely injured the whole time and can't do anything. But
I think
you
because,
forget that we
like,
have to introduce Kira and Lando, which are both pretty good characters as well. So like the
Yeah,
fact
right,
that they
sure.
remove these two is important. But I also think that like it's also super effective. I was genuinely sad.
yeah, for
Every
sure.
single time I watch this movie, I get upset that Val dies and I get upset that Rio dies, because they're both cool and interesting. And you're like, I want to know more about you guys, but they both die, and they both die in cool, separate, different ways within the same scene. One just gets shot to death and is like
Yeah.
slowly dying, and the other one blows herself up to save
Yeah,
everybody.
to save everybody.
Yeah.
But before
it's
that, before that happens, it's like you kind of know, okay, Han and Chewie have plot armor; they're gonna
Yes,
survive,
Sure, yeah.
and like it just gives it stakes of a sort, you know, like where it wouldn't necessarily like this would feel like nothing otherwise.
Yeah,
Right.
that's a
Yeah.
valid.
and yeah, but the plot armor of Chewie and Han does highlight something that I think this movie does well, which is very difficult to do a lot of the times, which is make you care about the middle of a story that you already know.
Yeah,
right.
Which is important.
You
for a
do
movie
care
like
about.
this.
You're like, okay, these the Club Shitos are here, and let's like I know they're not in episode 4, but it's like, but you still do attach yourself to them.
Yeah.
And when they die, you care, and that is good.
I'll say
The
like
the
every time
sequence
I watch,
feels very Star Wars as well too, because of those droids that fly in
the probe droids, or not
the
the
probe
I mean,
droids,
they
I
are
think they're
probe
called
droids, right?
Viper droids. in
Yeah,
this
they're called
movie.
Viper droids,
You
but
mean
they
you
look
know they're called
suspiciously
that?
like Imperial
Yeah.
probe droids.
I didn't mean to.
I only know because I have toys. The range troopers that come out of the train
Yeah.
to stop them. Just that idea that they've got these magnetic boots.
Yeah,
and like
which are cool.
But our guys don't. And
Yeah.
they're
Yeah.
just like hanging on.
But it also makes it so
wild
much
ride.
cooler because, like, okay, so I want to bring this up a little bit because I think about this a lot in Star Wars, which is like the Force exists. People get midichlorians. Everybody has a midichlorian count. Some people have very, very little. Some people have a lot. And some people have so much that the Jedi come and take you. This is a period of time where midichlorians are no longer being, tracked and people aren't being brought in as Jedi. But you see the shit that Beckett is doing in this fight, and you're like, this man must have some sort of midichlorian count. You see what he's doing here? It's great. He's rolling across a rotating train, pulling up things and blocking, and like I'm like, this
When
guy
Han
has
is
a little
holding
bit of
on to the
midichlorians in
side
him.
of the train, and there's that
Well, we all know that
section
Han has
coming.
midichlorians.
And he
There's
pops
no
when
dispute
he falls
there.
down and he just grabs below and just survives. Like, yeah, the whole Force idea through Star Wars is an incredible thing to think about when you apply it to seemingly normal people, because we didn't know that Leia had any sort of Force powers. Like, it's even after you find out that that Darth Vader is Luke's father, you're not even really thinking like, well, if that's his sister, then yeah. And I remember as a kid being
Are
like,
you just going to talk about characters that are confirmed Jedi? Let's talk about Beckett, who we don't know anything about. I
understand what you're saying, and I understand where you're coming from. I'm just trying to like help you set the tableau. I'm helping.
In Jason's defense, there's the scene with Obi-Wan and Yoda on Dagobah after Luke leaves, and then they say there's another Skywalker, and it's kind of it's
vague,
implied that
yeah.
it's Leia who's going to like.
So, like, what I mean to say is, like, Han has midichlorians. He doesn't believe in the Jedi, but he must have. He has luck on his side. He always says he has luck on his side.
He has the inherent
even
power of them without
basically
the
anybody
focus
who's
of
like anybody who's a hero in Star Wars must have some sort of like Force adaptability to be able to do the things that they do. Like even Lando, when he's like able to cheat at Sabacc very well, like he probably has a little bit of like midichlorians on his side to be like, I pulled this Psylob or whatever. What do they keep calling it? Schlylob or whatever. Yeah.
I find like Lando and Han are like of the same sort of coin. It's like their Force power is luck, right? Or
when I talk about
the only reason I'm popping that in there is because of the idea that we can all sort of relate the Force and midichlorians to all of these characters, which I think is a really interesting idea to follow through with, especially when you go to Lando Lando Calrissian. And when you go, like, I never in my life,
man cannot be that charismatic without the Force on his side,
right? I never in my life.
That's why he wears a cape, so he can just wave his hand all the time. He's like going around.
These are not the
you will give
you're
me
looking
what I
for.
want.
Yeah.
I
Nice
never
city.
thought
I
for a
would like
minute
to
when I
have
was
it.
watching that original trilogy that Han Solo would be a Jedi. But Han Solo, if he had gotten got by the Jedi as a kid and put through the training, I fully agree with that. And my point is, I love it. I love.
But the thing is that there's also children that the Jedi wouldn't take, right? They'd be like, I mean, he's got midichlorians, but not enough. So
Yeah,
it's fine.
he's got
It's like
9
imagine you're on the
midichlorians.
cusp, like that's where you end up. You end up like Beckett being able to roll out of the way of like 10 blaster shots, hang off a train, and then like shoot a
imagine
guy from like a
Anakin.
million miles away.
Imagine Qui-Gon Jinn never finds Anakin. I'm sure that's an episode of Darth Tourist, but
It is, yeah.
Anakin just exists on that.
He
planet
basically becomes a
forever.
Yeah,
crime
it just
lord
becomes
now.
like a
I
crazy
wonder-
tinkerer.
Can you imagine if there's like the closed door Jedi Council meetings where they're like, "Where's he from?
Oh,
Tatooine?
yeah. Oh, God.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
Gross.
Where's how about this one?
Corellia?
Corellia?
Ooh.
Corellia?
Oh,
Double
ooh.
gross.
What's his
Yeah.
last name?
Kiadi Muni's like,
He doesn't have a
oh, it
last name?
smells there. When I go there, all 5 of my brains get a headache.
Yeah.
No.
He has no people.
They don't even have a resort you can go
Yeah.
to.
Yeah.
Can we find some children from Alderaan?
Move along.
No,
Move
that got blown up.
Plo Koon's like,
At
What
least
about one of
Naboo.
those beach planets? I'd like to go to one of those beach planets for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Plo Koon is
Yeah.
on the space.
I think we need a
Epstein
couple
list.
more guys
Yeah.
from Naboo. It's lovely this time of year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Emphas Nest shows up during this heist, and it's all the stormtroopers on the ship get killed by Beckett and his crew, and they're attaching all these cables because they only need one of the carriages. And Emphas Nest shows up, and it's fucking cool because they show up on, I guess they're like speeder bikes, but I didn't know speeder bikes could travel that high out of the ground. I
They're
thought the
called swoop bikes, and they're
swoop bikes can go higher. I know what a swoop
Yeah,
bike
yeah,
is.
yeah.
I thought it was the same as a speeder bike, though. I didn't know you could.
no. I think they're yeah. You can get lofty with them.
That's cool.
If you're cool enough, you can do it.
If you're cool, if you have midichlorians,
That's all that matters. If you're
Yeah.
cool enough, you can do it.
Yeah.
If you need to fly beside a train, then what you're on can do it.
that's true. This is sort of like George Lucas's rules of anything being like,
Yeah,
no, fire can exist in space if I wanted to. Yeah.
It's like the cliff in Jurassic Park, right? You're like, why was there a cliff there a second ago? And then Spielberg's just like, shut the fuck up! I'm dangling this thing off the train,
Yeah,
off the
it's
cliff.
happening.
Spielberg
now.
is like clever girl, and
Yeah,
everybody's
yeah, exactly.
We're like, thank you, Spielberg. Thank you. Another.
You know what? But this scene, this whole train heist, it reinforces something that I really strongly feel about Star Wars is the best thing about Star Wars is the wizards, and all the best Star Wars stuff has no wizards.
Agreed.
Okay, fair. There's no Jedi really in this movie.
No,
Like,
and
you
it's
know,
just like
it's a Western.
and that's like every
Yeah.
single time they make a conscious decision to be like, okay, these people have nobody in this movie has even heard of the Force.
Yeah.
Every single time that happens, you're like, this rules.
I assume Dryden Voss has because his boss
Yeah,
was
but I
just
mean,
before
but
it,
it's just like, yeah, and I know like Darth Maul's in it, obviously, but it's just like the movie doesn't acknowledge it.
No, it's
not important.
honestly, that's one of the reasons I like this movie the most. I think is because it's not so weighted down by like, you know everything, and you're like, yeah, we know the Force is goodness and badness, and like, but
Yeah.
this movie is more like, no, but what does it mean to love somebody and to let them go and to understand that you're being manipulated? It's
and
like,
just to be a
completely-
person in the galaxy. Just
Yeah.
be a person in the galaxy,
And then,
not
then
have
also
to
on
be
top
some-
of that, a magnifying glass on like the outlaw. Like this is the Outlaws movie.
for sure.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
This
Like,
is
what
also
if everybody was bad and everybody's an anti-hero?
Yeah,
and this, this is also sort of like that Dickensian sort of, I don't know, class thing, right? Where you're like, you're a piece of shit, and you grow up feeling like you're just as good as your next hustle, kind of.
yeah,
And so like Han's just kind of like going from hustle to hustle to hustle. And meanwhile, there's this whole like background of people who are also on a just a much higher level of a hustle.
yeah.
And until he meets Emphas Nest, who are actually like building a resistance to this.
make a positive change, a selfless positive
Right.
change.
Yeah,
It doesn't even occur
He's never
to
even
him.
seen anyone like it. Even like at the space airport, they have like they give the vial to the person because they're like, oh,
Yeah.
this is a sure thing.
Well, everything
Like,
that he
everything
does
is like everybody is in their own self-interest, right?
but
Right.
even for himself, like he can't even really be concerned about other people's interests. He can
No.
only be concerned about his own, because like, what are you going to do next to survive? Like his life is just
sure.
survival.
And,
when
and he's surrounded by people who this is their life. This is their the
yeah,
culture
I mean,
they
like
live in, right?
the almost like the entire theory of the movie is like he realizes that he can survive no matter what, and when he's given the opportunity to be able to become somebody like Dryden Voss and never have to worry again, he would rather give that away to somebody who's going to use it right and just take a little bit to be able to continue forward and do the same thing that he's been doing and live how he has been living, because he knows that he can, where he's like, these people need it more than I do. Han Solo is a really cool character. And I feel like we're at the end of the movie now. No, we're not.
No,
We're still at the train heist.
So,
but no, it was interesting. Yeah, what I liked, like what you said was about how there are people who are at a much higher level, and I think that is very well indicated in here, where it's like the first chunk of the movie, all the Corellia stuff, they have their one vial.
It's like a bubble.
And they're like, this is our ticket. It's like a lottery ticket to them. And they're like, we're out of here. We're going to start a new life. We're going to buy a van and we're going to live in it. And we're going to have 10 babies or whatever and all that shit. And then it's like they open the train and it's fucking full of it.
And now we're stealing an entire train car full of coaxium. So it's like,
it goes from like a bank stick up in like a tiny western town to like literally like
Fort
Knox.
Yeah, exactly.
Full heist on a
to the point that it's like he pulls it off and there's glow, like a
whole
thing
and
is glow.
It's like an imperial level yield of stuff where it's like you're like, oh right, the Empire controls everything. Where they're fighting over like the whole Blue City is like fighting over this what like a little
tiny bit,
shit.
Now sorry, and just real quick, tonally, when Enfys Nest shows up, I kind of blurted it out before, but it does kind of change the tone to almost being like Mad Max Road Warrior.
Yeah.
I
think maybe that's like fresh in mind kind of thing for me, where it's like we don't really get chases anymore in the same way that we used to, right? Like the car chases used to be like a selling point for movies, right? Like this is a car chase movie. That would be a whole genre of film almost. Whereas this has one in it. A train heist is like unheard of now. You never get a train heist in this capacity. And that's what Mad Max Fury Road is really, right? Like it is just a train heist basically, except it's an oil tanker through the entirety of the movie. But they're doing stuff that is so acrobatically entertaining and interesting, and people hopping back and forth from like bikes and stuff. And there's even a point where Beckett like just is like, he keeps trying to shoot them and he's missing, and then like he hits one finally, like, and then as soon as he hits it once, he hits it like 3 more times, like, no, you're not getting away, I'm gonna kill you. And he kills that person. You're like, that's fucking cool. Everything about it seems like deliberately interesting. There's never sort of like wasted action in the background. Everything is perfectly placed throughout this, which is why I think that this sequence is one of the best in all of Star Wars. Not to mention the fact that they continue, the train is rotating as well, which is fucking cool, and they have to rotate around it. Chewie's having to unlock the couplings between, which is a classic train thing. Like, why do you have that? I don't know, because it makes it more interesting. They could just go to the one they need to get rid of and get rid of it, but like he has to
keep rising and rising.
Yeah,
and it's fucking cool.
And then Val's pinned down by Viper droids at the same
and
time.
her gun at that point, I don't know if you guys noticed the noise her gun is making is like, I've never heard that Star Wars gun noise before, and it's very, very satisfying. It's like this weird muted like,
I like having her there as kind of like a time pressure where it's like, okay, like it's a very clear indication of like,
she's
you
the
have to get all this shit has to be sorted out by the time they get to here,
because then I have to blow it up.
And you're watching a Star Wars movie and it's pretty early in the movie, so you're like, okay, they're gonna do it.
And it's also, I can't remember what the exact thing is, but like they accidentally hit one of the little wires or something. Like there's like a bunch of these things on the
dude
rail
is cutting them.
Yeah,
Or I
yeah.
guess,
and-
No. Sorry.
No.
There's all these like wires that are on the rail that if they hit one, it alerts the droid.
yeah.
That's,
Oh, right,
that's
yeah.
it's like a so like one of the I think it's Chewbacca like hits one and it's like and then it like alerts the robots to come out. It's so that like they know like the ship goes through every time, and if there's something on it, those vipo like maybe like a weird slug monster or something falls on them, just come in like
Wampas.
yeah.
Or Womp Rats.
Womp rats. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Chewie pulls it at the last second,
Yeah.
and then it's a tug of war in the sky. That
How much do you love Chewie with goggles on? So good.
Oh, it's the
Chewie with
best.
goggles on is incredible.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
Chewie
yeah,
with
he
goggles
has
on
goggles
is
on
something-
off, doesn't he?
does
I
he?
mean, I feel
He
like,
does. He does. Yeah. Alex. he
Okay.
does, yeah.
Yeah,
But in this movie, it also is great. He looks incredible.
Do not quote the ancient scripts of me.
Right. We're gonna get there eventually, but
I was
it's
there
gonna
when
be a completely different experience. I
Memphis
think.
Ness is the first time you see them. They're fucking cool. It's
Yeah.
very clear that it's like a woman that is the main character to me and always was. Like as soon as she shows up, I'm like, that's a woman for sure.
I
And,
don't
like,
think it was clear to me, to be honest.
I think it's
I
because
can't
how
remember-
heavily I think it's because how heavily the voice was modified and how petite that they were. I'm like, that's going to be either a very small man or a woman, and I'm like, it's probably a woman.
when I
And it
first
was.
saw it, I thought that it was like gonna be like a famous, either a character or like a famous actor that was being
Yeah.
cameoed.
When she pulls her helmet off at the end, I was like, is that Maya Rudolph from
I mean, that
when
would
she
be
was
a
in
good
high
cast.
school? Yeah. No, it's I kind of like it though that it's just a teenager kind of. It's like this is
Yeah,
like
yeah.
another
Yeah.
Luke or another Han or whatever. Like this is a person at the beginning of their journey, like whoever she is. I don't know. But
And real quick before we move past the train heist, when they lose the tug of war and the train car crashes into the mountain,
yeah,
that explosion
Oh,
is one of the coolest things.
it's like it's I
like
don't
a
know if it's there, but it's
bubble.
approaching the Sonic like
Oh,
episode
yeah,
2.
Yeah.
so
I looked it up how they did it.
I was gonna say like it's pretty amazing how they you can tell
Yeah.
it, but yeah, it's so cool.
They were basically dropping firecrackers into an aquarium full of water and that was the explosion they got, and then it just kind of like sucks in on itself afterwards.
Yeah. It's so cool.
Yeah, they wanted it to look weird, right? They're like, well, how do we? Because we can't just have a regular explosion, and they wanted it to be specifically an implosion because they're like, if it explodes, then it would fuck up everything else around. So like, what if we make it implode? And they tried.
Something about an implosion makes it just it makes you feel it more, where you're like, damn, that stuff was probably hard to get.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like
Yeah.
it doesn't make any. There's no
They f- yeah,
reason that it makes you feel that, but you're like, it's like,
It was-
oh, that was something special.
it's like a whole.
That is
They're like,
common.
oh, there used to be a planet here, but it imploded on itself. Like, why? It's like I don't know. It had a lot of coaxium on it.
Yeah.
The coaxium world. Coaxium on, coaxium off, as they say.
Yeah.
That is what they say.
Yeah, that was the only thing I wanted
Beckett
to
is
talk about
mad.
as well is that practical effect. But yeah, Beckett is very mad. Also, the fight between Memphis Ness and him is really cool. She has got this really interesting weapon, which is like it almost reminds me of like a staff with like a chainsaw. at the
Yeah, it's
end
a
or something.
chainsaw glade.
Yeah. She's like, and she's hitting the. But she also has these like gauntlets that flare out into like it reminds me of like a bird, like you're fighting a bird or something that knows how to defend with its feathers. It's really cool.
Yeah, I love that whole sequence between the two of them. It's great.
I think
like
the only
idea of a
reason I think that
bird
like Star
fighting
Wars
with its
didn't.
feathers.
I think the only reason that the Star Wars didn't use Memphis Ness again is because like they did reveal who she was, and if they didn't reveal what her face looked like under the helmet at the end of this movie, Memphis Ness would be like a character that people would be like, we need more Memphis Ness. Like, who is Memphis Ness? But yeah, we then cut to Beckett and Han and Chewie, and they're over the two graves of the two characters. And Han is basically like about to apologize and gets hammered in the face by Beckett.
this is wild to me because like
But this is also when we realize what
understand-
happens in the movie.
I understand
Fuck
where
around.
Beckett's coming from, but I also am sort of like, I don't think any of this is Han's fault. He was just trying to like, you know,
It wasn't Han's fault.
get
He's not
through it and
punching him in the he's not punching him in the face because it's his fault.
right.
He's punching him in the face because everything around him is collapsing and he has nowhere else to put that emotion other than Han's face, because he turns around and he sees Han about to say something and he's like, if you say anything it's going to piss me off, so I might as well just punch you in the face to stop you from saying anything right now.
But I do also understand that punch in the face. That scene at the grave, and it's a smash cut from the explosion to them standing on that like grass, the I guess snowy knoll, with the punch to the face. I do understand it, but at the same time, the whole time I'm going like Han is this hothead, and he like Beckett is only there to sort of inform how Han Solo sort of becomes Han Solo. It's a really excellent showing of a mentor knocking out his protege to push forward the story that Han Solo ends up becoming basically Beckett. It's a very good moment.
Yeah, I think that for me, like it's like a compartmentalized like version of like him. Is he upset about the fact that Val died? Yes, for sure. But I think that he's more scared that what happened, what it means that because Han, the only reason that the job failed is because Han let go of the clamps, right? But he didn't to save
that's
them.
how he feels. Like that's the problem, is that Han was in a situation where if he didn't do that, that it wouldn't have gone any differently. Like it would. There was no scenario where he succeeds, but Beckett perceives this.
And
Val
Val
as giving up and like sacrificing Val for nothing because
Val made the executive decision to like pull the bomb and save everybody. So like really,
no. So like she blew the bridge to make the mission succeed.
The score happened, yeah.
But then Han abandoned it because he knew that if he didn't, then they would all die.
Yeah.
So it's a complex situation. There's no
Beckett's
right
eyes.
side.
She sacrificed herself for the mission, and then Han abandoned the mission,
Mm-hmm.
regardless of what he was capable of doing or not.
But then also he kind of sees it was a damned if you do, damned if you don't, and he gives Han an out.
Yeah. Beckett definitely knows that he is. The thing is, Beckett is very smart, and he's also in a lot of pain.
Yeah.
So the pain is lashing out, and then the logic of Beckett is like, okay, well, I mean, obviously we were fucked, but it's like, I'm just.
But I needed to punch somebody. You are the person here.
But he does quickly, like basically reverse it. And he never.
And
really
also
questions
on top of all of it,
Right.
though, like I'm watching this movie, watching Woody Harrelson act, and I am seeing like Woody Harrelson as this character, and Woody Harrelson, the man, would punch out a man for his.
I also think it's like
woman dying.
It's one of those things though where like you say he does give Han the out, right? Like he's like,
yeah,
you should go. I don't want you to come here with me. This is not going to be something that you want to do. And
it's like, I do not wish this life on
anybody.
Because
he's been in it for, he's old. He's pretty old at this point. He's older than Han Solo is when we meet him in A New Hope.
In Wookiee years.
In Wookiee years, he's like 3, 4, 5 years old. I don't know. It's pretty old for a Wookiee.
He's just a little guy in Wookiee years.
But he also continuously tries to teach him, right? Like every corner he is trying to teach him. And then even by the mid tier of the film, like you're watching him still trying to the point that I think he teaches him the last lesson, and then his character just becomes sort of like a comic relief up until the point that the betrayal happens, where I'm like, wait, what happened to Woody Harrelson? He's just being like, cool, all right, let's do it. Like he's just being like, okay, I'm here for the flow of the game or whatever. But yeah, this is almost the scariest moment of the movie, where he's like, Emphas Nest is nothing. We have to now go against Dryden Voss, and this is where everything kind of drops.
And
right?
you don't even understand this, Han. You're You're such a kid at this point.
But it's also where the movie becomes extremely cool. Where
Yeah.
like the movie was good and now it's cool. Where I'm like, oh, this is a cool movie. Wait a minute. There's like a floating yacht of weird rich perverts just like waiting for they were just waiting on this planet for the job to finish. Like
It's
that's
like
what they're
Epstein
doing.
Island on wings.
Yeah.
My next note is literally Head in the Jar Singer is my favorite Star Wars. I want to find this song. Somebody send the song to me.
I made a note at this same point and I said, can you perform on a stage in Star Wars if you're not fucked?
There's not a normal person ever. Yeah.
No.
And
Think of every
what does she
single
have?
time.
Like the woman has like a weird medallion in front of her face. I assume it's a microphone, but then he also has one, and I'm like, my brain was like, and next up, folks, it's woman and frog. Like that's all I could think in my head.
It's like Krang without the rest of them.
Yeah, if Krang had it was a floating head in a jar, that would be sick. And I'm sure it probably happens in the Eastman and Laird comics. But speaking of two directors, what are the names of the two directors that originally directed this?
Lord and Miller, yeah. Phil
Lord and
Lord,
Miller,
Chris
Lord and Miller. Clearly, a moment that was left in this movie was clearly where Beckett says, "Don't look anybody in the eye," and Han Solo looks down, and it holds on that scene for so long in a very funny way. I laughed out loud both times that I watched it. I thought it was great, and also we have a Chekhov's glowy knife situation because then it cuts over to Dryden with he's cut it. He kills a guy, and then he puts the knife on a plate.
Yeah,
one of his servants is holding. You know what I mean? And those glowy knives are brought back later, and those aren't like a Star Wars thing. Those are like in this movie thing.
Yeah. But
they're like light knives.
In this same scene, it's just an aside, but it's probably one of the most horrific things, if you think about it, is the woman holding drinks where half her head is missing and there's like a fucking Mac Mini in replacement. And like
this is what I'm saying about like all of the aliens in this movie are individually insane. And I know that Steven was talking about how like it's varied, but I think it's the antithesis to what you were saying, Joel Squid Pod, that in Star Trek there's like 5 or 7 races. It's very like it's very fantasy. Where there's like the gnomes.
Each race is an archetype.
There's the
humanity.
orcs. There's the fucking, you know what I mean? The humans. There's the elves. And in Star Wars, you don't have the same level of archetype that you do in something like a Lord of the Rings. It's there aren't the 6 archetypes. There's fucking 4,000 archetypes, and in every movie, you bring
and they're just
back,
like, what kind of disgusting do you want this guy to be?
Exactly. Or what kind of like incredibly
Weird
handsome
quirk.
for a tiny bat guy.
I mean, in this, like the disgusting for me was those like the servants that had like half their head.
That's what we were talking about.
Oh, is it?
Oh,
yeah.
No,
So
I was just saying
frightening.
how horrific that is. And that just the fact that they're like she's working for him just in a scene, just as an extra, says way more about Dryden Voss and how evil he is. If he's like, I'm willing to lobotomize you and put a Mac Mini on your head.
Yeah.
So that you just give me drinks.
We call that a Mac flat. He's like, I'm
Yeah,
gonna
it's
give you
a
the Mac flat. And then he's like, take this up to my
I've got
quarters. I
intel
might need
inside.
it laid to but also like I mean, I'm sure you guys already. I was only peeing for 45 seconds, but I assume you covered it all. All
We
the
covered
weirdos
a lot
in
of
this
ground.
room.
Yeah.
Yeah. The little bat
So they're
guy
just
on
coming out of
table.
the Kessel Run now.
Okay.
My Home Alone of it all is Bat Boy.
Squid Pod, what do you have going on?
There is a moment in this where, and I know it's near the end, but when Chewbacca eats those 2 like cocktails or whatever, and he's dribbling everywhere, it gives you that feeling of like, oh oh, my heart. You know when like somebody's eating embarrassingly and you're like, stop. That's
No, he
how
takes
I
a
feel.
sip of the drink and it's all over his beard. I can relate to that.
Yeah.
I know you can.
There are dozens of us.
There are dozens of us.
Listen,
I don't have
keep
any
a roll of
orange
toilet
pop in
paper.
my beard yet.
Are
Yeah.
you saying you're a Wookiee? Is that this? Done.
Whoa. We're gonna have to come up with a nickname for you, Jason.
I'm not
gonna say that every
Story?
time.
Solo
Yeah.
story?
My friends used to call me Jewbacca. So I don't know
Whoa.
if that's appropriate.
Yeah.
So,
That sounds like an
Definitely
East
not.
Coast thing to me.
But yeah.
It's probably an East Coast.
Yeah.
thing.
I don't think we're allowed to say that this far west anymore.
No. Can't.
But I mean, you're pretty.
Not these
You're,
days.
you're still pretty East Coast. I know you like to think you don't have an accent, but
yeah. You sound like a regular pirate, not a space pirate.
I don't like any of that.
when Jason types, it's in Maritimes New Roman.
So many R's. Oh man, I'm gonna fucking have a problem with that later.
You're like you keep switching the font. You're like it still looks like it's in Maritime.
yeah.
Fucking Maritimes New Roman. What a genius thing to say to me. I'm gonna come for you in your sleep. Don't worry.
That's the shirt.
Available in
That's
the
the shirt.
available in the store. Yeah, exactly.
All right, we're back. We're at the cocktail party still.
Okay, so Beckett says like, "Don't talk to anybody," and then Han's like, "I won't. Why would I, old man, you asshole?" And then Chewie's just like, and he's like, "I know, whatever." And
I
then
won't
Chewie
talk
goes,
to anyone, and he turns around and is literally the entire objective of his life is there.
Oh, and
Yeah.
there's a couple of Imperial officers there too. So
Yeah, you can,
like,
and they all have like hookers on their arms
Yeah,
and shit.
yeah.
You're like, oh, these guys
You're
are
like,
bought,
okay,
paid for it.
this is how he keeps his influence.
Oh, and there's the little bat guy in the suit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We talked about him earlier. He has an oversized drink. I mean, I guess it's just a regular sized drink, but he's like,
He's not
probably
bat
wasted.
sized. Yeah.
It's not bat sized.
I also mentioned him so many times.
Also, that bat not baptized.
Not baptized.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means, but anyway,
He's got
so-
full foreskin, I think is what you mean by that.
Oh yeah,
that's what you
he's
mean.
I think you meant circumcised.
oh yeah.
He's not baptized, so it's like
Nobody
He's-
correct Jason. Nobody correct.
But he is circumcised. If he wasn't, he would look like a slug or whatever. He'd be like,
That's true.
This is weird.
yeah, it's all very weird. Okay, so he goes to a window to try and avoid speaking to anyone, and then he gets a hand on the shoulder and he goes, "Chewie, leave me alone." And then it turns out that it's Kira, and she has a very disingenuous smile on her face, and she has that smile on her face for the rest of the movie. I don't know if you guys noticed this,
So-
but like I've watched this movie a couple times, and
Oh yeah.
in the early parts of this movie, she seems in love with him.
Yeah,
And
and
almost-
so warm and like
Yeah, and almost every moment up until maybe the Cape room, she has a fake face on. Like she doesn't
What-
look like she's
Yeah.
in love with
What
him
I want
at
to say
all or
about
even
this
interested.
too,
She also
is-
looks like low key afraid.
Joel mentioned plot armor for our main boys.
Mhm.
But the fact, okay, so there's a series of things that happen that are also like movie shit. The fact that she's at this party, the fact that she knows Beckett, and then the fact that she leads them to talk to Lando, all feels very like it's a little contrived for me, and that's how I felt during this. And I know that I've been singing praises about these like more contrived moments. This is where it doesn't fall apart for me, but it does feel a little too like perfect to fit.
Okay.
And
yeah.
it starts with this moment where she's just at this gala, and then it goes to like, oh, you know Beckett, oh, Dryden knows Beckett, and it all becomes they're all intertwined with each other because of this. Because what it seems like is like Han Solo has been, we forgot to mention that smash cut from him at the Imperial officer being like, your name's Solo and now you're going to join the infantry. There's a 3-year gap.
yeah.
That 3 years is a long time.
You know,
Everybody
you know what?
gets thrown into different places in their lives.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the next month or few weeks, Solo ends up at a gala with the main bad guy, and then Kira, who knows Beckett.
Yeah, it makes the galaxy feel smaller, I think is what you're trying to say.
Yeah,
But on the other hand, they're in crime. There's gonna be a guy at the top. They're both doing the same hustle. Like it's kind of like how, you know, like I work as a graphic designer. It's only a matter of time before I run into another designer I know at like the same job. You
Right.
know,
There's
like,
also a moment.
So this is Space
there's-
Toronto, is what you're
this is
saying.
Space Toronto. This
There's
is
also
This is
There's
this is Nirvana the band, the movie, the show.
yeah. There's also a moment early in the movie where she says like it's either this or Crimson Dawn. She does say that at the beginning of the movie. It's either this or Crimson Dawn. And which makes me think that Crimson Dawn has a lot of influence on the planet that they
it's like the
live on.
easy way out, but it's
Yeah.
immoral.
And
you
then
know
when,
what?
when
They're
Han
reuniting.
leaves,
Yeah,
when
it's
Han
sorta
leaves,
like-
she goes
that's what
for
she has to go.
Crimson
for.
Dawn, yeah, which is
Right.
yeah.
It's kind of like you spend your whole life like your Bloods, and then like the Crips are hiring, and you're like, I
Yeah,
gotta
yeah.
get out of here. I gonna just join the Crips.
Or
Just to
even,
get
or
out.
even you're.
It's
in
either
like
Bloods or Crips. What am I
or
gonna do?
Exactly.
Yeah,
I wanted
or
to ask
no,
this-
or like you're like a kid living in a shitty neighborhood, and you don't want to join a gang.
Yeah.
And so you're like doing petty crime and shit to try to just keep yourself fed, but
But
it's like
if
once
you also
your partner is gone, it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna just join a gang.
Yeah,
now
because it's
they'll
just
take care of me.
easier.
Yeah,
You also
You know,
notice that
But
like
I'm in it
ear-
for life.
when Beckett says like that job was for the Crimson Dawn. Like you can see Han's face like sink, but there's also
Yeah,
like
yeah.
this like weird
I
thought
wanted
that he
to
has
ask-
for being like, oh, but that's
I wanted
also
to-
like maybe Kira can get me back. Maybe I can go there through them to that. So like that's another reason for him to join up.
I wanted to ask too, like in the Star Wars mythos,
Mm.
how deep does the Crimson Dawn go?
Huge,
Like-
galactic.
Yeah. So there at this point in time, there's like the Pikes, Crimson Dawn. There's two other
The
syndicates.
Hutts.
That's
The
the
Hutts.
Hutts,
Yeah.
and then somebody else that I can't remember. And then there's also like Crimson Dawn at this point is being led by Darth Maul and
Okay.
Death Watch
Okay.
from Mandalore.
The Mandalorians, yeah. And yeah.
it's a big deal. Yeah,
It's a huge deal. They're the biggest gang.
Are they part of like the animated series stuff? Like are they
Yeah,
Bad
yeah.
Batch?
Yeah.
Yeah,
The Pikes are huge too. Like the Pikes are the ones that they go to Kessel they're run by the
It's run
Pikes,
by the
right? Like
Pikes.
the guy
Yeah.
who's like
this
that
guy-
guy? Yeah, that guy.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
they have the hexagon faces. The Pikes.
Yeah, yeah.
They look
Okay.
cool. That guy in live, because you've seen that in Clone Wars before, and you're like, oh, they look cool. And then you see it in live action, you're like, that looks so fucking cool in live
Yeah,
action. I
it's-
did not
it's the
expect
best.
it to be that.
Yeah, it's something that you
boxy.
wouldn't think would be easy to translate from a cartoon.
Yeah,
But it
because
looks
in
wildly
the
good.
cartoon they're like fishmen and their like face are kind of weird and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
But
So
then they
without
figure that
without knowing the like lore element that you guys know, is this sort of more on par with watching Ahsoka without having previous knowledge? Because I
No.
watched Ahsoka.
no,
I had a lot of moments where I was like, I know kind of
This
know what they're
is-
talking
I
about,
didn't
but-
know Crimson Dawn as well.
You don't need to
Sorry.
know in
Like-
this. Like I feel like
Okay.
it's just
I see. Yeah.
I think that
I
you
wouldn't have
have
been able to as detailed outline Crimson Dawn as the other two.
I feel like your
You
amount of
understand-
knowledge of Crimson Dawn, Jason, is like just about the same amount of Crimson Dawn knowledge that Han Solo has in the Han
Yeah.
Solo movie. So like,
Well,
you're
I'm
good.
Han
yeah.
Solo. I
You're
suppose.
good, yeah.
essentially you know who the mob is. This is the mob,
Yeah,
right? So
Okay.
that's all you need to know.
You've heard about them. You know that they operate in
You
space.
know
and
they're
you're like, but
dangerous.
what do we do?
You know
Yeah,
you're scared of them.
After
That's
doing
about it.
this month of Star Wars, like I had seen the original or the prequel trilogy and I had seen this movie, but this month and my love for Star Wars as it is has really inspired me to want to go back and just watch the cartoon series and really just wrap my head around more of the stuff that
Just
I
the
don't
tertiary
know.
stuff.
Jason, do you want to do a side podcast? I've been trying to get this off the ground for years. It's called
I'm not in, and also we can put it under the banner. Hey, did you see this one? And Steven will be there every
Love
single
it.
fucking week.
I'll be like, this week
Like-
on.
And so will Alex. And this is actually a backdoor.
Yeah, it's a
pilot
backdoor
for the-
pilot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Yeah,
We'll,
this is
we'll
for
talk
the-
later. We'll talk later.
Yeah, we'll have,
Yeah.
we'll have a sidebar.
Backdoor X-wing pilot.
Yeah.
Wait,
nice.
is there a podcast called Backdoor Pilot? Maybe we should just make it called Backdoor Pilot. All right.
I have
And
a
it's
better
Star
name, but
Wars
I'm
reference.
but I'm
and
gonna
then
say it
we can
offline.
all be called Dak.
Yeah.
Dak is a backdoor pilot, isn't he?
Yeah,
Backdoor
yeah.
X-Wing.
Oh,
Jack.
he's a backdoor pilot.
Yeah.
If you know
Dude,
what I'm
Luke
saying.
didn't give a
If
fuck.
you know what I'm
when
saying.
Dak died. He didn't give a fuck.
No,
Well, that's because Luke.
I
was
lost
the
my
top,
gunner,
man.
whatever his name was.
I don't know.
Yeah, he only cared that he couldn't fucking attach the.
He's like, crap. Are you there? And he's like, my name's Dak. Please.
I lost my what's his name? I lost my gunner. Couldn't remember.
we've only been through two missions, two
Yeah.
major missions together. Luke,
Yeah,
Thanks
it's
a
so many
lot.
syllables. Who can remember them all? I'm gonna nickname for you. He says to Dak.
Hey, Scab,
Yeah.
it's Dak.
Yeah,
I don't know,
he
his name's
introduced-
like
hey, my
shit
name's-
or piss
my
or
name's,
something. I don't know.
My name is Daxon Solo Calrissian. It's
I have a
like,
friend
I
who
can
has
just call
Solo
you
in their
Dak.
name too, actually. All right. So are you ready to face the Empire? May the force be with you.
Let's go,
Let's
Dak
go.
Solo.
Yeah.
You know what Kira and Han's reunion reminded me of? It was like they were dating at the end of grade 8, and then Han and Kira
Yeah.
like were separated for summer, and then they went into
That's
high
what I
school.
mean about the. That's
And
what I mean
Han's
about
like,
the-
"Hey, my girlfriend's here," and he doesn't
Yeah.
realize yet that she's not his girlfriend anymore.
that's what the fake face is for me. Right
Yeah,
now.
yeah, and she's
It's
like, "Oh,
like
hey,"
She's giving him a big smile, and like you can tell that she's like, "Oh fuck, I really do care about this guy," and I kind of left him hanging, but also he left me hanging. But she doesn't. There's one thing that I really
she's
like
not
about
upset that he got away. She's
That-
happy.
yeah.
She is happy that he got away.
That's
but
one thing that I
she's
really
moved
like.
on.
the
But
one
I
thing that I
also
think about
like
Kira
that
in
she-
this.
Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say the one thing that I like about Kira in this movie is that she isn't like played in this sort of like artificially crafted or dumb sort of like female role that exists in Star Wars usually, right? Like she is already established as a character beyond the screen of what we're watching, and right now we're just seeing her be like, "Hey Han, how's it going?" No, yes. And if you're watching carefully, you can be like, "Yeah, she already has something going on." And then it is smeared on a little heavily once Dryden shows up, but like you know that like there's something else going on there.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean
So when like I'm just kind of watching it here, and she's playing it like she's scanning the room. It's like she's got some fear about her the whole time they're talking, even though she's like, "I'm so glad to see you," etc., etc. She's just still looking around the whole time.
well, yeah, and I mean the fear isn't lost on us because as it's cutting between what we're seeing and what's happening in the room is Dryden Voss murdering a man with a knife. He's
yeah.
like, bring this knife to my knife room because I'm gonna bring another knife person up there later. Where you're like, okay, well, yeah, this guy's evil.
That is an excellent point.
yeah.
I do feel the same way about Kira in this. She's one of the most she has the most agency of a lot of Star Wars women. I honestly don't think there's a Star Wars woman I like more agency wise, maybe than Ahsoka, maybe than
I mean, in
like
the in
Le-
this in
like
these, in these
Leia
few-
once she's more formed, you know, like she's a. I think that Kira should come back in some way because of how important to me she is.
well,
I
I'll
agree
say that
with
like
you.
in this introduction,
She was clearly
I think
meant
it's like
to as
super
well.
strong, and I don't think the rest of the movie plays off the strength of her introduction here because it's like we leave her in this like very vulnerable position, and then we see her in this very strong position, and I think that there are like some good moments throughout, but we don't really get to know her at all in this movie.
I love the
Right.
nuance of her position. Like I love it's like she's
Yeah.
literally like branded. She's
Yeah.
clearly so subservient.
Mhm.
But you can tell that she has demonstrated competence and quickly
And strength
like
and coolness, like
she
she
is
can fight
she
and
is
stuff, yeah.
definitely like she's definitely trapped but you can tell that she has basically made the best of it in a situation of like she's a close confidant. She is like she clearly has a bit more rope than
she's literally
she
the
does.
top
She has the
lieutenant.
top half of her head.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
She didn't
which
get
is
the top
rare.
half of her head cut off.
Very important. Very important.
but you know what I mean? It's like clearly she is so slick.
But also in this pecking order, she is the next in line to Dryden. And when Dryden dies, Darth Maul himself says like Kira, like he knows.
Yeah,
who she
yeah.
is. You know, it's not.
She's on a first name basis. With
Yeah,
Darth
yeah. It's
Maul.
not. Yeah, it's not like she's like, oh yes, you're the servant of the guy that I was talking to. It's like, no, Kira, we must talk on Dathomir.
It's
You're like,
this
okay, well,
weird
fuck.
sort of like balance of like survival versus ambition. Like she's
Yeah.
ambitious,
Okay.
but she's
Yeah.
also a survivor. So like you kind of feel that when like through Han's eyes, she's just like the girl of his dreams. She's everything.
But she's
like,
also the girl of his nightmares because she's like a fucking crime boss, basically. And like, not to deter you, Jason, from like what you like about her, but like, I think the main point of her that is the most interesting is that you don't know enough about her in this movie. Like, you want to know more.
I think that's the epitome of a crush. I think that is the.
Oh, Jason just wants to kiss
exact-
Kira. Okay.
No. And I don't want to be weird. I don't want it to be gross or whatever.
Yeah.
But I think even from Han Solo's point of
No,
view,
he is like puppy dog.
I think that is the antithesis. That is the very meaning, the very.
Well, he just wants to
idea
marry
of-
her, right?
I mean,
Like,
he
he's
wants
like, I was
he
gonna
wants
have
his teenage girlfriend back, but now they're
Yeah.
both they've changed so much.
and,
Here,
and,
guys.
and she's just so calculated at this moment in time,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Right.
And
I don't
Han is
want to.
like, I'm just a teenage dirt bang bang.
I don't want to derail this show because this is an amazing conversation. However, I would like to point out that it is now 11 p.m. and we are not halfway through this movie. So we
We
need
haven't met
to
Lando yet.
we need to figure out a way that we can move on
All right,
a
let's
little bit
speed it up.
quicker.
They get into Dryden's conversation, and we finally learn a little bit more about Dryden, which is cool because he's a cool scar-faced man.
Another moment where I was like, "Fuck!" I don't remember anyone that was. I did like. I'm like, Paul Bettany is in this movie.
But how excited were you to be like?
I
who
was
is
very
this
excited. I was like, "Oh
man?
yeah!" I'm like,
In
they
his
really got a
weird
lot of
like
people.
trophy room full of like cool like jewels and knives and armor.
It's so
There's a
fortunate
Mandalorian.
that he has
around there.
a Knight's Tale because otherwise, everything that I can think of him in, he's so weird.
Yeah.
It's like scary. He's like a
But also,
scary guy.
I think that John Favreau like really likes him. Like he thinks he's
Well,
like a
he's
powerful
Vision.
actor, which he is a powerful.
He
actor.
is he's an
Yeah.
extremely powerful actor,
Yeah.
but he's like also like so like I don't know. I feel like if I found out that he killed people in the night, I would be like, okay.
I
You'd
would
be
have
like,
liked.
you'd be like
the
only
idea-
during the night.
I would have liked the idea if he was a Mandalorian. Like if he was just
Yeah.
like one of the Death Watch, like instead of whatever creating a new alien that has Scarface, like just make him a regular dude who's
I still like the idea that when he gets mad, his fucking scars go all crazy.
I like that too, Jason. I think that's like one of the things that like every time I watch this movie, I'm like, what is going on with him? His scars are turning darker when he gets mad, and then when he dies, his skin goes like super pale.
Right.
Yeah.
What the heck what is he?
Like is he like focusing his skin into different pigments?
The thing though is
And like
it's not-
dying is like letting go. Is he like
Yeah.
a fucking cuttlefish or something?
yeah. Like
Maybe he's
like,
a cuttlefish alien.
Like
Yeah.
maybe he's just got a little pigment things that
Yeah.
fire all the time.
But like an like an octopus goes
Octopuses,
pale when
yeah.
it dies.
he's like a mood ring, but like a person,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but like not as
I
extreme.
love that too.
But it is subtle. It's not like it's not
It's
like
so subtle that I thought I was crazy the first time I watched the movie, and I
Yeah.
still sometimes think I'm crazy when I'm watching it. And I'm noticing this, right, to the point that I don't want to bring it up to anybody, being like,
yeah,
is he
because you're like
changing
maybe
color when he
he's
gets
not
mad?
changing color. Like maybe if I say that character is changing colors, I'll look
People will
stupid.
think I'm insane. Yeah,
I feel like a throwaway line would have fixed a lot of that confusion for people, but You know,
Or just make it more extreme. Like just make him turn green or something, like fully
Yeah.
green.
Or make his diamonds turn like red. Like
I got into a fight with a gecko from the Fallout universe, and now I am irradiated. Don't
There
worry
you go.
about
Or
it.
like, you know, when he
Anyway,
gets really mad, like all the scars on his face, like they open, like they're normal and they're just lines.
That's what
and
I'm
they
saying.
Open into these like these
that's such
weird
a
open things.
that's a way cooler thing that we see in this movie. That because
Yeah.
we all assume watching it that his face has been slashed. That's all.
Yeah, we all thought he got clawed by a
Yeah.
wampa or a
Yeah.
claw man or whatever. Yeah.
a claw man. It's classic Star Wars.
Well, I mean, as we meet Lando, we see a claw man. I'll tell you about him later.
Okay,
Um,
so speaking of which, we're now off to.
Yeah, I think we can speed through the coaxium talk. Like they basically he threatens to kill them, and then he's like, "Well, what if we can get you raw coaxium?" And then they're like, "Well, if Kessel, we can get it from Kessel, but you know, we have to do this, this, and that." And then he's like, "I won't kill you this time, but next time I will." And Beckett's like, "Got it," and they leave.
yeah.
And then
What if they met
they
Lando
have to,
Calrissian?
yeah, they have to go find a fast ship, so they end up in the darkest bar in the universe.
It's so dark.
It's called Dark Bar,
It's
directed
really-
by John Carpenter.
Yeah, but the cool thing about this bar they go into, it reminds me of any movie where there are people fighting in a cage, but in this one it's
Because
like
there's
it's
people
robots.
fighting in a cage in it. Oh, it's
Yeah, it's
it's just-
it's
it's just-
droids.
It's,
It's like dog. It's like if Michael Vick did Robot Wars
Yeah, that's
or
Robots.
BattleBots.
There's
by
so many
Michael
movies-
BattleBots. Thank you, Alex.
There's so many movies with people fighting in cages that you could pin to this
The
one. But
Wolverine.
that's what I'm gonna say. I was
Well,
about to
gonna
say. It reminds me of that one the
scene
most for some
in,
reason.
in Deadpool 2, where
I
we
think it's
see,
because the way it's
Abomination
filmed-
fighting in a cage in like a secret scene.
oh yeah,
Okay, but the reason I agree with Alex here is because I think that like the fact they film it from these tight weird angles, doesn't it make the cage feel really really small? Like
It does. Yeah.
and you're like the Wolverine in that one, it felt really really small too. I'm like, how
Yeah.
big is this cage? Like maybe
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
Do you
small
guys want
for
to
two
see
humans to be
some cool man-on-man cage fighting? There's this little show called Banshee, and it's a piece of shit, but it's where it's where Homelander came from. It was a show before The Boys, and it's about this town that is run by Mormons, and they just have an underground fighting ring, and it's the most crime-heavy, violent sex show I've ever seen in my life. I think it was on like FX.
It's the most crime-heavy sex show I've ever seen in my
Yes.
entire life.
And I've never seen cage fighting like I've seen in that. They had to go to Louisiana to get better cage fighting on that show. At any rate, I really love the fact that Han Solo sits down at the sabacc table and he says, "Have you ever played it before?" And after mispronouncing sabacc,
Yeah.
and says, "I played a little," and I'm like, what a weird tell about your ability to play sabacc.
But
I
did
think
you
he said
notice
once
the
or
other?
twice, right?
Did you notice the other mispronunciation? That's the best part.
What was it?
He's like, so this is sabacc, isn't it? He's like, it's called sabacc. And then he's like, all right, yeah, I played a couple times. And he's like, so, Han. And he's like, it's Han.
It's actually
yeah, I
Han.
love that.
Yeah.
Which should be one of your dislikes of the movie.
I
think.
don't mind it. This is a
But he
retcon
doesn't-
that I'm okay with.
But he
Oh,
doesn't
like,
retcon
okay, well,
because
Billy D. Williams just read the script one time and said the name wrong, and they didn't
Yeah.
correct him.
Yeah.
but he
So
also
it's
just
like-
never says it right ever throughout the whole because
No,
he
I
didn't
know,
say it
but,
right
it's
the
like,
first
but they,
time.
they
Oh,
like
yeah,
they just
yeah.
never bring it up to
But,
him. Like,
but now it feels, because of the relationship that
Yeah, it
is
feels
set
like
up here,
a-
it feels
like
like
a
out of
joke.
spite.
like an in
Yeah.
joke.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then like as they're old, when they're old and buddies, it's like you're still calling your old pal by the name you used to take the piss out of
Exactly.
him with. Yeah.
Well,
I had a
I've been
girlfriend.
rewatching,
I had a
I've-
girlfriend when I was
Brag about it.
19 or 18. Her name was Hannah, as we would normally say it. But if you know her, she preferred to
Hannah.
be called Hannah. And I called her Hannah, and I would hear people around call her Hannah, and I wouldn't correct them because Hannah technically is the correct way to name call somebody by that name. But I feel like this is the same thing. Steve, don't give me that face. I'm
I mean,
allowed
it's a
Han
great
Solo.
story. I'm glad you're telling it to us.
On a solo, dude.
Yeah,
It was
Han
over before you
Solo,
even
yeah.
knew it. Yeah.
I was gonna be like, it's like in Community where like everybody's like Abed, and then Pierce is always like Abed.
Abed.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
where it's like clearly there's like a bunch of people saying it right, and then one person just can't
Or
get it
set,
right.
like Iraq versus
Yeah,
Iraq.
but I don't think Lando Calrissian is racist as a character and real life.
No, but it's
No.
just like that's how maybe everybody on his planet says Han, right? So it's like it's just baked into his mind, like that's
Maybe.
what it's called. Han. Everyone's called Han here.
And then
Maybe.
we see, and Infus Nest is in the bar. For some reason, I completely missed that.
Yeah, Warwick Davis is the little like
Oh, it's okay.
the
It's
person who's like
Is
"Meh."
Warwick Davis in this movie as far back as this point? Because
yeah.
I only notice when he takes his mask off, and I'm like, oh, it's
Yeah.
Will
Oh
Wheaton.
yeah, he's the one who's So like there's
Okay.
it keeps showing like a person who has like a helmet, like a crazy visor helmet. And like you can tell that they have short limbs or whatever because they keep like moving around and they have little limbs. And then later he like says something like, "All right, they're leaving, but we put the blip blop on their ship."
Yeah.
And you know what? Because I was writing notes, I probably looked down at that point.
Yeah.
And then
He's watching there. I think this is actually detrimental for like child brains, but also like child brains that watch this over and over again will.
Yeah.
It'll be that this is what Star Wars is, because like I was watching it, I was like, oh, this person's gonna be interesting, like a weird, interesting interruption, and then it doesn't happen, and then they're later they like almost too much later to the point that your brain forgets that person was there.
Well, and I actually had a note written down as like, how did they know that they were here? And then okay, there's the set.
Warwick Davis was in there watching the whole Sabak
Yeah.
fight, and he's watching the whole time. I love the Sabak part. It's so great. I love the
so
bar,
fucking good.
everything about it. It seems
Yeah.
like they're in like a weird Viking, like a longhouse or whatever. Like when they take
yeah.
over a ship or
There's
whatever.
also a very I'll bring this up because I try to bring this up in every episode. There's a very Final Fantasy thing in this where he loses this Sabak match because Lando cheats,
Lando Calrissian.
but in a very JRPG way, because they're all interconnected, they gain a party member out of losing the Millennium Falcon. And when they're walking away, it's like, yo, can I get my fucking speeder? And he's like, no. It's in the shop. Also, do you want to come do the Kessel Run? And Lando's like, I hate you, but that seems interesting because I'm interesting, which I love.
Well, and I also like that the whole thing with Beckett's like 25%. Okay. And then they get to the Falcon and it's impounded. So it's like, it's sort of implied to me that Lando has seen through the con since the beginning and is like, I got to get my ship out of Hawk. And these are the guys who are going to do it.
I wouldn't
Also,
put it past them.
Quick shout out to
I love that too. It's one of the. I like that he like they keep haggling downwards, and then he also is like, and then he turns to Kira and he goes like, 25 is great. Like that's exactly what I was going to haggle down towards. And you know,
Also-
like we meet the droid. Do you guys like the droid? I feel
I
like
love
L3.
L3.
I really like the
Before
droid.
we get to L3, though, quick shout out to Ron Howard's brothers in this.
Oh
very
yeah,
quickly.
Clint Howard. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right.
Clint
He's
Howard's in this.
he's the BattleBot master.
Yeah.
This is one of
Yeah,
those
he's
Sam
great.
Raimi moments where like Clint Howard will always appear in a Ron Howard production, no matter what it is.
Very true.
Just like Clint Gunn.
How come none of the
James
robots
Gunn's
in
brother.
the arena used a wedge to flip any of the other robots over?
I don't know,
It's
or
like
like
a
a hammer that like
Yeah.
Or a chainsaw on the front with the flipper on the
Yeah.
back.
or they
Yeah,
just
the Flipper Man.
spin.
Bite. What was it? Bite Force, right? Bite Force.
I
was
hate
the-
it. I hate AI, but I can't wait for BattleBots to come back where all the droids are little like
Where they actually
sentient
feel
AI.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have their like little
They feel-
AI like children on the side that like watch
They have
them.
veins
Yeah.
running.
There's like a
Can't
little,
wait
there's a
till
little
they
like
feel
boy robot who's like,
Yeah.
He's got little zippers on his
Watching
fingers.
watching his dad get cut in half.
Yeah.
But to
No,
talk
yeah,
about
or the one with the torch for no reason that sets the other ones on fire.
to talk about all three, my favorite thing about all three is that
intimidation.
First of all, it's Phoebe Waller-Bridge.
Yeah, we love her.
She's amazing. But this droid is like programmed to want equal rights for everybody to a fault almost.
Yeah.
And the first one of the
I think
first
that the
lines you
character
get is
is-
like, "You
is
need
also-
anything? Equal rights."
I do think this is also,
So this is one of those things where you talk about like the poison in your brain
yeah.
about this movie. L3 was poisoned as being like the woke bot at the
Yeah.
time.
Woke wasn't even a thing in 20.
Yeah, it was like a
no, but it was
feminism bot. It would be
Is
like a
L3 the
feminism
first
bot.
time that
But it was
woke
also like a
brought up?
commentary on
SJW was a thing at the time.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
and I do think that like it was meant to be a commentary on being overly woke, right? Like that's the whole
Yeah,
idea
exactly.
of the character, right?
Which
Like,
is insane because she's kind of like how Donald Trump is like an insane Nazi to George Bush Jr. being like not that bad by comparison. But I
she's
miss
also, like-
SJ Dubs.
Yeah.
I think like when you
Same.
first meet her though, like you're also like you're immediately like, what is this droid doing? It's too much. This is too much. This is too much. And like everything that everybody says to her is an affront. So you're like, oh,
Right.
she's sort of like a militaristic version of like the idea of wokeness. But then by the end, you're like, no, she's right. She's absolutely
she's
right. Everything that
absolutely
she
right.
believes in is true. Yeah.
And she
In fact-
dies as like a martyr, which was
Yeah.
excellent.
From her introduction to about the point where they break into the impound lot, that is like the length of time that she's annoying, and then
Yeah. And then
past
she's just
that,
funny after that.
you're
Yeah.
like, oh
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, I'm with
she's
you.
she's humanized for me at that conversation where she's talking to Kira, and she's like, obviously Han Solo loves you, and she's like, what? How do you know that? And it's like, because Lando loves me, and she's like, well, how do you know that? And Kira's like,
Jason, you think that
well,
people
you
can
say
only be
Londo?
humanized when they want to fuck each other? You
No,
weird
and-
pervert.
we could be together if it was
For me-
necessary. And then Kira says, would that even work? And as
And
the
she goes,
scene
"It
ends,
works."
she goes,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
works. It could
It
work.
works. No, for me the humanization of her was when she like sits down in
Yeah.
the seat and is all cranky about her hip or whatever. She's like,
Yeah.
you're gonna have to do that thing later. And it's
Yeah.
implied that like
Yeah.
Lando
They've done it
regularly
before,
has
yeah.
to do it.
He has to like put his finger into like
Give her a
weird-
massage or
like,
whatever.
lube,
Like,
or he has like a
Let's be
lube
honest.
thing. He's like,
give her a
"Oh,
tune-up.
I
but
don't
it's
like-
They're fucking-
a massage analogy.
yeah."
I don't like to be gross on this show, and we typically stray away from grossness. But I have
You want
a,
to fuck the robot.
no, I do not want to fuck the robot. L3 has a vagina made of like wires, like you know how like wires can sort of.
Oh no.
Mhm.
So use your imagination
Oh.
for that.
But
I'm
the-
gonna
the
let I'm gonna
point
let
is-
you. I'm gonna use your imagination.
the point is Lando and her are getting freaky.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
maybe not all the time.
I don't think her and Lando are freaky because I think but she's had sex with a human man.
Well, you know, last month I was
She knows that it works
last
at
week-
He
least.
knows that it
Yeah.
You
works.
know, last week I was talking about obviously Anakin has like a dildo feature for his mutant claw.
I mean, you were talking about that, yeah.
Yeah.
clearly
we were all
L3
thinking it.
has been forced
Right, guys?
Yes.
with her, you know, explicit agreement to give Lando a hand job at very least. Maybe she doesn't have a wire vagina.
Oh, Jason
That's
likes
a-
to believe that these subservient robot women love giving hand jobs. What a
Yeah.
pervert.
I
this
love
man.
it. They're
Don't fuck
programmed.
them, but if
Yeah,
they're gonna give a
like-
hand job,
yeah.
it's probably fine.
It's just
So you think the
protocol,
robot
right?
likes doing that? What the
Yeah.
fuck is
It's
wrong?
just
with
she
you?
protocol,
loves
right,
him
Jason?
back. She says it.
It's just software.
Yeah.
That's
Oh,
actually
no.
worse than what I'm saying.
That was Jason's nickname in high school.
Plank job.
Software. Because I couldn't get it up. Oh no.
Oh no.
Anyway,
Well, Lando recording his memories is great. That's my next note. Let's move on.
Oh,
from
well,
all
that's
that.
so many moments
If
later.
you guys ever
I
do the
know.
original trilogy, you're gonna have to learn about how R2D2 has a fucking glory hole or something. From
Yeah. Also, like this droid
You
does
can
make me
jizz
think
oil.
this droid does make me think about like how gay C-3PO would be if he never got his mind wiped. Like he's gay based, but like imagine he never got his mind wiped.
Every time he gets wiped, he starts
It
over as a
works.
heterosexual droid, and then he starts to realize that he likes boy droids.
Yeah.
And by the end of it, they're like, "We got to wipe him again." He keeps
we-
fucking
oh my
all the
God.
R4 units.
By the eighth
Oh,
time he wasn't wiped, he's like, wipe me, daddy.
Are
I'm
the hard
into it.
are the droid wipers just like conversion camps?
I think so.
Oh,
God,
wow.
Is
That's why-
do you
that's why
wipe
R4
do you
had a
wipe
bad
a droid
motivator.
just to get rid of its human qualities? Like, is that
Yeah, Anakin wiped 3PO so many times to try and
Is it
stop him
like a
from
form
being
of,
gay,
like,
and
rampage
it just
shit?
keeps coming out though. They're like, oh my god, he's gay every time. We can't wipe it. It's clear it doesn't work.
okay? Well,
That's
put
why
a fabulous gold plating on him. That'll straighten him out.
Give him one red leg,
One red leg.
Yeah,
just so he's fabulous.
one silver leg, one red arm. See what happens. You know.
Yeah.
He only felt comfortable when he was just full wires.
I do
Yeah.
think that my
Oh.
favorite part in the
He
Force
had a wire
Awakens
vagina.
is when
Yeah.
he shows up and he's like, I assume you're thinking about my red arm. Everyone's like, I mean, not really, but yeah, what's up with that? He's like, they tried to wipe me again, Master Solo, but I fucked him right in the eye.
I used my giant C3PO penis.
Oh,
It's
they're
actually
gonna
a human penis.
be
It's not a human
P
penis.
penis.
Penis. The P stands for penis.
And the 3 stands for
C3P
Three of them.
E NIS.
all right. We're
This
not
has gone
gonna-
off the rail. This is
Yeah,
like
okay.
like a fucking imperial train, dude.
Okay, we've busted out the Millennium Falcon out of Hawk. We're now on Kessel. We've done the Kessel run, the normal
The Kessel
way.
walk.
Yeah, it's the normal way. It's the
This
20
is also
cars
where I do get into the point where I'm like, okay, now they're dealing with Star Wars stuff that I know, and like I'm like, okay, yeah. And now they're explaining it, like, well, yeah, Kessel's on the inside of this big ass nebula or whatever. You can't go anywhere through it. You can only go through this weird lamp lit tunnel or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, but how does the tunnel work? And they're like, don't worry about that. Just worry about the fact that we
Just
can
buy
go
the
through it."
toys.
Yeah. They really don't decide to explain how any of it works, except that if you go outside the tunnel, you'll get eaten by ice and rocks and monsters
and a gravity well.
and a gravity well. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the monsters are bad, but there's
They
also
keep talking about the maw. They're like the
maw,
maw.
yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, they land on Kessel, and then they basically sell Han and Chewie into slavery, essentially.
Yeah. They do like the classic check their teeth and stuff. It's all pretty good. But
Yeah, it's
Kira
pretty
does-
overt.
Yeah.
Also,
Kira's
we get a shot into Kira's like badassery because she just treats everybody like shit once she has to like get into character, which that's Steven was talking about this earlier, and I couldn't really wrap my head around how she could be a bad mojo. But this is the sequence where I was like, oh yeah, she is an asshole and can the ability to be an asshole, because right here she's like, you shut your mouth.
Yeah.
Call Sasquatch. Everybody get into the slave pit.
Yeah. She's like, okay, these two droids, both are hardworking and will serve you well.
And Beckett is wearing Lando's disguise outfit. Return
Yeah,
of the
from
Jedi.
Jedi.
Which-
yeah, the weird tooth.
when I remember when I first saw that, I was like, oh, but then I was also kind of like, oh, I guess that makes sense. Like, maybe he just has that as
Yeah,
like
it's
a
just-
thing that
it's
he
just-
puts
it's
on.
just
in
on
the
the ship.
Falcon or
It's just like
Yeah.
a disguise he has. Yeah, he's probably
Yeah.
got like a bunch of other disguises too. Yeah.
But I love the Pikes. The Pikes are so cool in this.
So do I. I like the fact that they like admit pretty quickly, like, Yeah, the reason we can, do this, exploit these people, is because we've got a lot of droids here, and we have them all under control, very heavily under control. And the droid is like, like fucking hell. What the hell?
Yeah.
What do you mean? And then she kicks him in the nuts or whatever, and then gives him the dice back, and was like, "Yeah, you guys go this way, we'll go this way." And then, but it's like,
so I guess it's like the dice thing is she's been hanging on to it all this time, and
Yeah.
I think this is her trying to be like, I will not fuck you over here in this situation. I will come back for these because you gave them to me, they're mine, and I'll come back for them. I think that's the idea behind the dice, is that like you give them to somebody as a symbol of trust, and if you take them, then you have to give them back to the other person as a symbol of trust.
And it's also a symbol of like, listen, I can't be who you want me to be, but I'm still the person that I was.
Yeah,
But
like I recognize.
And then you
I am still
also,
me,
I've
even if we are not us.
Yeah, I've never stopped thinking about you.
Yeah.
is
I'm
what
still
I'm
the
trying to
girl
say.
that you
Yeah.
knew. I'm not necessarily your girl.
I'm
But
sorry.
also you can give these to another person if you need them. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. These are really important. I
Oh man,
promise.
are the
I
dice
promise.
way
You're
more
gonna keep-
romantic
yeah.
and cool than I thought? Okay.
I mean, I guess
think
they
so.
are now.
Listen,
Yeah.
I think the dice, like right from the get-go, they show them like they're Chekhov's dice in a way, because they're very important throughout this whole film. Like
Yeah.
they're shown right at the beginning, and they're used at this as this sort of like language of love. This is why after the movie ends, I'm wondering when Han meets Leia in the original trilogy,
Did he
is
give
he
her
thinking of Kira this whole time? Like, is he thinking of
Oh, he gave her the dice, all right.
what is that? What do you mean by that, Alex?
Sex.
Oh,
Snake
what do you mean by that, Alex? Could
Talking
you?
about banging.
What do you mean by that, Squid Pod and Joel? What do you mean?
Intercourse.
No, yeah.
Oh, like a spaceship thing, like
anal
how, like, the
sex?
oh my
doing,
god.
Okay, so sorry,
I
I'm going to put it in
understood that
terms
part.
you understand. You know when there's a robot that's not sexual?
No.
Yeah,
Let me take this one on.
Yeah.
You know the
Okay.
Sarlacc pit?
Oh,
Wait, I'll take this one. You know when Boba Fett says like, "Dad, we're getting raped over here. Let's go."
Oh no.
Wait.
You know in Empire when they go inside of that asteroid, but then there's the worm?
You had me
It's
at
like that,
ass.
but the other way around.
Yeah. The worm's
So, like,
going
in-
into you.
Wait, you know when
Yeah.
Return of the Jedi when Jabba the Hutt goes,
So it's
Yeah.
kind of like in Empire Strikes Back where they get thrown in that garbage hole.
That's
Yeah.
the Sarlacc bit.
That's not an Empire Strikes Back.
Well, which movie is it? Because I still mean the garbage hole where they get.
That's
Yeah,
the
that's-
first. That's
that's
a New
the first
Hope.
one.
Yeah.
You know, in A New Hope, where nobody has any hope and everybody lives.
That's true. You know what? Jason's
like
right. The main point of A New Hope is when they get out of that garbage hole and they're like, now we have a new hope that we didn't get squished as
Yeah.
garbage.
I will reveal to you that I took a complete shot in the dark at a movie that had the garbage moment, but I know that garbage moment is significant.
Yeah.
It was a New Hope. Just
Yeah.
Okay.
It was
Yeah.
definitely a new hope.
But there was garbage and a hole.
And
Yeah.
there
You
was
get
also a New Hope because when they got out, they weren't dead. So they're like, we have
Yeah.
a new hope to survive this one, fellas.
Yeah.
Do you think
I thought
that
I thought it was maybe a reference to them destroying the giant symbol of the Empire, which is the Death Star.
Do you think
You're right, I
Darth
thought it was
Vader
more
ever
garbage.
thinks about how he fought Ahsoka on like an astral plane, like during
I think
the
so. yeah.
original trilogy?
Yeah, I think so.
So when there's a moment in Rebels, which is the animated series, where Ahsoka discovers who Darth Vader is, and she freaks out. It's awesome.
It is pretty good, yeah.
Yeah.
Shit. So that episode is necessary. I should have watched that before Ahsoka. Listen, Lando Calrissian likes to live blog all of his
This is my
the
favorite
things
part.
that he's
This is
doing
my
in
favorite
the-
part in the whole movie is when he's like, the
His
Lando
podcast and
Calrissian
our
Chronicles.
podcast
It's
actually
the best
cross
part.
over because
Okay.
of this moment.
Let's speed run this because we're never going to get to the Lando Calrissian
You're right.
podcast.
You're right.
Unless
No,
we-
we're here. This is where we're at in my movie.
We're at they're at the Pikes, and they are basically Chewie's ripping arms off.
Yeah.
All right, that's the suit that could fit me. What the heck? Yeah.
Yeah.
But then Kira takes them upstairs and she's like, I'm going to give you the best deal you could ever have. You wait out here. And Woody Harrelson's like, okay. And then she kicks the shit out of everybody in the room. And then he blasts the fuck out of everybody in the room. And then they
It
just
does like the Star Wars Krav Maga.
It's good. This whole sequence is good. Like, it's goofy and dumb, but it's also like, who gives a shit, right? Like, why the fuck would they have to go through something super duper like intense? I think better
it's a
that
good,
they
like,
bonk
Star
people
Wars.
on the head and like move
Yeah,
on.
they do like that when an elevator door opens and it's just it's just she's standing there and
I think it's the
equivalent, but it is the equivalent of like that elevator opening moment is like this whole planet is that like that's what they just like,
I think
all
it's
right,
a good
everybody
Star Wars
fun.
moment to have our heroes save a bunch of slaves and we see how they all react to that, and I think that's important. But then we immediately go into the Kessel Run. So like,
I mean, if you want to break it down to like who reacts to what, Han reacts appropriately to what's happening there. Chewie reacts appropriately to what's happening there. Kira does not.
No.
Lando does to a degree, but it's only because L3 gets fucked up. And Beckett is, from this moment on until he becomes a bad guy again, is just a goofball. Like for the rest of the movie. It's very strange. I like it. I'm not going to say I don't like it, but he only is goofy from him landing on this planet until he betrays them. He's basically like a goofy guy. Like
do they make him goofier to make his turn less telegraphed?
I think that's what was going on, but I think it's also they didn't have anyone else to be goofy. So they're like
later in the movie when he says, "I told you not to trust anybody," I was genuinely like, "Oh yeah, you did say that." Wait a second. So I think all of this stuff that Steven's saying right now, like of him being like a weirdo through all of this and just being kind of like too nice, is apt.
I also think it's a holdover from Lloyd and Miller.
I think so too.
Or Lord and Miller.
Like there's so many good, funny Woody Harrelson moments from this moment to the end of the movie that are like they're too funny. Where you're like, what? Why is his character so funny?
It's
and then
like
all of a sudden
it's like they were
evil.
filming, like they were rolling when they were kind of just standing around, and he was just saying dumb shit.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. I have to mention, what is wrong with the Wookiees on Kessel?
They got weird faces, right?
They look like Sasquatch.
So
yeah, like more than Chewbacca's got a dog's face, but these most other Chewbacca's in all of Star
Are they
Wars
supposed to be like emaciated or something?
I don't know. Faces than Chewbacca. I think.
I mean, you only see
weird
guys
and unexplained.
You only see one. You only really see one, right?
Got a weird face.
Okay, but
there's two. There's two different ones.
I know. Okay, wait. Everyone, calm down. You only see one's face up. You see a bunch of other ones running around, but you only see the one up close.
Yeah.
And I think that is a lady Wookiee. She has less hair on her face.
Theories.
Oh, so the lady Wookiees look like Sasquatch.
So it's like they don't have a like a woman.
I'm freeze framing on this. Okay, here we go.
Have you guys seen
zooming in on her tits?
This area, yeah.
Have you guys seen the movie Sasquatch Sunset?
No, but
of course not.
It's incredible.
I saw the trailer for it and I forgot about it.
It's incredible. And
I saw Harry and the Hendersons.
It lends to Steven's theory, and also Harry of Harry and the Hendersons. Beautiful man. Looks like a delightful kashake with 3 Ks or 4 Ys. What that word is weird. 3 Ys. Look it up.
I do think that though the one thing that is you have to look at
looking it up
is the nose, because Wookiees do have dog noses. I don't know.
It was in the fucking. It was in the.
All right.
It's a lot of Ys.
Okay, hold on. I guess she's a lady.
That's what I'm saying. It's a lady Wookiee.
Does she have red lipstick on?
Does she
Yeah.
have a dog's
And
vagina?
she's wearing high heels. She's like
Yeah, like
walking.
she has
through
a
the
bow in her
coal
hair.
mines. Like,
Yeah. She's got
Her
a,
whole face is like
a tutu on.
balder than
Yeah,
so the face has less hair, right? Because it's a woman. Like, you know, women in
I
terms of
associated that with like mistreatment of a slave in a fucking spice mine. I thought it
Which
was
is that?
supposed to
I
be
just
like,
thought it was a lady.
these are the
Wookiee, and
conditions that they.
I was like, oh my god, it's a lady Wookiee. That was my first inclination. Was like,
because you
that's a
see,
lady.
like Chewie is obviously like in the prime of his life. Like
I think
apex
Chewie
Wookiee.
is like the most beautiful, heroic.
Yeah, but he's
Does she-
basic. He's kind of like the Henry Cavill of Wookiees, and then this
Yes.
is like okay, if you found like an old, used up, emaciated
the Stephen
slave in a
Waters of
spice
Wookiees,
mine.
like,
Spice mine.
No,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
beautiful. Shut up.
Yeah.
It's the Betty White of Wookiees.
Okay,
the
maybe.
Betty White, was she 90-year-old Wookiee? Like, oh,
Yeah.
God. I don't listen. I think it was just supposed to be like, I think it was supposed to be a
Or
woman
is it
Wookiee.
like let's make this
Yeah.
Wookiee obviously not Chewbacca,
I just
so that people aren't confused?
I was confused. So
Well, the thing that
Mission
made me
not
think that it was the thing that made me think it was a woman Wookiee was because she had less hair on her face.
Oh
Because
my
I was
god,
like,
I did
maybe
something
that
terrible, guys. I
every
Googled-
time I try to explain this, Jason interrupts.
Yeah,
But yes.
I'm going to interrupt once again because I Googled ugliest woman celebrity and IMDb gave me a list.
And the link was purple already.
Nope. The ugliest woman celebrity, according to IMDb, is Sarah Jessica Parker.
Yeah, I mean, people have always
Number
mean
2 is
about her.
Tori Spelling, and number 3 is Tilda Swinton. So I
What-
don't want
What is this a list from 2009?
Swinton
This is a list
isn't
from a nightmare.
ugly. She's just weird. She looks.
Yeah.
Anyway,
She
okay.
looks
So
like-
anyway,
These are all beautiful actors. What are you
I
talking
think that
about?
I think that's what
IMDb?
it is. I think that was supposed to be a lady Wookiee, and I think that they have less hair on their face because they're like a lady Wookiee. So like in the how like we have less hair or women have less hair on
Yeah.
their bodies compared to men. That's what it is in the Wookiee world.
okay.
Cameron Diaz is number 8.
Accept it.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Cameron
Jason,
Diaz?
stop looking at that list and come
Yeah,
back to this.
you're being
Steven?
indoctrinated.
I don't agree with it. I don't like it, but I accept it.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted. What do you guys feel about Han Solo? This whole part is like, we can talk about it, but we could also just move on from it.
Yeah.
Like I don't really have a
I
lot
have
to say.
question- I
It's
have
great.
questions
It's a great moment. It's a great
beforehand.
action sequence. I love the droids being freed. I think it's really cool and funny and muppety when they're all like,
Oh.
"Meh, meh, meh," and they're like freeing
I mean,
each other.
yeah, I like the proliferation of it. It's like you free
Yeah.
one, and then it says bop, 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 bop.
It spreads. Yeah.
I thought it was funny when they're like, so many people are just coming out of that cave right now. I thought that was funny.
Well,
Yeah.
because the droids, as they get free, they're like freedom, and they're like, we're free. We should free these slaves, and then all the slaves are like, like knocking the shit out of these pikes, and the pikes, their whole thing was like, the reason that we can do this is because we use so many slaves. Like it's crazy how many slaves we have here. We have like 5 people controlling this whole infrastructure, and like a bunch of people with guns, but mostly it's just us.
It's kind of like what the U.S. is going through right now. Like they have millions of people and like 6 people
Could you imagine if like
holding them back.
if Kira like stabbed Kash Patel with his own keys?
That's what I'm saying. Like
What happens in this movie?
I like this.
so many opportunities to do a revolution, and I don't know why there's been one hero. Luigi Mangione is the only person to do anything ever in the last 20 years. What? How come nobody?
Because they're not getting organized. That's why.
But
Yeah, everyone's
besides all of
scared.
that, he
Jason,
didn't organize with
I
anybody.
don't know if you're aware of fear, the concept of fear. Like a lot of
Yeah,
people have
are you
that.
familiar with the fate of him so far? Anyway,
Yeah, he's fine.
He's a
doing
folk
well
hero,
in
I know.
prison.
Okay,
He's-
we're talking about
Okay.
Solo, a Star Wars story.
Segway is a boy, by the way. I looked it up. I looked up the other Wookiee. It's a dude.
Oh, it's a young boy.
Years of toil inside the spice mines have taken a devastating toll on Segwa's body. His fur coat is dotted with balding patches, an outward sign of malnourishment and the untreated illnesses.
That's almost
that he's
cooler.
endured.
I thought it was a woman, but if it's a young boy, that's even cooler. But I
No,
mean, how the fuck
I
am
don't
I
like
supposed
it.
to know, right?
He helps.
You don't
out.
like
He's
that it
good
was a
guy.
young boy?
No, I don't like that it just doesn't look like a regular Wookiee. They should just
Well,
make it look
but
like
he's a
regular Wookiee.
hero.
I thought that it
Joel.
looked. I think I knew it was a Wookiee. I was never confused about what it was.
I
what it
mean, I was, but I'm like, it looks like a friggin' Sasquatch.
They all look like
you know?
Sam Squanches to me because I'm racist
Well, okay,
against this shape.
But if you were imagine you only met men who had full beards, right?
No,
And then
I
you-
liked your theory. It's
And
now
then you
that I-
met Steve.
yeah, and
Yeah.
then now I'm like, no, I don't know.
But what? But a young man can also not grow hair in the same way that a man can grow hair.
True. I suppose.
So maybe he will grow those hairs when he becomes
becomes
a
nourished.
full Wookiee
A
man.
grown-
It's literally
Once it
what
becomes
I said.
nourished,
It's literally what
yeah.
I said was that they've been it's like an underground like spice slave.
Dutch
not like
slave party.
Do you think they have like a well balanced? Do you think they got those like they don't have like Endor bats or whatever to feed this guy?
Well, hold on a second. I have seen child Wookiees.
Yeah,
Child Wookiees have full hair.
What from
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Christmas special?
from the Christmas
No.
special and,
And-
Clone Wars.
yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So this
Yeah, but
This
This
guy's
is- You know what, you're
malnourished.
right.
That's all it is. He's just
maybe it's just or maybe they
It's like
burned
a
it off for
starving
fun.
slave.
The
Yeah,
imps
maybe,
are
yeah.
just like, let's burn his face hair off.
Or he was stuck in one of those VR headsets watching dancing Wookiee
All right,
babies.
we need to stop.
Kessel
I get
run.
it. You didn't like that it
Kessel
looked
run.
like a
Kessel
Sasquatch.
run.
Let's move
Yeah,
on.
moving
We
on,
gotta get
moving
out of
on,
here.
moving
We gotta
on.
get out of here. Talk
Yeah,
about
it's
it
time for the
forever.
Kessel's run.
okay. L3 dies.
Horrible.
It's
Saddest moment in the movie.
it is
It's-
sad.
it's
I think that
It's played so realistically sad. Like,
Donald Glover is one of those actors where you're like, why the fuck isn't he in more stuff? Because like he's a very good actor. I've
Yeah,
been
very-
rewatching Community, and I'm like, he is one of the best actors who ever lived.
Have you
But-
seen Mr. and Mrs. Smith,
No.
the television show, the Apple TV remake of the movie?
he's very good
It's
in
incredible.
he's very
Okay.
good in Atlanta as well.
Atlanta also
Isn't
Amazing.
that created by him?
incredible.
Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Him and his brother wrote Atlanta, and they're also planning to write Lando whenever it happens.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I wonder if he got like.
Yeah, he's a
nervous.
talented guy in general.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I wonder if people got if he got nervous from like everybody being like, this
Also-
guy is so talented.
Fun fact: the guy who made the Mandalorian theme song, Ludwig van
Yeah,
Goranson.
yeah, also worked with him on his Childish Gambino album.
The Childish Gambino album we were talking about, the most recent one that was just an album, it was it was supposed to also be a movie that never got released, and people theorize that it was never supposed to actually be that movie, but it was telegraphed that it was going to be a movie. But the thing is the album is a movie. So
Okay.
Did you
There's a
know
tr-
that he didn't realize until much later into adulthood that his name is Dong Lover?
I did. And did you not notice that for much of his career, people thought his dad was Danny Glover?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, that's
Not because racism, but because
Well,
I think
not-
a little
not
bit of,
because
I
of
think some of
racism.
it was
Glover-
racism. Yeah.
yeah.
no.
I mean,
Danny Glover. could
if he was
easily be
white,
his
people
father,
wouldn't have thought that his dad was
True.
Donald Glover
I guess, but
or Danny Glover.
I think Danny Glover
And
could
even
be Donald Glover.
Danny Glover was white, and his name was Donald Glover. People still probably
Yeah,
wouldn't
they wouldn't be like, oh, "That's weird. Why is he that way? why doesn't he look like his
Wait a
dad?"
minute, does he have some sort of affliction?
Do you guys want to talk about the Kessel Run?
oh yeah, let's do that. Hey, cool.
Yeah.
So they escape, and L3's dying,
I am on a podcast, boo.
and
Yes, still.
Lando's got to save L3,
Right.
and
There's
he
so many questions about the Kessel Run.
yeah. So he's gonna like patch L3 into the Falcon, or not yet? I forget.
Well, he says basically that like you could put her
We can
brain
skip
into
over
the-
this. Yeah, they
Yeah.
they see the Imperials coming. They have to go into the thing, and then they're like, "We need the best brain of all the brains that ever existed of robot, telemetry or whatever. Put
It
her
was
in to the computer." and then they decided to do it, and it's romantic, it's cool, it's interesting. I like it. I think it's pretty
like it.
good. It also makes this sort of unified idea of like she is
the soul of the ship.
Yeah, she can
in
be
like a
cheated on.
classic, almost like
being
naval
passed
way.
being passed between Han and Lando is sort of like a weird, more
That's
interesting.
what she always wanted.
So does that mean canonically the heart of the ship in the later iterations is L3?
Yes.
Yeah.
Interesting. That's fucking actually really cool.
Yeah, and Han's just
Because the
punching
Millennium
the shit out of
Falcon-
her all the time. Bah! Every time something fucks up, it's just boom.
The Millennium Falcon is a legendary spaceship
Yeah.
in all of science fiction.
Yes.
You know, like it's not
It's
like when they show
it's
it for the
top
first
five.
time in this
It's like
movie.
top 3 maybe.
When they show it for the first time in this movie, I audibly gasped all 3 times.
It's so cool. It's so unique and but also so not sleek.
It's just a freighter.
It's like it feels so like utilitarian. It feels
Yeah.
like it's like it feels repurposed from something more kind of industrial or like
yes.
you know,
There's also like
legitimate.
But what's cool about it in this one is like it's like it's kind of like when you see those LA Latino chopper cars where they've taken like just stock 80s cars and then like put
Right.
flourishes and just beautified them. That's what I feel like the Falcon is in this movie.
It's so clean. You know what it made me think of is you ever watch a movie that you taped on TV from a long time ago and you see a car
Yeah.
commercial for like
Yeah.
a 94 Camry and they're like making it look all sexy, but you
That's
know
what the speeders from
your
the beginning of
memory
this
of
movie
them
reminds
is,
me of.
world is done
is
to
like
this
it's like a
thing.
dying car.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of the vehicles in this movie, let's just agree that sort of have that like you're watching an old car commercial.
I think
Because-
everything that you guys have just said there is like it's like the perfect recognition of like when he comes in there and he's like, my dad used to make these, and like
Yeah.
he's dragging his hand across it, and he loves the ship, and
Yeah.
you realize the ship should be his, and Lando's like, well, you know, like why don't you sit down and have a sip of whatever the fuck we're drinking, and like
Milk.
he wants this ship, like it,
Yeah.
it is.
I think Han
it's-
loves the Millennium Falcon more than Lando loves
Yeah.
it.
Lando likes it because he likes what it
He like
gives.
won it.
Yeah, or the status that it gives him, but Han wants the ship because
Yeah.
it's
It's
a
his
taste of
connection to
home.
his planet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then he proceeds to trash it in this Kessel Run.
Oh
scene.
yeah. Also, like even in
Right
between
up.
this movie and like 10 years later, it's like, did everybody just smoke cigarettes the whole time with every?
But when they find it again in the sequel trilogy too, it feels very like it's lived in and they've been
Yeah.
But it's so
smoking cigarettes.
clean in this. This is like Lando is like he probably has a cleaning crew that comes in every week or something just to scrub everything down, you know.
Where Han and Chewie are just like a couple of dirt bags, just like there's probably like packaging all over the floor from like chip packages.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
You're gonna
They're
slice off
they're
some
like
time. He's
they're
"This
like someone who
is screwed
inherited
up."
their dad's mansion.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I've got questions about the Kessel Run because it's such an important moment in Star Wars.
Right.
They start off pretty normal. Then they're chased. Then they realize that they have to take a shortcut. The shortcut utilizes like basically a black hole. It's kind of like a black hole.
It
It's
doesn't
like,
utilize it. No, they just get tripped up by
just
the
near
black
it.
hole. But yeah,
but they go like instead of going straight from point A to point B, they kind of he was like, we're gonna go left or right or whatever. Then
no,
they sort of
no,
It's
no.
more direct than
Yeah,
the normal way.
it's almost like they are going from point A to point B.
but
So-
they sort of utilize this opening in space to curve, and then there's this alien that shows up, and this alien that shows up, I'm so curious. It's the same way I was curious about Proxima. Does this thing, the space whale, similar to the space whales in I think Ahsoka,
Mhm.
or was it? Yeah. Does this thing show up ever again in Star Wars anywhere?
No,
No.
none of
No,
these.
that was
things do.
Cthulhu, so they just wanted to be
Because
like,
this is
we'll
a-
take
this-
care
yeah.
of Cthulhu.
That's what I was calling it in my notes. I was calling it Cthulhu. That's like essentially,
It looks like Cthulhu.
yeah.
Yeah.
So no,
So-
it's just the idea is that it's not enough to just have a gravity well at the center. You need a monster too, right? Like,
so they also use this
Saves
gravity
upon
well
saves.
and like basically a depth charge to like push it
I-
into
I
it,
thought
but
they
also
injected some of the unrefined coax into their fuel line. I think it was
they
like,
did.
yeah. So it's essentially like nitro boosting.
I wrote Beckett injects the space NOS,
Space NOS.
There you go.
and then
That's
I
my
said,
alien name.
and then I said, do the kids still know what NOS is? Remember NOS?
I remember.
Back in the Fast and Furious days.
Whoa, it's Bobby Black, Stephen Black Flywater
Whoa, it sure is.
from Instigator 00.
Nice.
Okay, so Steven's going to put up a diagram to show us exactly how
Yeah,
this
there
works.
we go.
Okay.
Thank you.
This is right here. This is Kessel, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is where they come in.
Where,
This is
where,
so
where's the maw? Oh, I guess you're
The
drawing.
maw is right here. This is
Okay,
the maw.
Okay,
Cool.
right.
And they got to get over here, right? You see?
Uh-huh.
I do. Yep.
So they come in through here. This is Kessel. K E
Okay, yeah, we get that.
Soul. And they go in.
Right.
Bing, they get there and they're like coming out. Whoa! And then there's a dun, 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 cheese, 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 cheese,
Uh-huh.
cheese. We're gonna stop you. And they're like, where do we go? This way, this way, this way. How about we go here? Instead of going all the way this way,
Okay.
they went
yeah.
through.
Chat said
Can-
something. There is another Cthulhu and another.
Before that, can I just say, can we just do more of these on the show? Because this was
The
incredible.
diagram, yeah.
Did I?
The
Did it make
diagram-
sense? Yeah.
It makes perfect sense. So,
I loved it.
yes, one of these show up again. It's a Suma Verminoth, which also appears in
Next
the Vader comics,
level.
blocking the nebula that leads to Exegol.
Which is
so these
where
hang near nebulas
Palpatine-
and slash holes, which is interesting. That's true.
Yeah. Exegol is where Palpatine is rebuilding the First Order in the final movie.
Okay. Okay.
It doesn't really matter though.
It,
That
it,
movie is whack.
it matters to me because I just got a third layer of this movie. That you just explained everything to me, and then I also had my question answered by Travis Mitchell. So
Was that actually helpful, Jason? I was just like, I thought that was
No,
no, it totally was.
and also that diagram is why this movie got made
Mhm.
for
Mhm.
sure.
They thought
Like,
about it.
Imagine you had to go all the way out and around.
No, because it's
Yeah.
literally the only reason this movie exists is because
wanted to see the
parsecs.
Kessel then. Yeah,
Parsecs are a measurement of distance.
true.
Not time.
And so he said that he made the Kessel Run in less than 12 parsecs. But that's like saying I drove from this city to this city in less than 12 miles. And it's like that
But
doesn't make any
also-
sense because that's the only thing that matters is how
But
far
also,
you
he
are.
didn't.
not if you do it by crow's feet.
There's
Yeah.
a massive there's a
What?
massive
What do you
reveal
mean?
when they land down on that next planet. He says to a guy, I made the Kessel Run in 12 parsecs, and Chewbacca goes and he says, I'm rounding down.
Yeah.
So
12
the
and a half
implication-
probably.
No, it's 13 parsecs.
The shorter distance is the
Well, that's just pirate
Yeah.
like. That's like him being a pirate, right? Being like,
totally.
well, like it's more impressive if we even, if
I
it
thought that was
13.
I thought that was a huge reveal
Yeah.
You thought it
in
was a
the
huge
lore.
reveal that he was a
in the
liar.
lore that he keeps saying. He
In-
says 12 parsecs for 3 movies
Yeah.
in the 70s.
But that's
and 80s.
10 years later. He probably every year he like shaved off like
Shaved off a
a
year.
half a
That's what I'm-
parsec. He's like,
Yeah.
12.5. it
But
was-
Chewbacca
But yeah, so
knows.
basically people used to get really mad about that and argue. That was a big argument. That was a big
Yeah.
Star Wars like this the full
how can he
like,
do it?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Like parsecs is actually a measure of distance or whatever.
But who would
And
have
then-
thought that like the actual explanation is actually pretty cool? But
they
he
came up
cut
with
through
an
nebula.
extreme. They came up with an extremely digestible explanation for that. When George Lucas picked a fun word to use 50 years ago.
Do you know what it's equivalent to? You know that thing from a bunch of time travel movies where they fold the paper and push the pencil through?
Yeah,
it's a lot like that.
It's exactly like that.
Except instead of doing that, they like made a whole fucking movie to explain it.
But yeah, it's basically like if it's like the dead marshes in Mordor, you know, where it's like you got to go all the way around them. It's like, but you'd be like, nah, I walked straight.
I could just go through.
I went through the swamp.
And they grabbed my ears. They grabbed my ding dong at one point.
Travis Mitchell says, coincidentally, in the Jedi Academy novels, there's a hidden Imperial fleet and research facility hidden in this maw of Kessel.
There we
So
go.
Cool.
They like to hide stuff in the maws.
Yeah.
You know how they do. But this is also where we get the payoff from the tilting the speeder to get out of the collapsing whatever it is.
We also get like so many good moments from Beckett. Like he is so desperate to seem useful in this.
When he's shooting and he gets hit, is like one of my things is
immediately when the TIE fighters come out, he's like, all right, I'll get on the guns. And he goes on the guns and he's like, and then he's like being like on like a moof mimbles dinkle donkle, and they're like, what are you saying? He's like, yes, they're here. And then he accidentally like gets his thing broke out. And he's like, my fucking thumbs hurt, and like everything that he does is goofy. Like there's not a single thing that he does that's cool the entire time until
it's
he's
very
like,
Woody Harrelson.
Yeah, but it's also
I just want to focus in on Woody Harrelson was in this movie, as himself.
Well, I think this is the moment that you focus on him because he is off from everyone else, right? Like he's being a goofy guy, but he's not. That's the movie throwing you off, right? Like you're supposed to be thrown off by him, right? And it's doing its job.
You fall for it because it's Woody.
Well, and also you're sort of switching positions because like Han's usually comic relief, but now he's got to be serious because he's flying the Falcon. We find out Chewie can fly. We find out Chewie's real old and he knows some stuff, and so this is the first time like they're having their like little buddy moment flying a ship.
And like you can't really utilize Lando here because he's supposed to be bereft from the conversation because he's in grieving. And then Kira is supposed to be serious, but like what do you do there? You put him there, and like there's everyone else is just in the cockpit being like, hurry up, Beckett, and he's like, oh, like running around the whole ship. Like there could be other people helping him, but no, it's not gonna happen. And I do think that is supposed to gesture-ify him so that you're
less suspecting of the
exactly,
continuing to not suspect him.
And then that brings us to the final act.
It's so funny when they land on this next planet and it just like we got to get there quick and it just like clunks down. I have a bit of moving ahead a little bit, but I have theories. And I'm ready for you guys to either tell me I'm wrong or tell me you should have fucking realized that's stupid.
Well, I got both in the chamber, so why don't you go ahead?
Yeah.
I think Ephes Nest is the daughter of Beckett and Val.
Oh, interesting theory.
Because she's.
I'm gonna go ahead and say that's a racist theory. Is that an option?
Why is that a racist theory? I've got more that lends to this.
Okay.
She's been chasing Beckett this whole time. She's audibly offended when she's called a marauder, and then it's not a reveal when she pulls her helmet off. Beckett's like, oh fuck, yeah, we had a daughter that disappeared somewhere. Me and Val had a kid, and then she got taken away by Imperials or something. And I know you can't have an illegitimate daughter if you're a woman, but you can have an illegitimate daughter if you're a father. And my theory is that she was given away at some point, and it's revealed here, but we're supposed to realize it as the audience because she's half black, half white, and she knows. I think that there was a story that was deleted to explain this better. But I when she took the helmet off, I was like, oh, is that Beckett's daughter? Why isn't he reacting? But if Val was there, she would be like, oh,
I'm going to go ahead and say he's not reacting because it's not his daughter. Like,
that's fair.
I will
It
follow up.
never occurred to me that could be the case.
Okay.
I will
that's
say
fair.
that, and I like the idea of it. I think that it's interesting. I don't believe it because I can't imagine a Star Wars property that doesn't overtly exploit that.
Yeah.
Right. But I think this is a rare situation where they just do it in a nod to the audience.
A rare situation where they just do it?
I will also
in a
say-
nod to the I think it might just be headcanon to go that far. And you're right. Like that kind of
my
reveal
issue
would
here is
normally
that I
be
don't like
look down the
you're like a white and black person made this person, so that means that this has to be the daughter. Like that's
but why is this white and black?
There's two reasons why, and the first is that Beckett refers to Enfys Nest as a him at a certain point, like previously, and then the second point is that when she's talking about who Enfys Nest is or whatever their little group is, she is saying that her mother was killed by Crimson Dawn. So the fact that she's dogging Beckett is more a matter of like she's dogging Crimson
That's also
Dawn,
technically true.
right? Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess so.
I-
I
that-
guess
yeah.
so. But I feel like they're more like freelancers who work for Crimson Dawn.
I get that, but the reason why it's so
I think that Jason, can I help you out a little bit here? I think that the reason that you feel like it needs to be more important in the sense that like what you like in Star Wars is that when a helmet reveal opens, it needs to be important, right? Like it needs to not just be like, I'm the person in charge here. I
You're right.
need to be connected to one of these other characters because that's what Star Wars does. And I get that, but that's not what this movie is trying to do.
No,
And-
this is classic Star Wars, which is like, see, a woman can be cool too. Like that
Yeah.
the reveal is only that it's a woman.
but
That
none
is
of
the woman.
none of this is where I
And not only a woman, but like a girl, like a young teenage
girl. Yeah.
yeah.
none of this is where I'm coming from.
No, yeah.
When she takes her helmet off and then Beckett doesn't react, I thought it was supposed to be like we're supposed to theory craft it up.
Mm.
No,
And which
but
never
imagine
happens
you-
in any movie ever. I know
Jason,
that.
imagine you were a multiracial 19-year-old girl and you saw that. You'd be like, holy shit, that's me. You wouldn't be like, what am I supposed to feel here? Am I supposed to think that this is the
No.
crafted daughter of seven
No.
people at the same
That's-
time?
I'm not trying to like be like political, and I'm not trying to be like provocative.
I'm not talking about
I li-
politicals. I'm talking about
I know, but
what
I
you want to
legitimately
feel.
thought that the fact that they do it in this reveal way and then he doesn't react, we're supposed to theory craft as the audience that it is his daughter and he just legitimately doesn't know. And the missing link is if Val was there, Val would be like, oh yeah, I got pregnant and gave up a kid when we were first dating or something like that.
You would like that to be the resolution? If she was there to be like, not ours, you would like her to say that?
I feel like if that were the case, there would be something said around that campfire scene to kind of
True.
set that up.
That's a good point too.
And I also feel like
It's
what
supposed to he should be here's the thing is like maybe he should be let down when he sees her a little bit more visually to be like,
Yeah.
holy fuck.
Oh, I
you're
was getting beat by like a
child.
a 19-year-old girl. Yeah.
Yeah.
I also feel like what Enfys Nest is saying, and it's kind of like implied by who's there, because one of the characters is like a guy who shows up in Andor and Rogue One. This is the beginning of the rebellion, right? Like this is
Right.
the very start of it.
And they literally say that like this
Yeah.
little
We are
Just a
starting a
fun bit.
rebellion.
I think,
No, I know.
think
And
they-
immediately after this, we find out the meaning of the symbol. We find out that they cut the tongues out of these people.
Mhm.
But I really just wanted to talk to you guys about how I reacted to that the 2 times I watched it this week. And I do recognize that there's no other reason to think that. But
other than it maybe like to Beckett, it doesn't matter who's under the mask.
and that's that's
And
true.
Maybe this is maybe going to be a rough thing to come to terms with, Jason, but like maybe you are Beckett.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow. Mind.
All right.
Imagine Matthew McConaughey played Beckett. Wow. So,
Well. Listen, I know that I'm wrong, and I will say that, but I really just
it's
wanted
okay to be wrong, though, Jason. Like I like
No,
that your
it's-
brain is at
that
least
you
thinking about
guys-
this shit. You know?
Yeah,
Because
no,
for
it's a
me,
fun
when I was
theory.
watching it both times, I was like, "What? Like, why?"
I'm watching it now as you're saying this, so I'm gonna
It's a
really-
fun theory, but it
Why
is not
would
right.
they have an
I
actor?
I
who
understand
is-
Jason's brain because the helmet reveal is such an intense
Yeah.
reveal that you expect it to be something more than it
You're
is.
supposed to
But Beckett
recognize.
doesn't
You're supposed to
react to it.
recognize
Yeah.
See,
the
Han,
importance of.
in the scene. Actually, Han has a huge reaction, and I think the point is that it's a kid. Like
That's
Yeah.
what that's what it's
that's
supposed
it
to
is.
be. It's
Well,
a young
Han's white
woman.
and she's half white,
Yeah.
so maybe it's Han's kid, and that's why he reacts so much.
He's like, oh man, I definitely impregnated a bunch of people when I
Yeah.
was 11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then she walks away. She goes and grabs a drink. She gives them the backstory, and then and Beckett's kind of look is just sort of like almost like he's just stunned. Like who? Like what is going on? Like that's the look I'm reading.
I mean, I wouldn't hate it if it was their kid. That'd be kind of cool if they were like,
Well, it
remember
would-
Dad?
yeah,
but like,
but
because that
but
would
we
feel
both-
very Star Warsy. But like, are we trying to make a
The
new
first time
Star
I
Wars
rewatched
lineage
it,
here or something?
When she took her helmet off, I was expecting Beckett to say something along the lines of, "Oh, you finally caught up with me," or something.
Yeah.
But when he doesn't say that, I was like, "Oh, are we supposed to just infer that like it is his daughter because of like there?"
I mean, no, because none of us did except
I think
you.
could only. I think
It's a
you could
movie-long
only reach that
arc.
conclusion if you already went through the whole movie remembering or knowing that it was a girl.
Or
didn't.
if there was
Oh, you
something
didn't?
set up beforehand. Like
I had
yeah.
this on the
Yeah.
first rewatch that I had the first time. The
But did
second
you,
time-
did you not remember that it was a girl?
No, I didn't. I
Oh,
watched it in
okay.
2018. It's been
Yeah.
8 years, right?
I guess that's a
But
long.
watching
2018
it the
doesn't feel
first
like it was
time-
that long ago, but it was. I guess.
It really was. The first time I watched it, I went, "Oh my goodness!" And then he didn't react, and I went, "Wait a second!" And then I theory crafted, and then when I watched it the second time, I was looking at it trying to find, and that's when I was like, "But that's the thing." Movies, television, and beyond don't take into account that people are going to eventually theory craft. They create their thing, they make their thing, and they don't really what I'm thinking of when I think about this theory is people wanting an episode 9 of the series finale of Stranger Things that never came. People thought, but the thing is like, first and foremost, have an episode 9 of that final season, there would be a record of it, right? There would be like, you could go on IMDb and see that there was an episode 9. So that's when I started to think like, are we supposed to at home just internalize the fact it could be because of the fact that she is a mixed race person? Steven immediately was like, you're racist for thinking that, which
you are.
fair play.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like,
Yeah.
why would you have Beckett and
Get with the
Val,
Mirror Times.
right? White and black. And then on top of that, have a marauder chasing him to the ends of the earth to only reveal that she is mixed race, for him to be like, I don't know you. The reveal means
because a
nothing.
mixed race person can exist without two people having sex ever. Like
right, but why did she? But you said it before, like when she it was
So
a
what should
huge
she have
deal.
been black, or should she have been white, or should she have been Asian? Like, what do you mean?
See, I
She should have been Asian.
Clearly, she should have been Asian.
I sort of read it is that she's not chasing him. It's just that they're finding the same score over and over again.
I think
They-
I think it's as simple as this is like a Boba Fett level cool guy who is ahead of him in every turn and is notorious. And even when they're doing the setup for the train heist, they're like, oh, what if they show up? You know what I mean? They're like, don't
And
worry.
once again,
like,
I'm not pushing
I
this
know.
theory.
No, I
as
understand.
the
I
truth.
understand. I know.
I'm telling you where why.
But I'm just
so,
saying,
like,
I think
adamant
it's
to, like,
they set up
tell
this
you why
character to be like a cool, like Fett level badass jack of all trades, and then it's like, but it's actually just a rebellious young
little girl.
and
Yeah,
that's the big twist.
But that's also kind of
Okay.
cool. Like, I
It
like
is
the
cool.
fact that
It's
a little
cooler.
girl, yeah.
I like
So
that.
the actual reality is that she sounded like a man the whole movie, and then it was revealed that she was a young woman.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Is the Leia thawing Han?
I thought about it too hard, guys. I
Yeah.
thought
You
about
did.
it.
You
You
did.
did.
Sometimes
You
you-
got
yeah.
all you got to remember is that Disney wants everyone to be related to each other. So if two people were, they would fucking tell you a zillion
Yeah,
times.
they'll hammer it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
They wouldn't like
They can't leave meat on the
the
bone.
implication.
No.
That's too smart. They have to like
And that those were the things that went through my head, but I'm glad that I brought it.
I'm
up
gonna
because-
need a nickname for you is a line from this movie.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um
I'm gonna call you Han Zippy because
But,
of my two daughters. and
Two
stuff.
bucks.
Yeah.
so I just saw your chat talk about like how the rebellion like she goes to say, oh,
This
we
one
need
or this
a
one?
the drink. The other one.
One above
It
that.
was- but that's almost the same. How she's an innocent teenage girl and she says, I need a drink. Showing that the rebellion means lawlessness and forced adulthood,
Yeah.
which is kind of funny because when you look at Ahsoka in the dream sequence that she has, it's a flashback to her essentially being a child soldier.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so it is sort of like this understanding that like there is no innocence in
There's
the
no-
world
Yeah, there's no
Whoa.
childhood in Star Wars, it feels like.
because there can't be, because if there's an oppressive force, then you're in it no matter what.
Yeah.
How
Yeah,
about
no,
this
that's a good
How
point.
about this theory?
Well,
I had a similar theory in Fast and Furious 7. I feel like Kurt Russell was supposed to be Paul Walker's dad, but when they had to rewrite the movie after Walker's death, it was changed. Well,
That's a
Well,
good theory.
yeah, I also think that that's true because I've always thought that the story of the Fast and the Furious could easily connect to the Thing and
Yeah.
also Big Trouble in Little China, maybe.
and also that Santa movie that Kurt Russell was in, I think.
yeah, the Santa Claus
So
Part
can-
3 or whatever, where he kills Tim
Fast and
Allen.
Furious wasn't in Little China, it was in Tokyo.
Oh,
So now we're at the point where
Padme was
um,
14 when she led an army to take back her
Yeah.
planet. Sorry, Joel, I
Exactly.
didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that it's all good. I'm just saying Emphasis now is saying also says very clearly that the Empire and the syndicates are working together.
yeah, and this is where Han is pulled into his. He's pulled back to Corellia in his mind, you know, and like this is where you start to realize like Han is not the Han. Like we want Han to be like, fuck off, we're gonna go take off and take all the money or whatever, but he's not. He's not gonna do that.
No, because
You know who does do that though? Fucking Lando Calrissian. What the hell?
like peace, see ya.
Yeah. Oh my god, it made me so sad that Lando did that, but at the same time, it made
But
me.
he's also furious, and he's
Yeah.
just like, you know what? I'm done. Forget this.
That's my ship. What did you do to my ship? He doesn't
Yeah.
know the story, the storied history of these people that are turning the coaxium into refined coaxium.
Yeah.
This is another thing where you're like, what is this planet? They just is this all they do is like
Why don't they bring a refinery there?
Well, first and foremost, the unrefined coaxium just explodes eventually if you can get it somewhere quick enough, and they just so happen to have a place they can get to.
Well, and they say it's like
it wasn't just
off-
so happened. They had to get that they plotted the whole course to get to this planet.
but they
what
said it's outside of imperial jurisdiction, blah blah blah.
Right.
yeah.
Which is like, if you're gonna start a rebellion, that's the kind of place where you set up.
Yeah,
a
what do you,
camp. It's
Jason?
like,
This
yeah.
is the reason L3 died, and like everybody, like
I know.
everyone died to get
Yeah.
here, man. What do you can't just say stuff like that.
I can.
I can, but I shouldn't.
But this is my favorite part of the movie because I counted. We have multiple double crosses up to.
This is the best double crossing that I've ever seen in any movie.
It's actually a sextuple cross.
Yeah, it keeps going to
Get
the
the-
point that you're
get
like,
the
is
diagram
this
on,
like a
Steve.
spinning tennis ball with spikes on it? You're like, hold on, what the heck's going on here?
So first of all, we see like Han and Beckett having a conversation, and then Kira says, "Oh, he's going to try and help you."
Can we all do it? Can we all pretend like we're part of it?
Yeah, let's do it.
Jason, who do you want to play?
I'm going to play. Where are we at? I'm going to play Beckett.
Wait, should we do this? Might make it really.
Okay, this-
intense.
I don't know what the hell's going on.
Okay,
I'm saying that there's enough of us here that we could all play a person in this end of this movie that we could all have a knife and be like, well, I'm this person, and then we could all just like do the whole.
I don't know
So-
if I have the brain capacity to remember everything that happens in the right order.
Okay, we're gonna try. I've got a screen with the movie on, so I'll see if I can walk us through it.
I'm Chewbacca.
Okay, you're Chewbacca.
Beckett.
Okay, so Chewbacca carries the coaxium with Luke and Kira up to Dryden's Voss, up to his place.
Right.
Now Voss says something to the effect of like,
Well,
"How did
before that, they do a thing where Beckett is like, just make a layup. I'm gonna leave. You
Yeah.
go in there. Beckett leaves. Becket's
I'm out.
gone from the movie.
yeah, he's
Yeah.
like, I'm done."
Yeah.
And then
This is also like the thing that if you've ever seen a movie before, you're like, God damn, he's he's definitely coming back.
Even Boba Blackfly Water's autistic brain to know the ins and outs of every single movie in existence, you're not going to be fooled by this twist.
Were you fooled by it, Jason? Come on, you weren't fooled.
No, I wasn't fooled because this is
Never
one
mind. Jason was fooled. He was fooled.
I would
No,
say,
no.
like, I would say the first time I watched it, I didn't. I wouldn't say I was just in it. So
Yeah.
I
I will
wasn't
say
thinking
this is
about
what I felt the first time I watched it. I don't want to be fooled by this. I hate that I think that he's going to come back. And if he comes back, I'm going to be really upset. And then he came back and I was really upset. And I was like, fuck.
But the best part of the sextuple fucking twist, or the sextuple, is that Solo goes in there and he's like, we did it. We got the thing. We got the poison. Let's do the trade. And Dryden's like, yeah, you got the poison and you got the trade. Where's Beckett? And he's like, Beckett's dead. He died. And he's like, yeah,
Died to
Beckett
death.
did-
He got so
Beckett
shot he
did
could
die, didn't he? And then the dominoes start to fall.
So double cross number one is Beckett's dead, and then Dryden says, "Okay, well, let me see the coaxium." And he's like, "How did you do it? This looks exactly like the real thing." And Hana's like, "What are you talking about?
It is the real thing.
It is the real thing." And then he goes, "No, because Beckett told me it wasn't." Beckett comes in the room.
Haha.
No,
Haha.
wait.
No.
You guys skipped a betrayal.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Kira told
Kira,
me
yeah.
that you were going to betray me, and this is
No,
exactly.
no. He says, "No, not Kira. Kira didn't tell me, which I
Right.
will deal with later."
Yes,
Right.
Right?
but
So-
that's still a betrayal. It's
That's a
still
betrayal of
betrayal.
her to him.
Yeah, betrayal to her to him, and then so Han, he's looking at the coaxium, which is actually the real coaxium.
Yeah, and that's why Han is also like, don't throw it.
Yeah,
Don't throw it.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
please don't throw that.
And I just want to say here that the first time I watched this on my rewatch, I missed the scene where it blows up that whole mountain. And I was like, Han, just
You
take
didn't
one of these
realize
and-
how explosive it was?
Yes. I was like, Han, just take one and toss it to pocket
Yeah,
best.
yeah.
Awesome one.
Yeah, no, don't do that. It'll blow up the whole island. Anyway,
Yeah.
sorry, Joel, go ahead.
And then so Beckett comes in and he says, "This is my associate who's been telling me everything." They're like, "Oh no, it's Beckett." And then Beckett is like, I forget what he says, but something about sorry,
Oh,
kid.
told you never to trust anybody or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. And
Haven't you
then
been listening to me? I've been teaching you this whole time. Like you can't.
yeah, and then how does this is a little fuzzy. He pulls his gun out, and then Han grabs his gun.
No. Okay. So
Okay. Yeah. Please go ahead.
he says, "Check that gun," or sorry, he said, "Check that lid."
Yeah.
And then they check the lid and they pull the gun out, and then he's like, "Well, everyone is here now, but there are some other things that we have to talk about." And then like the buttons go off, and like they hear about everybody else because they think the coaxium is somewhere else.
Yeah.
Right, and then it cuts to all of Voss's men surrounding Empest.
Yeah.
True. Yep.
And then you think, oh shit, like they got the drop on Empest Nest, and then their hands are up.
It is really like an Ocean's 11.
Yeah, very much.
So this is like the third. At this point, it's a third triple cross being set up here.
I think this is the third cross. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the third cross. Dryden is like really pissed at Kira. He's like eventually saying, "I'm disappointed. You're essentially dead after."
His
this."
veins are.
The main thing that happens here is that they're like, it's empty, and they're like, what do you mean it's empty? And he's like, well, it's empty here. And then he realizes like, oh shit, is this the real coaxium? And it's like, yeah. He's like, yeah, it is the real coaxium. And then he just and then Woody Harrelson like kills two guards and they die.
Right.
And he's like, I just need to
I
think
need to think
for a second. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just need
This fan is losing their mind while we stumble all over this.
Okay, well, let him tell us what's happening.
Well, let me read it. This rewrite would complicate things, but imagine the standoff between Han and Beckett happens before they can confront Dryden. Han shoots Beckett outside. Oh, this is theory.
Oh yeah.
I like this. This would be cool.
And then the deal happens. Then reveal he's alive. Han and Beckett have their heart to heart. Let us and everyone else think that Beckett is dead. Then he comes back and just throws a wrench in everything. Then you can have him live.
Yeah, that'd have been cool.
I think that Beckett has to die at the end of this. I think that's like the
There's
like
no way.
Han Solo doesn't exist in the way that we know him if Beckett doesn't die at the end of this story.
And it's also Han gets to shoot first.
Yeah.
Well, so anyway, we cut to Dryden's people like opening up the coax container. It's empty.
Yeah.
Then it's revealed that everybody is like old people.
Yeah, they take off the Memphis Nest, and she's like,
"What's up, motherfucker?"
Yeah. She's like, oh god.
Don't forget, I think this is the fifth double cross where Beckett also turns face again for like a second,
right?
With Han to get
because he's
all
like,
of the coaxium.
"Oh, I've got the coaxium. Come on,
And
Chewie."
it's like
let's go."
Chewie, you come. Yep.
He calls him big stuff.
Yeah. And then they leave. Meanwhile, Memphis Nest is like killing all of Dryden's people.
But
this is one of my this is my favorite part of the movie, which is Han and Dryden Voss leap to two different sides
Yeah.
of the room.
And they 1v1 gun versus two knives.
I have to
which is
say,
an
like in a
insane
movie,
thing.
like especially when you're used to like Marvel movies or like even like Star Wars movies of this era, where it's just like lightsaber battle or whatever. This is just like a fight in somebody's office, and it's
Yep.
great because of that. It's so pared down; it's perfect.
No wizards.
Especially knives versus guns. And
Right?
Han does not pick up a knife even once.
No, he
It's
knocks
like,
the gun out
no.
of his hand almost immediately.
And then Kira kicks his ass, and you're like, "Oh shit, Kira, not Kira! I thought we were friends." And then she's looking at him, she sees him, she's remembering, and then she makes that choice.
Well, there's another double cross where Kira pops out. She
Yeah.
takes out Han, puts the sword to his throat, and then turns around and kills.
So which
So we're now at
Bad
how many
vision.
double crosses? This is 5?
maybe
think that's fine.
we're at the 13th double cross. She blocks the knife coming from Dryden, and it's like
and then
going
she
down the
gets him.
sword. And
She
she's-
just turns around and gets him.
Kills him, and then he turns all kinds
Oh
of
no, they
things.
fight a little bit. Sorry, and I wrote a note that
they
Kira
don't
versus Dryden is awesome. She gets it done.
Yeah.
they don't fight a little bit. She spins and stabs him with his own knife that's stuck
No,
into it.
they fight for like 20 seconds. Because
Yeah.
it's not so cut and dry.
Remember when she stabs him in the heart with his own dagger stuck in her
Just-
sword?
Just saw it. Yeah.
And then she implies to Han that like we're gonna loot the yacht, and then we'll go buy our ship and live happily ever after.
It is great when she looks over at the diamonds like,
Yeah.
diamonds. Remember the diamonds? We could take those diamonds and
We're gonna take all this.
Space diamonds.
There would be something kind of somber that the mentor who screwed over Han Solo gets to live and play that Valacord like he dreamed. But
There's-
has nobody to
That
play
would
it
be
for.
like poetic if like somehow he could make it out of this movie alive.
There's a thing that I don't know if you guys will ever know it, but like, you know, Mark Hamill, the guy who played Luke Skywalker.
I've heard of him.
I'm aware of his work.
He's
the Joker.
he's a good Star Wars guy. We know of him in Star Wars, and like one of the biggest things that he always says is like, I never knew what Han had to dump before he came to pick us up or whatever. Like people asking me like, I don't know, jewels, diamonds, rubies or some shit, and like he would always say that. And then in this, like where they have it like a table full of jewels, diamonds, and rubies,
Diamonds,
like,
rubies and shit.
I'm like,
Which is
like,
what
it
is
just
happening
made
in
it
this
feel like
room.
it made it feel like that's what they were picking up. Like everything that Mark Hamill said was
Yeah,
stuff
yeah.
that he dumped.
She also pulls the ring off Dryden's body.
That's
has
right.
a symbol.
And then that's how she can talk to Darth Maul and be like, yo,
The decoder ring.
yeah, the secret
So-
secret ring.
My favorite part of this movie happens so she talks to Darth Maul, but
I can do a good Darth Maul impression. You guys want me to do one?
Yes, but I'm gonna use the bathroom while you're doing it.
Okay.
but I want to hear it.
Oh my god. I have to take a piss. A shit and a piss inside and outside. Force.
This is
How am I
not a good
supposed to
impression.
do this?
It's actually a robot's body.
I thought that was good. I thought it was good at impression.
Oh,
Well,
my
you're
God.
very good at impressions. I'm very bad at impressions, is what I've learned in my life. But I've got a good regular.
I've also learned that when I try to do impression, Jason will yell his impression over mine sometimes.
No, not every time.
Just most of the time.
Just sometimes.
I feel like
It's
some of your
horrific.
impressions have like 10% Vincent Price just baked in.
Mine or Steven's?
Steve's.
Stevens, right? Yeah. I hear it. Listen, I have a question for you, Steven, and also Alex, about Darth Maul.
Yeah.
So he falls off.
He's bisected.
He gets bisected.
Bisected twice.
He falls off, and in one of the cartoon series, the top half of his body is obviously resurrected. And
What does the lower half do?
how? Just real
Spoilers.
quick, just very quickly, how is he found?
It's a really, really top tier episode of Clone Wars, but he's essentially found on a junk planet where he's been abandoned, and he's used the Force to cobble together like working legs, and he's gone insane.
But because he was cauterized by the lightsaber,
Yeah.
he was basically fine.
Also,
he was
Yeah.
no penis. But
when we say
he
he used the Force to put together some working legs, it's like a spider body
It's
of
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Force. It's like
like I watched that episode on mushrooms, and it was fucking terrifying. And,
Friends
it,
team.
it was very good. But anyway,
I just want to ask you guys, and I want to tell you guys, my favorite part of this movie is the standoff with Beckett and Han at the end, because Beckett he subverts so many expectations. He starts to do his villain speech, and Han utilizes his ability to have learned everything from this whole movie to just fucking shoot first, which I think is obviously a direct reference to Greedo.
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I think me and Alex were
You don't
both
have to
being like,
laugh at me.
yeah, we know what this
That
means.
one. But I really thought it's just so that moment is so important to me in this movie.
Is it more important than Han shooting first?
No, I think this moment is more important than Han allegedly.
I think you're right though, Jason. A little bit right, because this makes us think that, like, why would he ever not shoot first, right? Like,
Exactly.
that's the point of this scene. How do you guys feel? Anybody else have anything different?
no,
to say?
I am in 100% agreement with Jason on
Very Western.
that. Yeah.
Super Western. But the thing about Westerns is for instance,
Do you guys think there's a Greedo movie where he's like,
I'm going to have to go fight somebody one day. And one day I might have to be shoot second. What do I do?
and it just ends at that
That's
very
right,
early scene in A New Hope.
ding, 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 ding.
That you know what? Whenever they re-release the next version of Star Wars, just put it back. Just put it back. Just fix it. Han shot first. We all agree.
Yeah.
Well, allegedly next year they're putting the original cuts back.
Yeah.
In theaters, so
Are they? Are we?
Are they're the original cuts, but I think I'm not entirely certain, but I heard
Be
like,
the
the
19
visuals are cleaned up a bit.
Wait, are they gonna be the like full? What the fuck? This is crazy. We don't know. We don't know. Do we know?
Yeah. I don't know if we know, but
I
like
have it on Laserdisc.
very quick.
the Laserdisc one is probably like as close as it's gonna get to
Yeah.
like being the original these days.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, Han shoots Beckett. Enfys Nest takes the coaxium.
Wait, do we want to talk about how he goes up and he's like, "I'm sorry that I killed you," and he's like, fuck, god damn,
Killing.
I know I shouldn't have been too funny at the end of this movie. This is exactly what they would do to me in a fucking.
I have an update. On February 19th, 2027, we'll celebrate the 50th anniversary of Star Wars with a re-release of the 1977 original back for a limited time in theaters everywhere. Part of Lucasfilm's year-long 50th anniversary celebration, a newly restored version of the classic Star Wars 77 theatrical release, later named A New Hope, will play in theaters for a limited time.
That's
Cool.
So maybe like no CGI?
I mean,
It sounds like it's going to be just raw dog in the 77
Just raw
version.
dog the fucking IMAX screen for me, daddy.
I mean, that'll be good to see how like gross the old special effects were.
But I want
They're
that.
good.
Yeah,
They're good.
yeah,
They're
yeah.
good.
But
I've come
like,
around full circle as a 40-year-old man that I want to see like
I want to see
that.
puppets.
It's going to be
nasty.
it's going to be a 50-year-old movie. Isn't that crazy?
that's crazy.
wild. I want to CGI Jim Henson to walk on screen as a hologram and start just fucking
Jim Henson.
At the end of
Oh,
Jedi,
Jim
it's,
Henson.
it's Yoda,
Yeah.
Anakin, and Jim Henson.
Jim
starts
Henson.
starts making a puppet of Yoda
And then
Luke
like, and
Skywalker
then
banging
real Frank Oz sits down. He's like, "I'm still alive." How's it going?
Haha.
Yeah.
Kermit the Frog here. Or whatever.
I'm still
Piggy.
alive.
So I just want to point out that the guy with the tubes in his neck, in his mouth, who's part of Infest Nest, later shows up in Andor and Rogue One.
Oh shit. Okay.
So it's like implied that that's where the rebellion goes, but like he's part of Saw Gerrera's group, so
Yeah.
which means like they're more like terrorists than rebellion. I don't know.
I mean, you can't start a rebellion without a couple of terrorist groups. That's all I'm gonna say.
Guys, no one says this, but the Yoda puppet in Phantom Menace looks exactly like John Malkovich. Now you
not
won't
wrong.
unsee it.
Oh no!
I mean,
Why
I
would you
said
do
it looks
that?
like looks like a puppet, like a melted puppet, right? Like,
Malkovich,
Yeah, you did say that.
Malkovich.
Being John Malkovich, I am. Okay, Steve, take us to the end of the movie. Tell us about the final cards match and the outro.
oh yeah, okay. So, do we finished the whole thing? Yeah.
We did. We all
yeah.
double crossed each other. Han shot first.
Several times over.
Well, I mean, the end of the movie is Han he understands what he needs to do, which is he stole the.
Did we say after Kira talks to Darth Maul, then she leaves, right? Like she
Yeah.
takes
Yeah.
off.
Yeah, but she also
Goes to
looks down
document.
at them and is like, "Yeah, like you guys, I need to go." And have you ever played the new a couple of the new Star Wars games? Like she's in it, like that character is in it, and she's
Yeah, she's in Outlaws, right?
yeah, and she's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So in this game, we're going to play Sabacc between the four of us right now. Everybody put your Sabaccs up.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody got your Sabaccs up?
Yep.
I've got a 3 of Wookiees.
Okay.
I've got a minus.
I got a
4.
full Beskar or whatever. That
Full Beskar armor. So the end of the game rocks out with people in like they're inside of like a cave that's just has like a bunch of water coming out. Like it seems like it doesn't make sense. Like you're at like a I don't know, like a Mexican retreat or something, right?
Can I just say he's right about Dexter Jetster? He does.
Oh, we're
look
gonna
like
find out.
Matthew
We're gonna
Perry.
find out.
Right.
Anyway, sorry.
And Lando is like, and so we're all going to put down, and then he's like, oh my god, and like it's Han Solo and Chewbacca. They come through the distance,
Mm-hmm.
and what is he? Oh yeah, that's what Dexter. He's like, all right, wait, Han Solo's here. Did Dexter
I be
Jetster
any
not?
more of a diner owner?
I don't know what I'm supposed to do. What am I supposed to do? You guys want to play Sabacc right now? I can.
No.
I have the cards.
No,
I want you to
I'm-
finish this movie so we can all go to bed. It was
To
going to
back.
be longer. It's going to be longer than 5 hours. We went over.
Oh,
It's going to be amazing. So we just got to finish the movie. We'll talk about our favorite.
Okay,
characters.
so they play Sabacc together, and
Uh-huh.
then a bunch of eyeball people are like, brr, brr, their eyeballs point to each other, and then they're like, well, this guy's cheating, and this guy's cheating, and this guy's cheating, but it turns out they're both cheating the whole time, Lando and Han Solo. But by the end of it, there's like all these piles of credits on the tables, and they all push it all in, and they're like, "Oh, well, who won this time?" And then it's like, "Well, this guy won," and it was Lando, and he's like, "I win, Han Solo," and then Han Solo says like, "Not without this tiny little card in my pocket." And then Han wins somehow. I guess.
Had the better hand, and Lando
No, when he
couldn't
when
take
he
'cause
hugged
stole
him
the card earlier.
Yeah, when he hugged him at the beginning.
Yeah, he stole the card.
He
Yeah,
steals the card so Lando,
So that
can't
Lando
cheat.
can't cheat at the pivotal moment.
so that he won without winning. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then Han wins fair and square because
Yeah, and he says fair and square at the end. Yeah,
Yeah.
he does say fair and square. I won, and then he wins the ship. Right, he wins
Yeah, the Falcon.
Millennium Falcon. Yeah, that's where he wins Millennium Falcon. You know the ship Millennium Falcon.
John
guys?
Falcon, yeah.
Yeah, John Falcon lost. He got kicked out. He got kicked into the dumpster.
Yeah.
But Millennium Falcon has now been taken by.
And then now it's a Star War.
Oh,
and now
oh, 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 ah.
Okay, we're getting canceled. So the movie ends with
I don't like that you guys made me do that and nobody laughed the entire time.
I
We-
laugh every single time.
made you do it is a stretch.
I left on the inside.
Oh, oh,
Okay, so should we go into our final thoughts and our Home Alone at
Maybe.
all? and our-
Yeah, let's do it.
oh, am I supposed to do that?
Yeah, you're the.
Well,
you're-
then, excuse me, princess. Sorry, I can't find it.
Are you kidding me?
Oh no!
If you had to pick one,
Well, what do you think
moment,
the Home
when
Alone of it
is
all?
the Home Alone of it all?
Can someone please tell me when the Home Alone?
I really gotta
When's the
know.
Home Alone of
When
it all?
is the Home Alone of it all?
What is
the Home Alone of it all? Now that's the Home Alone of it all.
It's so funny you played that first because I was planning on playing that after because they're not connected. Joel, Squid Pod, give me your Home Alone of it all. I think I've described this to you before, but
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
basically
yeah,
the
yeah.
idea that in the movie Home Alone, the moment in the movie we're all there to see is when Kevin McAllister slaps down the blueprint and he basically creates a horrible nightmare. That, every movie sort of has that like section that the movie starts, it sets up, and then there's the Home Alone.
It's
In
a little bit. It's a little
In
bit-
addition to that, we need your final thoughts and your rating. Sorry.
Okay. The Home Alone of it all, for me, is when they're on Mabim Bam or Mim Bam. What's it called? What's
Mud
that
Planet.
Mud
It's- yeah.
I love that whole sequence. Like the from him flying to the air to the fight with Chewbacca. That to me is the Home Alone of it all. But there's so many good moments in this movie. So many good moments. My final thoughts. This was like a great start to finish, fun, intense adventure. I don't understand how people don't like this movie. Like of the Disney Star Wars, it's my favorite. So I'm gonna give it a 9 out of 10.
Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's cheer for this man. Joel, you're welcome back anytime that you'd like to come back here. We're gonna give you some dates real soon. You'll be beholden. We get to pick.
It sounds like
Alex.
you were offering him an option of dates.
No. Well,
We're not off.
We'll give you a beholden version
Yeah.
of what you need to do.
When would
know,
you,
you-
like
you
to be
can tell us
beholden?
what you
Would you
wanna
like to
look
be
at.
beholden on Thursday the 4th or Thursday the 11th or Thursday the 25th?
Alex, I would never give you dates in advance. You have
No,
to be
yeah,
ready to go at any time. But could you please
Have you
give
seen
us-
Gremlins 2? Can you we're live in 4 minutes.
Yeah. I could probably do that.
I've seen it. Have you?
Alex, tell us about it.
Oh, my Home Alone of it all is when Chewie's crawling out of the muck, when he's coming through the cave.
Yeah.
I think like it's usually I don't like having it that early. Like I think, but it's like, but that's because the Han Solo story is also the Chewbacca story, and I don't think it's truly about him until he has his Silent Bob. You know what I mean? So I love this movie. This movie rules. It's a lot of fun. There's a lot of cool Star Wars shit. There's not a lot of the lame Star Wars shit. Like everything, it's like
That's such a good thing to say, Alex. There's not a lot of the lame Star Wars shit.
Yeah.
Like, this actually has like most
yeah,
of the
for
good Star Wars
sure.
shit, not a lot of-
And my rating is it's 11 parsecs out of 12.
Nice.
Yeah.
Steven.
Oh, me.
You know the way. This is the way.
Yeah, I think this is maybe my favorite Star Wars movie that has been made ever in terms of like the Star Wars movies that we have to think about, right? Which is episode 1, episode 2, episode 3, episode
And
4,
so on.
5, 6, 7, whatever. But like this one, you don't have to think about it that much. You never really have to think about Solo, the Han Solo movie.
It's just a
When's
good
the
time.
last time you thought about the Han Solo movie?
All week.
But I mean,
well, that's true.
But I mean, in terms of like a person who loves Star Wars and really
2018
likes to believe that they think about it. Nobody thinks about the Han
It's
Solo movie.
it's not the go-to for most people.
It's not the most go-to for anybody who thinks that they love Star Wars. But the thing about this movie is that if you love Star Wars,
It's the
watch
best one.
this, and you'll think it's maybe the best one. Yeah, you're right.
This
Yeah.
podcast is going to change it all. We're
I
gonna
love
have
this.
Solo 2.
We're changing the narrative here.
Yeah.
I think that
We're
the Han
controlling our
Solo
narrative.
movie- the Han Solo movie is better than most of the prequels in like a lot of ways. It gives me the same sort of vibe that I have from the
original trilogy. It's very
so
tight.
I was looking at like a chart and I'm like, no, I have to move this around here and that over there. No, yeah. I like this movie better than episode 2 for sure.
I was
do.
gonna say that.
I think that I would watch this movie over episode 2 every time, except
Every
that
single
I do really like that, no wait, Alex, you said like the that noise is a good thing, that so I have to maybe move that up. Sorry, I'm looking at a chart right now. What do you want? You want me to tell you exactly what I
Give us your final thoughts and your rating, brother.
All right. So my final thoughts of this movie is that it's a very good movie. It actually tells me a little bit more about Han Solo than I thought that I knew, but in a way that I didn't think that I needed to know. And I kind of like want more stuff like that when it comes to Star Wars, but you can't really like throw everything from this out, right? Like you have to look at it and be like, yeah, that's pretty good. But you can also look at this, and be like, have you ever found a friend, like a good friend that could find you in the mists of a
what do you call it? Like a nebula that would suck you in.
It's called the Maw.
Oh, the Maw. Right. Okay, the Maw. Okay.
Grandma Tarkin, I think.
Grandma Tarkin. All right. So anyway, the Grandma Tarkin got me in there. I like it a lot. I'm just saying this movie is good.
Yeah.
I don't know what I
rate it.
Oh, I'll give it a 100% consumption by Ma.
Excellent.
There we go.
God.
Coherent as ever.
It's very simple, guys. My Home Alone of it all for this film is the Kessel Run, obviously.
Yeah.
My final thoughts are this movie rules. I have never been less bored by a Star Wars movie than probably this one. I don't dislike Star Wars. Star Wars is my favorite sci-fi. But rewatching the prequel trilogy, there's some hard pills to swallow. But I can't wait till we revive this month, because next we're going to do Rogue One and the original trilogy. And I feel like it's going to be 7 hours every week.
If you have me on any of those, it's going to be a
we actually might bring you on in the way that Noel comes on for Feminist Masterpiece Theater, and you're just the resident person for that month. But I digress. This movie fucking rules so hard because, first of all, I wanted to hate it and disliked it. But then, as a grown adult with a formed brain, with a child on the way, this is like the first Star Wars I want to show my child. Just like, it's completely different than any other Star Wars, but it still encompasses the idea of Star Wars. It's so fucking good. My Home Alone of it all, part 2, my rating is a Home Alone of it all. My rating is the Home Alone of it all is when Han Solo loses his ship home, so gets a ride with Dexter Jettster's Polka Troop. My Home Alone of it all is when they're flying over the mountains and Han gives Chewie his name. The music always makes me cheer up. My rating for this movie is, who can forget Solo with Mario Van Peebles? My Home Alone of it all. Is Red Letter Media. Holy call out, one of my favorite channels.
Same.
Probably gave Solo the most positive review of any Star Wars movie. My rating.
There's nothing wrong with being positive, but a Solo review,
right?
Yeah.
My rating for this movie is a 4 out of 5. Higher. Actually, I think I gave Revenge of the Sith a 4, but it's a 4.1 in that case. My rating for this movie is 13 parsecs.
Whoa.
Nice.
Rounded down.
Yeah, I rounded down. Don't worry, we can all get out of here very soon. This is officially the longest episode we've ever done, but we have to.
Was it actually? No, we didn't go to 6 hours, did we?
No, but we're over 5.
Oh my god, guys, what have we done?
Actually, we might not be.
Jason, shut up! Just give us the next thing. We need
Plugs.
to get out of here.
Plugs.
All right, I'm looking for the plugs. I can't find the plugs. Where are the plugs? Where the goddamn plugs?
All right, let me just plug this in right here and.
Squid Pod, what you got going on?
Today I'm gonna plug Nirvana, the band, the show, the movie.
Hell yeah.
I had nothing to do with it at all, other than I watched it 3 times. It's amazing.
Hell yeah.
And that's my plugs.
Hell yeah. I love that. Thank you. for plugging that. Alex, what do you got to plug?
I got nothing, brother. Watch my other episodes. Same thing I plug every time is watch my other episodes. So eventually I will take over this podcast.
I can give you an official count if you'd like.
I would like.
What's your name? This is your
Cam Maitland.
14th episode.
Ooh.
The only person that has more episodes than you is Noel K with 18 episodes. But they've had their numbers.
Whoa, Travis.
Boba. Oh my God.
Travis, dude. He's throwing it around.
Did you just buy a
Thanks, Travis.
subscription? Oh my
Travis
God.
Michael, we love you. We love you.
Oh my God. Do you know what that means? We have stretch goals where it means we have to like play video games with him and also make him secret videos. So we'll talk tomorrow, Travis. DM me. Boba.
Who, me?
Yeah, what do you got to plug?
Oh, well, here. I have all of the things that we love to, obviously this show. We love this show, don't we all, guys? It's so good.
It's up there, yeah.
It's so fucking good.
Yeah. But, yeah, I am the voice of Darth Theorist, the Three-Eyed Theorist, and the Half-Blood Theorist. You should check all those out. We do it every day, every week, every second of every day. And other than that, I mean, we've got Randy. Randy's coming out soon. We should talk about that, but we should also talk about, Stanland and all that stuff. I don't know. Sonar. I'm a sonar man, I guess now. I'm a sonar man.
You are a sonar man.
I am, yeah. What? Just go. Just move it out. Okay. Well, it's me. Yeah, I'm a sonar man. I'm a sonar man.
Hello there.
Sorry.
Is it my turn?
Yeah, it's your turn. I didn't know.
Okay. Listen, my name is Jason R. Phillips. I'm one of the co-hosts of this podcast. Once again, I'd like to just give a shout out to Travis Mitchell. Thank you so much for subscribing. I'm going to actually, literally tomorrow, I'm going to come up with something for you to make it worth your while, because I think that's the top tier. So you'll get something. I might just send you a shirt. You can find this show each and every week right here on YouTube, Facebook, and YouTube and Twitch. I'm just shaken up by this. It's crazy. But you can get our merchandise. You can buy Corporal Tunnel, Howie Mandela Effect, Grimoire Familiar Killers, Eldritch Millennial, Kill Aid, Twinker Bell, and our newly released Chef's Fingers. These are all shirts that were illustrated by Stephen Boba Blackfly Waters. We usually release new ones on milestones. And speaking of milestones, we crossed not just 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. We recently, get this, we recently crossed 1,200 subscribers on YouTube. Thank you for everybody that comes on and listens to us every single week. You can also find me here in Toronto as the announcer for the professional wrestling company, Super Kicked. We have a show coming up on March 20th. It's going to be great. It's always good. Our last show sold out. I was able to announce in front of 400 people. I'm not trying to brag, but performing is one of the things that I love to do. And everybody that comes through and watches us is so important to us. And we did do a crossover this month with Darth Theorist. And it really, it boosts us. Everybody wants to see Steve talk about Star Wars, so it was really cool to have this crossover this month, and this month was amazing. It's our
It actually was really nice to have people that I've known for my whole life. Like Alex, I've known you for like 25 years, maybe. Like it's crazy. And like Jason, I've known you for maybe 12 years.
12 years, yeah.
And like, Mark was on. Remember Mark for episode 2? Like I've known him since I was a little kid. Like it was such a good month of stuff.
Yeah.
And we can look at people that will look at us and be like,
Look at these old fuckers not even understanding what Star Wars is.
but we're like, no, we do know what Star Wars is. We
And
like Star Wars. We are Star Wars. Yeah, look at Alex's tattoo.
I learned
We
so much
know
about Star Wars to the point that I am like indoctrinated where I want to go, and I never went through the cartoons, but now I want to go and get that backstory to prepare for this time next year when we do this again.
I'll warn you though, Jason. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off, but if you watch more than 85% of all Star Wars content, you will hate women.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Well, I don't think I
already
I
hate
could never-
women, so it's gonna
I don't know if that's true.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding. That's just a fan base. That's just a fan base attack. That's all.
At any rate.
Yeah.
Thank you, Travis Mitchell. I'm going to work on.
Jason
what you
also
did.
has a beautiful wife that he loves. He does not.
Who
hate
is pregnant, by the way.
Oh yeah,
I'm going to
God
be
damn it! We
honest.
forgot about we got to say that.
But at any rate, I just was thanking the fans and thanking everybody. Did you hear me say, Steven?
I did, yeah. No,
Okay.
Jason, I love you so much. You're one of my best friends in the whole fucking wide world.
Same
Alex,
to you, my
you as
friend.
well. Like I've known you for a million years, but like I only say it to you every once and often. I love you. I love you a lot.
Love you.
And I will say, just so Squid Pod doesn't feel left out, but also
I'm cool. I'm cool.
Well, you don't want me to tell you that I love you.
Okay.
Joel and I, every time we've ever encountered each other, we've gone too far getting to know each other.
Oh
The
God.
last we went to see
And hey, you guys don't need to talk about the last time you sucked each other's ding dongs.
69. We went to see Nirvana the band, the movie, and we went to Boston Pizza after, and it was a group of us all talking, but me and Joel just couldn't stop talking, and we learned we're the same.
Yeah, I stated it like we're from the same dimension.
From the yes, and that's why this episode.
Wait, when
is
was
very-
this? Was this recently?
Yeah,
Fairly
remember when
recently,
we
yeah.
asked you if you wanted to go see Nirvana the band?
I didn't know
movie?
there was going to be a meetup afterwards. I thought that I would come to the meetup. I don't want to go see the movie.
It was it's one of the best
So
movies
good.
of all time, and that's why I'm glad that you promoted that. Please go watch Nirvana the band, the movie, the web
Alex,
series.
you want to
the
go
TV
meet up
show.
next week and not invite these two dildos?
Don't do that. I want to invite Alex to everything I ever do. Okay, well,
Okay, turn it to
I'm glad you have that because it's so real. But with that, there's one last thing we have to do, and because we have two guests, it's going to be awkward as it always is. But I'm going to count backwards from 3, and you're both going to say the name of the show. Hold on, I gotta find it. I gotta fucking what is the name of the okay, in 3, 2, 1.
Hey,
did you
did you see this one?
Sorry, I fucked up. Survivor's back. Go watch Super Mario Brothers every Wednesday. Did you guys like it when I stopped the song to tell?
I'm gonna
about-
say I
was great.
didn't. I hated.
I
that.
didn't.
It's Survivor 50. I had to mention it. Survivor 50 is on right now. We're doing a weekly show
Aussie,
over
dude.
at Super Mater Brothers.
Well, I mean, we're not gonna.
I was
we're not-
enjoying it because I was like, I was literally thinking, I'm like, this is. I think out of all the stuff with the little TV, this is my favorite. That
Wait
outro.
a minute. This is how Star Wars should end. Every single Star Wars should end with somebody being like, "Survive, survive, go to the survivors."
Beam up some Star Trek content with Live Long and Podcast. A roundtable movie discussion with Hey, did you see this one? And take a peek into the darkness with Heard Noise, Must Investigate with Michael Chan. Watch us duke it out on trivial debates. And let's chat about TV with the Super Mater Brothers. It's all here on the United Federation of Podcasts.
Hi, I'm the watermelon pickle peanut butter man. Y'all need to be putting peanut butter on that pickle. Because you ain't putting peanut butter on that pickle, you ain't eating a good pickle. Goodbye. Hope I make you laugh. Silly Aunt love you. Silly Aunt signing off. Now y'all go and put some peanut butter on that pickle. Goodbye.